Chapter 418. Li Wangyou's words not only stunned the officials in the hall, but even Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Wangyou had naturally said this on purpose to discuss these shameless aristocratic clans. In any case, even if he was an idiot in politics, he knew that Pai Lupi couldn't kill these officials. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also a drama queen. He actually played along with Li Wangyou's words. County Magistrate Huxian's words are reasonable. Slandering the emperor's father should be executed. Since that's the case. Before he could finish speaking, the aristocratic clan's officials were already so frightened that their faces turned pale. Li Er must have gone crazy from the shock today, right? Why wasn't he following the script? Could it be that he really dared to kill the more than 300 officials in the hall who were trying to force the emperor to abdicate? Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic clan's big shots all paled. If Pai Lupi really did go crazy and killed them all, the Tang dynasty would inevitably fall into chaos. But what was the use of that? Could it save them? Wang Renyu and the others didn't have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and leave their names in history. Just as they were feeling awkward, Li Chang'an suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject read from Mencius. If the Son of Heaven is heartless, he cannot protect the four seas. If the feudal lords are heartless, they cannot protect the country. If the ministers and doctors are heartless, they cannot protect the ancestral temple. If the scholars and commoners are heartless, they cannot protect the four bodies. Today this subject made a mistake, but they have already repented. This subject believes that your Majesty can forgive them. Presumably, they will be grateful for your Majesty's mercy." His words immediately received the approval of the other officials. His Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Your Majesty, our Tang dynasty is fortunate to have the Crown Prince so intelligent. This is the fortune of our Tang dynasty and our people. Your Majesty, this subject knows his mistake. Today we were deceived by others and almost made a big mistake. This subject has now completely repented. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Because of these words, Li Chang'an gained a wave of popularity among the officials. Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials with a smile. When no one was paying attention, he turned his head and glared at Li Wangyou. "Don't think that we didn't see that you pushed Li Chang'an out just now." Li Wangyou shrugged his shoulders and grinned at Pai Lupi, revealing 8 white teeth. Pai Lupi stood up, and the hall suddenly quieted down. "Everyone, although you all have ulterior motives today, we do not intend to let you all be punished for your words. Am I such a narrow-minded person? Since the Crown Prince is pleading on your behalf, then today's matter will end here. I will not pursue this matter any further. But all of you, please remember that you should be loyal to the monarch if you want to eat his salary. Don't make a mistake." Pai Lupi's words caused the officials in the hall to fall to their knees. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Wangyou couldn't help but curl his lips. "Bluff, keep bluffing. If you aren't punished for your words, then what's going on with those 2 bloody corpses outside Taiji Palace? Pai Lupi, why don't you explain this?" Of course, he only dared to criticize in his heart. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and cursing Pai Lupi, he heard Pai Lupi say in a loud voice, "Where is Son of Huxian, Li Wangyou?" Li Wangyou hurriedly stepped forward. "This official is here. Son of Huxian, Li Wangyou, is brimming with talent and erudite. Today, Li Wangyou saved the Crown Prince and should be rewarded for his service. He is granted the title of County Count, and the title of County Count, 700 households. He will be rewarded with 200,000 taels of gold for his service." "Nanny, another title? County Count?" Li Wangyou felt his mind go blank. He had been conferred the title of Count by Pai Lupi? Being conferred the title of County Count by Pai Lupi didn't make Li Wangyou happy. On the contrary, he wanted to cry. He really couldn't live like this. He had originally thought that it would be difficult to get Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun to agree to him marrying a beautiful superior. Now that his title had been increased, wouldn't he be forced to elope with his beautiful superior? Pai Lupi, King did this on purpose, didn't you? Biting the hand that feeds you. Not a son. Return 200,000 taels of gold, not fess. Do you dare to directly say 200,000 copper coins? Li Wang, you really wanted to ask Pai Lupi, Why was your family's gold not gold but copper coins? This official, Li Wangyu, accepts the decree and thanks for your kindness. Li Wangyu really wanted to refuse, but in front of all the civil and military officials, he couldn't not give Pai Lupi face. He could only squeeze out an ugly smile and accept the decree. Inside the Taiji Palace, all the officials were speechless. It had only been a few months, and Li Wangyu had turned from a commoner to a county official who had founded the country? All the officials were secretly muttering in their hearts. In the past few months they had already sent people to Dingzhou village to deliver congratulatory gifts twice. Now after the court they had to do it again. Giving gifts was also stressful, okay? This was too frequent. Ma Zhou and Yin Libin were laughing so hard that their eyes almost couldn't be seen. Their teacher had been conferred the title of Count again. This was worthy of celebration. The Tang dynasty had always been very cautious when it came to conferring titles. Many old officials would only be conferred the title of Count when they passed away. But Li Wangyu's title was like it didn't cost money. In just a few months he had been conferred the title 3 times. Even Yu Shernan, an old member of the Duke of Qin's household and a great scholar of the era, had yet to be conferred the title of Count. In history, Yu Shernan was only conferred the title of Count of Yongxing by Pai Lupi in the 7th year of Zhengguan era. From this, it could be seen that titles were definitely not cabbages in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was the county count of the founding of the country. He was at least a 4th-rank official, and was already 1 foot into the ranks of the top nobles. Of course, the title of Count of the Tang dynasty was only an honor. Other than not having to pay taxes and being able to live in a village, which allowed them to enjoy the same treatment as officials, there weren't many other benefits. It was different from the title of Count of the West. Although later generations used the title of Count of the West to translate the title of Count of the West, the rights of the two sides were completely different. The title of Count of the West was a hereditary fief, and the fief had a high degree of autonomy. The title of nobility in Huaxia was basically a symbol. If one did not enter the imperial court and hold an official position, they would not have any rights to speak of. Even so, the hundreds of officials in the hall, except for Fang Xianling, Zhu Ruhui, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong, were all envious of Li Wangyu. Congratulations, County Earl Hu. Congratulations to the Count of Huxian for being rewarded by His Majesty. Although they had just been disgusted by Li Wangyu, the officials from the aristocratic family still had to force smiles and congratulate Li Wangyu. Only the people from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, including Wang Renyu, did not come to congratulate Li Wangyu. The higher Li Wangyu's title rose, the more the Taiyuan Wang clan's face was slapped. The Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the marriage with County Earl Hu, oh no County Earl Hu, had long become an unavoidable topic in Chang'an. It was widely used and spread widely. Perhaps only the tea eggs and pickled mustard stalks of the future could compare. After Li Er increased Li Wangyu's nobility in front of everyone, he looked at Sun Simiao and his disciple Lu Shunwei. Where is Lu Shunwei? I am here. Lu Shunwei's medical skills are superb, and he is young and promising. He helped County Earl Hu treat Crown Prince Li Changqian and has contributed to the country. I hereby confer Lu Shunwei the title of Minister of Medicine. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. In truth, Pai Lupi wanted to confer Sun Simiao a title, but the old Taoist still refused. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only take a step back and confer Lu Shunwei the title of Minister of Medicine. Originally, Lu Shunwei was invited to the Imperial Hospital by Li Ji in the 4th year of Xianqing. But because of Li Wangyu's interference, Lu Shunwei entered the Minister of Medicine 31 years earlier. Moreover, he was promoted to rank 5 Minister of Medicine, which surprised Li Wangyu. No matter what, a promotion was a good thing. Chapter 419. After awarding Li Wangyu and Lu Shunwei, Pai Lupi announced the end of the court session. The curtains were drawn to the lunar court examination on the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. The so-called attempt to force the emperor to abdicate was more like a joke. But in truth, Pai Lupi only felt joy and even fear. If Li Wangyu had not risked everything and sent a fake edict to kidnap Li Changqian would probably have already died. At that time, if the aristocratic families used this opportunity to force the emperor to abdicate, he might really be in trouble today. At that time, no matter what Pai Lupi chose, the consequences would not be good. After all, it was only the second year of Chang'an, and Pai Lupi had only been on the throne for 3 years after the Xuanwu Gate incident. His status and reputation had not yet reached its peak. Li Yuan still had tremendous prestige in the royal court at this time. If he had used the crown prince's death and the hundreds of officials forcing the emperor to abdicate, Li Yuan might have had a chance to return to the throne. After understanding all this, Pai Lupi could only rejoice that he had such a capable nephew like Li Wangyu. He also rejoiced that he had forced Li Wangyu to take Li Changqian as his disciple. Pai Lupi was very proud of this. What he did not know was that if Li Wangyu had not taught Li Changqian how to make ice cream, his son would not have gotten this intestinal blockage. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. The various events of the court session were quickly spread by the hundreds of officials to all of Chang'an's 108 markets. The common people were not interested in discussing the matter of forcing the emperor to abdicate. To the common people, it made no difference who sat on the throne in Taiji Palace. But they were rather interested in the matter of the crown prince, who was rumored to have died, being brought back to life by County Count Hu's miraculous hands. Even the crown prince with intestinal blockage could be saved. This was truly inconceivable. All the doctors and medical workers in Chang'an had said in unison that there was no cure for intestinal obstruction, which made Li Wangyu even more mysterious. Li Wangyu, who was worshipped by many people as the god of wealth, was now rumored to be a Daoyuo golden immortal, who had descended to the mortal world. He could regrow flesh and blood and had the ability to bring people back from the dead. Li Wangyu's name was so popular in Chang'an, and that he could be said to be an internet celebrity of the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, cameras had not been invented in the Tang dynasty. In Notice Chang'an, only a few people knew Li Wangyu. Otherwise, he really didn't need to go out. Walking on the streets, he would definitely be surrounded by people like a rare animal. The rumors about County Count Li Wangyu's medical skills became more and more exaggerated, and many nobles and officials even believed them. After all, this was what Pai Lupi had said in front of everyone in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu had even been promoted to County Count because he had saved the crown prince. Therefore, many officials and generals who were ill really went to Dingzhou village in Huxian to ask Li Wangyu for medical treatment. Li Wangyu felt extremely annoyed about this. How could he know any medical skills? He had only saved Li Changqian by chance. Moreover, the ones who had actually operated on Li Changqian were Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. He had only been talking from the side. Facing the officials who were asking for medical treatment, Li Wangyu could only patiently explain over and over again that he didn't know how to treat illnesses and didn't know any medical skills. The one who had saved Crown Prince Li Changqian was the divine doctor Sun Simiao. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Li Wangyu could only introduce Sun Simiao to them. Fortunately, Sun Simiao was now in the Xianwei outside Dingzhou village, so these nobles and officials who had specially come to see him wouldn't have made a wasted trip. Sun Simiao's reputation was big enough. After all, even Pai Lupi knew about him. With an old immortal like Sun Simiao treating them, these officials who had specially come to Dingzhou village weren't disappointed. Even so, many officials expressed their doubts about Li Wangyu's claim that he didn't know any medical skills. In private, they felt that County Count Hu was too arrogant. The fact that his master was a divine doctor naturally couldn't be hidden from the villagers of Dingzhou village. After all, the villagers of Dingzhou village had to travel to Chang'an City every day. Most of them were well-informed merchants. They were like taxi drivers in the future when it came to all kinds of news in Chang'an. They belonged to the profession that was the most well-informed. However, the villagers of Dingzhou village, from the old village chief to the naughty children in the village, had long been accustomed to Li Wangyu's shocking abilities. Even when their master was given a title and became the county count of the founding county, most of the villagers' reactions were, "Oh, Lang Jun has been given a title again. Amazing, amazing." After that, there was no more after that. They each went about what they were supposed to do and were quite calm. After all, to be given a title 3 times in a few months was too frequent. It really wasn't exciting. Even the old housekeeper Li Heng's first reaction when he learned that his Lang Jun had been given a title by the saint was, the plaque that was hung on the door of the manor with the words Founding County Count, written not long ago, was a waste. A waste. The villagers of Dingzhou village mostly had the same thought. However, none of the villagers came to seek medical treatment like those nobles and officials. It wasn't that they didn't trust Li Wangyou's medical skills, but they felt that they had minor illnesses such as headache and fever. They felt embarrassed to trouble Li Wangyou, the great magic doctor. Moreover, since the Xianwei temple on the hillside outside the village was completed, the villagers of Dingzhou village immediately jumped to the top of the Tang dynasty's medical conditions. It could be said that they were full of happiness. Sun Simiao didn't come to Dingzhou village alone. He was fooled by Li Wangyou's penicillin and wanted to develop a new drug here. Of course, he had to bring his disciples along. Sun Simiao was 90 years old. Naturally, Lu Shenwei wasn't the only disciple Sun Simiao had. Now, in the Xianwei temple, there were 27 disciples of Sun Simiao, all of whom were proficient in the art of ointment. Sun Simiao's pursuit was to enter Taoism through medicine. He didn't refuse anyone who came to seek medical treatment. Regardless of their status, nobles, officials, or villagers, they were all treated equally. Therefore, whenever the villagers had headaches, fevers, or bumps, they would go to the Xianwei temple to ask the Taoist priests for help. No one dared to disturb their master because of these minor illnesses. Li Wangyou was naturally happy to see this happen. He felt that it was a wise decision to trick Sun Simiao into coming to Dingzhou village. However, there were always exceptions to everything. On this day, Li Wangyou was leisurely drinking tea with his legs crossed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the Li family's old residence. Lang Jun, help! Someone is going to die. Lang Jun, please save my wife. The old butler, Li Heng, hurriedly ran to open the door. A person stumbled in from outside. It was Carpenter Lu's eldest son. Lu Dalong, why are you in such a panic? Don't worry, speak slowly. Li Wangyou quickly stood up and asked. Lu Dalong's forehead was covered in sweat. He said in a panicked tone, Lang Jun, my wife is going to give birth today. Li Wangyou was baffled. Damn, what does your wife giving birth have to do with me? Go find the midwife. However, Lu Dalong quickly said, the midwife said that my wife's fetus is not in the right position. She's afraid that she'll have a difficult labor. I'm afraid that she won't be able to save the child. Lang Jun, please save them. As Lu Dalong spoke, he knelt down in front of Li Wangyou and kowtowed repeatedly. Li Wangyou was dumbfounded. What was going on? Difficult labor? What's the use of looking for me? Chapter 420. As an ordinary person in the future, if someone suddenly came to you and told you that your wife was having a difficult labor and asked you to save her, your first reaction would be to be very confused. Li Wangyou was the same. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Dalong's wife was having a difficult labor. Why was she looking for him? Lu Dalong, you idiot. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask old immortal's son for help. Why are you looking for me? Lu Dalong said with a crying face. My father has already asked old immortal's son for help. He said the same thing. He said that my wife's child is in a wrong position and the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. He can't do anything. Lang Jun, please save my wife and child. Li Wangyou was even more dumbfounded when he heard that Sun Simiao couldn't do anything. If even the king of medicine couldn't do anything, what could he do? While he was in a daze, he heard a commotion outside. His beautiful superior, who had come out to see what was going on, heard that Lu Dalong's wife was having a difficult labor. She subconsciously blurted out, hurry up and do a cesarean section. Why are you still in a daze? What? Cesarean section? Li Wangyou looked at his beautiful superior in a daze. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Who knows how to do a cesarean section? Is it you or me? Or Sun Simiao? Wangyou, you and Sun Simiao can perform an appendectomy for Li Changqian. You should be able to do a cesarean section, right? Li Wangyou was speechless. How could they be the same thing? Besides, if they cut open Lu Dalong's wife's stomach, how could they prevent her wound from getting infected? They didn't have any cephalosporin capsules. As for the penicillin that Sun Simiao wanted, they couldn't even find it. If they really cut open Lu Dalong's wife's stomach, whether she could survive or not would depend on her luck. Wangyou, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up, it's more important to save people. The beautiful boss was also anxious and pushed Li Wangyou out. I. Li Wangyou was so anxious that he started sweating. He said incoherently, ask Niu Wu to bring the alcohol from home. Sai, what's going on? Got it. Hurry up and go. I'll have Niu Wu send the things over later. The beautiful boss said anxiously. Li Wangyu was at his wits' end. He could only wait and see. He could only follow Lu Delong out of the manor and jog towards Carpenter Lu's house. Lu Delong thought that Li Wangyu was running too slowly, so he bent down and carried Li Wangyu on his back before running home. This fellow was worried about his wife, so he ran as fast as he could. However, Li Wangyu, who was lying on his back, was jolted so much that he almost vomited. When Lu Delong ran back to his house and put Li Wangyu down, Li Wangyu's little face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He glared at Lu Delong angrily, but he didn't have the time to find trouble with this idiot. He hurried into the house. Since ancient times in Huaxia, giving birth to a child was akin to a woman breaking through the gates of hell. Not to mention these ordinary peasant women, even in the imperial palace, there were countless concubines who had died because of difficult childbirth. Lu Dalong's wife had a difficult birth. That was basically a step into the bridge of helplessness. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo between men and women. He pushed the door open and entered the house. Lu Delong wanted to follow him in, but he was stopped by his father, Carpenter Lu. You idiot, the woman inside is giving birth. Why are you going in? Then why did Lang Jun and old immortal's son go in? Lu Dalong wasn't convinced and said with a stiff neck. He was worried about his wife, so he didn't care about these things. Nonsense, who is Lang Jun? He and old immortal's son are miracle doctors, do you understand? Are miracle doctors human? Li Wangyu, who had just stepped into the house, almost tripped when he heard Carpenter Lu's words. What is this old man talking about? How am I not human? He didn't care about the topic of whether he was human or not. He looked at Sun Simiao and asked, Old immortal's son, how is Lu Dalong's wife? Is she in danger? Sun Simiao shook his head. I'm at my wit's end. The umbilical cord is wrapped around the fetus neck, and it's not in the right position. I'm afraid it's difficult to save the child. Hey County Count Hu, do you have any ideas? Ever since Li Wangyu suggested a cesarean section to cut out Li Wangyu's ulcerated intestines and really save the crown prince, Sun Simiao had an inexplicable expectation for Li Wangyu. He felt that this young county count might have some strange ideas. As expected, Li Wangyu did not disappoint him. However, the words that came out of his mouth stunned Sun Simiao. Yes, we can only do a cesarean section now. A cesarean section? How? Cut open the stomach, take out the fetus, and then suture the wound. Li Wangyu said it very simply. It wasn't that he was a man of few words, but that he only knew so much about a cesarean section. Who the hell knew how to perform a cesarean section? Li Wangyu also felt wronged. He was a student at a second-tier university who majored in e-commerce. How did he fall to the point where he had to perform surgery to save someone's life? It was a shame for the education he had received over the years. It's that simple? Why don't we give it a try? Sun Simiao was a little tempted. It seemed to be the same when he treated Li Changqian. Cut open the stomach, cut out the intestines and suture the wound. This woman couldn't give birth, so it seemed like it could be done. Let's give it a try. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and sighed. He could only give it a shot. Whether Lu Dalong's wife could survive or not was up to fate. Anyway, Lu Dalong's wife would definitely die without the surgery, so he might as well take a gamble. Then quickly send this young lady to the visualization room. After I came back from Chang'an, I imitated the Eastern Palace's surgery room and set up the operating room you mentioned. It's just right for today, Sun Simiao said without hesitation. Medical fanatic Sun Simiao had tried surgery once, so he was naturally very interested in it. When he was taking care of Li Changqian in the Eastern Palace, he asked Li Wangyu about surgery every day. What was surgery, how to set up the operating room, what surgical instruments were needed, why did they have to use alcohol to disinfect, and so on. Li Wangyu was often speechless. He could only rely on the common sense and imagination he had learned from watching television dramas to deal with the curious baby Sun Simiao. After returning from Chang'an, Sun Simiao immediately ordered someone to set up an operating room, intending to study surgery in depth. It came in handy today. Li Wangyu nodded and walked out of the room. He said to the anxious father and son of the Lu family, Lu Dalong, old immortal son, and I can try to save your wife, but we might not be able to save her. The risk is great. Are you willing to give it a try? Lu Dalong and his father looked at each other and knelt down without hesitation. Yes, I'm willing. Lang Jun, please save my aunt. If anything happens, I won't complain. That's my wife's life. Lang Jun, old immortal's son, please treat her. In this era, there were no such things as medical disputes in the future. Not to mention, Lu Dalong knew that his wife's life was in danger. She could die at any time. If they really couldn't save her, the father and son of the Lu family couldn't blame Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They still had to thank them for saving her. Li Wangyu didn't argue and ordered, if that's the case, immediately carry your wife to the visualization room and prepare for surgery. Lu Dalong naturally didn't understand what surgery was, nor did he dare to ask. He hurriedly removed the door planks and asked the midwife and his mother to dress his wife. Together with his father and 2 brothers, they carried the groaning auntie to the manifestation realm. Chapter 421. After the father and son of the Lu family carried Lu Dalong's wife to the temple, they could only wait anxiously in the temple and pray silently for the Tao ancestors' protection. In the operating theater of the Taoist temple, Li Wangyu was in a dilemma. There was no other reason. In order to perform the surgery, he had to first disinfect and take off Lu Dalong's wife's clothes. There were no such things as surgical gowns these days. Neither Li Wangyu nor Sun Simiao had thought of preparing such things. With the sanitary conditions of the Tang dynasty, the clothes on Lu Dalong's wife's body were not hygienic at all. There might be a lot of bacteria. What made Li Wangyu feel troubled was not only the problem of taking off her clothes. He seemed to remember that before performing a cesarean section, he had to prepare the pregnant woman's hair. That meant cough, cough, cough. That was to shave off the body hair to prevent bacterial infection. At this moment, only Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were in the operating theater. After all, he was delivering a woman's child. Sun Simiao was too embarrassed to ask his disciples to help. The old Taoist priest was prepared to perform a cesarean section on Lu Dalong's wife himself. Anyway, he was a doctor and was 90 years old. He no longer had to care about these things between men and women. As for Li Wangyu, in Sun Simiao's opinion, he was just a young man. His hair was not fully grown yet, so there was no need to avoid him. Besides, Sun Simiao did not even know what a cesarean section was. Without Li Wangyu's help, the old Taoist priest was not confident. This was a living human life. If something went wrong, 2 lives would be lost. He could not be careless. Li Wangyu wanted to hide, but he was stopped by the old Taoist priest. He had no choice but to stay. Old immortal's son, that cough cough, we have to take off her clothes first. Li Wangyu's face was red as he pointed at Lu Dalong's wife who was moaning on the operating table. Lu Dalong's wife was in so much pain that her forehead was covered in sweat. However, when she heard this, she could not help but widen her eyes in fear and shake her head repeatedly. No, how can this be? I'm a woman. Lu Dalong's wife protested in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. She would rather die than be naked in front of Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu. Although the people of the Tang dynasty were civilized, unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties where people were confined by feudalism, it was still difficult for Lu Dalong's wife to bring up this matter. If Li Wangyu had accidentally transmigrated to the Ming and Qing dynasties, then there was no need to think about a cesarean section at all. The patient's family members would rather watch the patient die of pain than let them save the patient. The Ming dynasty's medical practice specifications stated, even if you are separated by curtains, you must cover your hands with gauze. Needless to say, a male doctor delivering a baby to a woman. In the book, there was a woman named Ma who would rather die than see a male doctor because of an indescribable disease. Madame Ma said, I would rather die than let a man see this illness. In the end, Madame Ma died. But she was praised by the people of her time for being a woman of virtue, which was lamentable. Lu Dalong's mother-in-law was now mostly shy like a woman, and not bound by etiquette and morals. Sun Simiao frowned slightly. Madame Lu, if you don't do this, I'm afraid that today will be the day you die. That's a corpse and 2 lives. Have you thought it through? I and the county magistrate are both doctors. As the saying goes, doctors have the heart of parents. Do you need to avoid your parents like this? Sun Simiao's words made Lu Dalong's mother-in-law fall silent. In the end, she suppressed her shyness and closed her eyes. She nodded slightly to show that she agreed. Sun Simiao picked up the scissors and handed it to Li Wangyu, indicating that he should cut open Lu Dalong's mother-in-law's clothes. Old immortal's son, why don't you go? Li Wangyu swallowed and asked anxiously. Sun Simiao's face turned red, but he pretended to be calm. I have to prepare for the surgery. I don't have time. Although he had persuaded Lu Dalong's wife, Sun Simiao had never had the experience of making a female patient take off her clothes completely. He was embarrassed. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao stared at each other. Neither of them knew what to do. Just as they were struggling, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Their beautiful boss rushed in with alcohol. Seeing their beautiful boss come in, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were secretly relieved. Chang'an, you came at the right time. Help Lu Dalong's wife cut open her clothes. Oh right, you also need to prepare the hair. You do it. Li Wangyu quickly handed over the scissors and signaled for his beautiful boss to help. Su Changqing also knew that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were inconvenienced, so he hurried over to help. Without saying anything, he took the scissors and started working. Li Wangyu quickly took the alcohol and sprayed it everywhere in the operating room. He also disinfected Sun Simiao's surgical instruments one by one and prepared for the surgery. At this time, Lu Dalong's wife on the operating table was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Her screams were getting louder and louder. Lu Dalong, his father and brother, who were outside the door, were all worried. Fortunately, there was no lack of all kinds of herbs in the microscopic world. Sun Simiao gave Lu Dalong's wife anesthetic powder and pierced the acupuncture points on her abdomen to stop the pain. After drinking the anesthetic powder, Lu Dalong's wife quickly fell asleep. However, when he heard that his wife's voice was no longer in the operating room, Lu Dalong's heart tightened again. He grabbed his father's arm and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Why is there no sound? My wife, she couldn't have..." "Ba, what are you talking about? With old immortal and Lang Jun helping your mother-in-law deliver the baby, there's no need to worry about that laborious surgery." Carpenter Lu comforted his son, as well as himself. However, they didn't know that there was an academic debate going on in the operating room. "Madam Su, are you sure you should cut from here? When I was performing the surgery on the Crown Prince, I cut from here." Sun Simiao held the shining scalpel and kept gesturing on Lu Dalong's wife's big belly. It was very scary. The beautiful boss used her hand to gesture on Lu Dalong's wife's belly. "It must be cut here, there's no mistake. My best friend had a cesarean section, and the scar on her belly was in this position. I remember very clearly that she complained that she didn't look good in a bikini." Before Su Changqing could finish speaking, Li Wangyu covered her mouth with his hand. She then realized that she seemed to have let it slip. "Madam Su, what do you mean by best friend? Is it the meaning of best friend? Has someone done a cesarean section? Who is so amazing? Why haven't I heard of it? Then what is a bikini?" Sun Simiao frowned and asked. Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. Cough, old immortal son, now is not the time to ask about this. Saving the baby is more important. Lu Dalong's wife can't hold on for long. Sun Simiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He raised the lancet again. "Then I'll cut it?" "Cut it. However, old immortal son, you must be careful. Don't hurt the baby inside." "I know." After all, Sun Simiao was an expert who could live for more than 140 years. Although he was already 90 years old, his hands didn't tremble and his eyes didn't blur. He firmly held the lancet in his hand and gently cut open Lu Dalong's wife's belly. Chapter 422. Lu Dalong, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the operating room, heard a woman scream from inside the room. He couldn't help but tremble in fear and almost fell to the ground. Father, what's going on?" Carpenter Lu was also frightened. I don't know. Dalong, don't be afraid. The voice just now didn't sound like your wife's. It sounded like Mrs. Su's voice." "That's right. It's Mrs. Su's voice," Carpenter Lu's other two sons quickly replied. Only then did Lu Dalong feel a little relieved. Then he realized something. "What's Mrs. Su's name? Could it be?" "Don't think too much. It's nothing. Old immortal's son and Lang Jun are here." Carpenter Lu comforted himself. The four of them were confused. They couldn't understand what was going on in the operating room. As for Lu Dalong's mother, she was at a loss. She could only murmur, "Tao ancestor bless, Tao ancestor bless." The one who screamed was their beautiful superior. When Sun Simiao used the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, blood immediately seeped out. Su Chongqing, who had never seen such a scene, was shocked and couldn't help but scream. Her scream scared Sun Simiao so much that his hand trembled and the incision was almost crooked. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao both raised their heads and glared at their beautiful superior with dissatisfaction. She also realized that her performance just now was too embarrassing. She quickly covered her face with her hands and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't react in time and was scared. Chongqing, go prepare some hot water so that we can wash the child later. Also, ask the Lu family to prepare some loose clothes so that we can change into them after the operation. The embarrassing preparations before the operation had already been completed by their beautiful superior. Li Wangyu saw that she was so afraid of seeing blood, so he simply sent her away. Li Wangyu was forced to go through 2 surgeries for no reason. He realized that he had also trained himself. At least when he saw Sun Simiao use the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, he didn't feel nauseous to the point of vomiting. Li Wangyu didn't even feel that the Lu family's daughter-in-law was beautiful when he saw her lying naked on the operating table. After all, a woman with a big belly and a big bloody wound was not something a normal person would think of as erotic. The beautiful boss did not refuse. She obediently left the operating theater. As soon as she came out, she was immediately surrounded by Carpenter Lu's family. Lady Su, how's my mother-in-law? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Where's Eva? Has the baby been born yet? The beautiful boss couldn't help but feel a little nauseous when she thought of the bloody wound just now. She frowned and covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing her disgust as she replied. She hasn't given birth yet. Old immortal's son just cut open your wife's abdomen. What? Cut open the abdomen? Lady Su, what do you mean by that? Oh my God, this person's stomach has been cut open. Can he still live? My poor son. The beautiful boss didn't know how to explain it to Carpenter Lu's family. She could only comfort them with Li Chengqian's matter. Have you forgotten how old immortal's son and the others saved the crown prince? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Although she said that, Carpenter Lu's family was still scared to death. No one would be able to remain calm after hearing such a thing. The whole family began to cry silently, thinking that their daughter-in-law would not be able to live. In the operating theater, Sun Simiao was still discussing with Li Wangyu how to proceed with the operation. County Count Hu, this is the uterine palace. The fetus is inside. Where should we cut open the uterine palace? How long should we make the incision? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How would he know? It was better to leave it to fate. Sun Simiao was also skilled and daring. Although he had never done surgery before, he still dared to do it. Seeing that Li Wangyu couldn't give any suggestions, he decided to cut open the uterine palace based on his own feelings. When Sun Simiao took out a wet and wrinkled baby from the womb of the Lu family's daughter-in-law, Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. This old Taoist was really a god. As expected of the king of medicine, he could even succeed like this. He didn't care about the filth and quickly reached out to take the baby. He held the baby clumsily and carefully. Seeing that the baby didn't move, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a plot he had seen in a TV series. He reached out and slapped the baby's butt heavily. Suddenly, the baby in his arms cried loudly. The sound was so loud that Li Wangyu felt his ears ring. Outside the operating theater, Carpenter Lu's family, who were already in tears, was stunned when they heard the baby's cry. The next moment, expressions of wild joy appeared on the faces of Carpenter Lu's family. Lu Dalong grabbed his 2 brothers. My baby, it's my baby. Second brother, third brother, did you hear that? It's my baby crying. Ha ha ha, I Lu Dalong have a baby. He was ecstatic when Carpenter Lu slapped his head. What are you laughing about? We don't even know if your wife is dead or alive. When he heard his father's words, Lu Dalong's face fell again. However, when he heard the baby crying in the room, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, the beautiful boss also brought hot water. She was also surprised when she heard the baby crying. Wangyu, the baby is born? Is it a boy or a girl? Li Wangyu looked down at the baby in his arms and replied with disdain. A boy, a money-losing product. Construction bank. The beautiful boss couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If Lu Dalong heard what you said, he would definitely fight you to the death. This is the Tang dynasty. They want to have a boy. Li Wangyu curled his lips. I like girls. It's so good to have a sweet little jacket. He Chongqing, let's have a daughter in the future, okay? The beautiful boss blushed a little when she heard what he said. She glared at him and carefully reached out to wash the baby in the warm water. Neither of them had any experience in taking care of a baby. After a while, they finally cleaned the baby and wrapped it in the cloth they prepared. Li Wangyu couldn't help with the rest. He simply carried the baby out of the operating room with the beautiful boss. Sun Simiao was left to clean up the mess and suture the wound. Now that the unprecedented cesarean section was done, the baby was born safely. However, whether the Lu family's daughter-in-law could survive or not depended on whether she was lucky enough. Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about it. When the beautiful boss came out of the operating room with the baby in her arms, Carpenter Lu and his family all knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, you are my reborn parent. I won't forget you saving my life. I'll repay you with everything I have. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Haha, congratulations, Dalong. You gave birth to a boy. Carpenter Lu, congratulations on having a grandson. You don't have to worry that no one will inherit your family's good craftsmanship. When he heard that it was a boy, Carpenter Lu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This baby was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Lu Dalong's mother hurriedly took the baby and carefully held it in her arms. She even chased Lu Dalong away when he wanted to look at the baby. When the midwife said that the mother and child were in danger, Carpenter Lu and his family felt that the sky was falling. However, they didn't expect Li Wangyu to pull them out of the abyss. Carpenter Lu looked at the crying baby. Just as he got up from the ground, he knelt down again. Lang Jun, please give this baby a name. Without Lang Jun's help, this little thing wouldn't have had the chance to be born. Lang Jun, please give this baby a name. A name? Li Wangyu was a little confused. He was the least talented when it came to naming. Surname Lu. What name should he give a boy? Urgent, waiting online. Chapter 423. Hearing Carpenter Lu's words, his beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu's bad naming skills were also well known in his original company. Many of his colleagues in the company had become parents, and they happily asked them how to name their children. It was fine if other people came up with names, but Li Wangyu's names were all difficult to pronounce and difficult to remember. Moreover, they were all rare words that were difficult to write. Everyone suspected that this guy's name was a random combination of words from a dictionary. Of course, Li Wangyu would never admit to this, even though he had indeed done so. In short, after experiencing this a few times, no one in the company asked Li Wangyu how to name his children. Now that Carpenter Lu actually asked Li Wangyu to name his grandson, his beautiful superior naturally thought of Li Wangyu's glorious achievements. How could she not laugh? Li Wangyu was also very depressed. He glanced at his beautiful superior who was laughing and replied awkwardly, "Well, the child's name can't be sloppy. Let me think about this for a while before I give an answer." He didn't plan to scratch his own head. If the master had something to do, the disciple would naturally do it for him. He would leave the matter of naming Carpenter Lu's grandson to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben. Seeing that Li Wangyu agreed to name his grandson, Carpenter Lu quickly thanked him and got up with a smile. He went to his wife's side to tease his grandson. The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's plan and whispered in his ear, "You want Ma Zhou and the others to name your grandson, right?" Am I that kind of person? Li Wangyu felt a little guilty and quickly changed the topic. "Have you brought the clothes of Lu family's wife? Quickly go in and see if old immortal Sun has finished suturing her wound. Help her change her clothes later." The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's thoughts, but she didn't expose him. She just winked at him and turned to walk into the operating room. After the operation, Lu Dalong's wife was left by Sun Simiao to recuperate. After all, the Lu family's old house was a thatched hut made of yellow mud. It was not hygienic at all. After experiencing Li Wangyu's surgery, Sun Simiao began to realize the danger of the bacteria that Li Wangyu mentioned. Naturally, he would not agree to Carpenter Lu's request to bring his daughter-in-law home. As Carpenter Lu's family carried the baby home, The news that Li Wangyu and the old immortal's son had saved Lu Dalong's wife spread like wildfire throughout Dingzhou village. Lu Dalong's mother carried her grandson in her arms and walked around the village as if she was advertising. She then vividly described how Count Huxian, an old immortal's son, had used a knife to cut open her daughter-in-law's belly and carried her grandson out. This naturally caused the surrounding aunts to cry out in surprise. Auntie Lu enjoyed these exclamations very much. She naturally wouldn't tell everyone that she didn't see it with her own eyes, and only said these words based on her imagination. She also wouldn't tell these aunties that she was so frightened that she almost fainted from crying. Auntie Lu, is your eldest son's wife still alive? This person's belly was cut open with a knife. I'm afraid she's dead, right? Humph, why don't you take a look at who did the knife? That's Count Huxian, an old immortal's Sunday. How could they harm my daughter-in-law's life? My daughter-in-law is currently recuperating in the Xianwei Temple. Auntie Lu, your eldest son's wife is really lucky to have Lord Zhu, an old immortal's son, save her. I heard from the midwife that she has never seen your daughter-in-law like this before. She can still be saved, let alone give birth to a child. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Auntie Lu spat at the woman. Bah, what blessing from the heavens? It's Lord Zhu's blessing. Yes, Auntie Lu is right. It's our Lord Zhu's blessing. TSK. Our Lord Zhu is indeed a heavenly immortal. Like old immortal's son, he's not immortal. When did our Dingzhou village burn incense? To be able to become Lord Zhu's fief is really a great blessing. The surrounding aunts nodded in agreement. That's right. Nowadays, which village in this area doesn't want to marry their daughter into our village? Back then, my eldest son wanted to find a wife. How many private matchmakers did he hire and how much copper coins did he spend? If it wasn't for his father's craftsmanship, other young ladies wouldn't be willing to marry into our village. Now the private matchmakers who want to matchmake my second son and third son are almost stepping on our doorstep. Auntie Lu's face was full of pride when she spoke of this matter. I heard that the people who want to marry your second son are from the wealthy families in Huxian County. The topic of the aunts quickly deviated. It was just as the 2 elements gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams, a group of gossipy aunts began to discuss family matters with relish. Lu Dalong's wife was indeed in good health. Without antibiotics, not only was Lu Dalong's wife's wound not infected, but it also healed very well. In just 3 to 4 days she could get off the ground and walk normally. Sun Simiao couldn't stand Lu Dalong's wife's pleas, and could only agree to let her return home to recuperate. Lu Dalong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when his wife returned home alive and kicking. On the same day, he ran to Xianwei Temple and offered a large amount of money for incense to express his gratitude. When the villagers of Dingzhou village saw that Lu Dalong's wife had really returned home, they were even more in awe of Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They didn't think that this was the art of Qi Huang. Instead, they all saw it as Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's supernatural powers and the work of extraordinary people. Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly at this, but he couldn't be bothered to correct the villagers' thoughts and just let them be. The news that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao had performed a cesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia quickly spread to Chang'an city through the mouths of the crowd. However, any matter would always lose its original meaning after being spread by the crowd. Just like the mouthpiece game that was the favorite in the variety shows of the future, the meaning of the original words that the few of them were transmitting had completely changed. When the news of Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao performing a cesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia reached Chang'an city, it became that the pregnant woman had died from dystocia. Count Huxian had arrived in time and performed a ritual. After a series of changes, the pregnant woman came back from the dead and successfully gave birth to a Qilan child. At that time there were even fresh flowers falling from the sky, heavenly music playing and colorful clouds blooming. Everyone was shocked, but they firmly believed in this absurd rumor. Pai Lupi lived deep in Taiji Palace, but he was also well informed. After the 100 Horsemen Department reported this matter, Pai Lupi immediately summoned Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. Zio, have we treated you unfairly? The moment Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he didn't even have time to bow to Pai Lupi before Pai Lupi began to make things difficult for him in an unfriendly tone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. What was Pai Lupi up to this time? Chapter 424. Li Wangyu didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant, so he quickly flattered him. Uncle, why do you say that? Uncle, of course you care about and love me. It's because of Uncle's teaching and encouragement that I didn't become a useless playboy. If Uncle has any orders, I'll do it without hesitation. Pai Lupi's expression eased a lot when he heard that. He nodded proudly and said, in that case, why don't you perform the ritual for your aunt when you have the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman? What? Li Wangyo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Why did he understand every word Pai Lupi said, but he didn't understand what the guy was talking about? What did he mean by having the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman? Why did he have to perform the ritual for Empress Zhang's son? Did he look like Yuan Tiangang's Sun Simiao and other old Taoists? Li Wangyu really didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant. He could only brace himself and ask carefully, Uncle, what do you mean? Nephew, why can't I understand? Uncle, do you need to pray for my aunt? I'll go to Taoist Yuan immediately and ask him to prepare the Luotian grand ritual to pray for my aunt. Pai Lupi glanced at him and said, what's the use of me looking for Yuan Tiangang? I heard that you saved a dead pregnant woman in Dingzhou village and gave birth to a child. Is that true? Now your aunt is pregnant for 10 months and is about to give birth. As a nephew, don't you plan to do something for your aunt? Li Wangyu was completely confused. It took him a long time to figure out that he and Sun Simiao had performed a cesarean section and saved Lu Dalong's wife. It was actually rumored to be like this. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, believed it. It was really nonsense. He quickly explained to Pai Lupi, Uncle, who is talking nonsense? If I had the ability to bring the dead back to life, would I have been bullied by the Li clan of Huxian? I did save a pregnant woman, but I didn't perform any ritual. Instead, I performed a cesarean section for the pregnant woman with Old Immortal Sunday. Just like saving Chang'an, we cut open the pregnant woman's abdomen and took out the fetus. That's all. Pai Lupi was skeptical. Really? If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Seeing that Li Er didn't believe him, Li Wangyu even swore an oath. Hearing Li Wangyo's words, Pai Lupi also knew that he made a blunder. He couldn't help but blush as he coughed lightly. Since that's the case, you and Minister Sun can stay in the palace for the time being. So's your and wife's use right. Li Wangyu instinctively wanted to refuse Pai Lupi's words. Living in Dingzhou village was so comfortable, and he could whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful boss every day. Living in Taiji Palace was too stifling. How could it compare to living in his own manor? Moreover, Empress Zhang's son was pregnant with the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang Liji. Li Wangyu knew that Liji had given birth smoothly without any hiccups. Asking him to come live in the palace to prevent Empress Zhang's son from giving birth was like taking off his pants to fart. Wasn't that superfluous? However, Li Wangyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew the history, but Pai Lupi didn't. He couldn't tell Pai Lupi that his wife would give birth smoothly on the 21st day of the 7th lunar month in the 2nd year of Chang'an. She would give birth to a boy, and he would be named Li Ji. His nickname was Ji Nu, and he would inherit his throne in the future. It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't think he was crazy. Li Wangyu counted the days. It was already the 16th day of the 7th lunar month. Li Ji would be born in 5 days. Since that was the case, he didn't want to talk nonsense. He would just come to Taiji Palace and stay for a few days. Understanding this point, Li Wangyu nodded happily and agreed. Uncle, don't worry. I won't be careless about Aunt's matter. I'll go back to Dingzhou village first and get ready. Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace with Old Immortal Sunday. Pai Lupi nodded. Okay. Li Wangyu chatted with Pai Lupi for a while and then left the palace. He didn't rush back to Dingzhou village. Instead, he planned to go to the Chou Manor first. Now that the Chou Manor had taken over the business of the beverage vending machine, it was doing well. In Chang'an City, the beverage vending machine could be seen everywhere. The ice-making workshop in Dingzhou village was also built. Every day, large amounts of ice were transported by four-wheeled carriages to the boiled water shops in Chang'an City. Naturally, the machine, which could automatically produce ice-boiled water with copper coins, attracted the curiosity of everyone in Chang'an City. The sales kept increasing. Now the copper coins that were transported back to Dingzhou village every day gave the old housekeeper Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to store so many copper coins. Li Wangyu passed by a boiled water shop. He also took out his copper coins and bought 2 bamboo tubes of iced drinks. He drank with Niu Wu as they walked. It was very pleasant. He went to the Chou Manor not only to discuss the vending machine, but also to discuss the transportation of sorghum from the Chou Manor. The sorghum used by the brewery in the Qinling Mountains was provided by the Chou Manor. Now, the sorghum wine produced by the brewery was in short supply. If he wanted to increase the production, he needed more sorghum. The Chou Manor was located in Xianyang Lane. This was also where the county magistrate of Wanyan County was located. He and Niu Wu rode to the Chou Manor. Naturally, they had to pass by Wanyan County. When they passed by the county magistrate of Wanyan County, a few yamen runners on duty saw him from afar. They all showed a flattering smile and bowed. Greetings to the county magistrate. Some of the flatterers even immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings to the county magistrate. Li Wangyu had just been granted the title of county magistrate when Wang Ziqiao colluded with the head of Wanyan County to frame him. He was almost taken to jail. Later, a group of wastrels caused a ruckus in the county magistrate's office. Only then did Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang find out that the person who was arrested was the county magistrate. After that, the head of Wanyan County Magistrate was sentenced to 3,000 miles. Not long after, Wang Ziqiao and the others were forced to leave Chang'an City. Li Wangyu's title became higher and higher, and his reputation became more and more prominent. The yamen runners of Wanyan County naturally had a deep impression of Li Wangyu. Now that they saw him riding a horse, how could they not hurry to greet him? Li Wangyu smiled and cupped his hands at the yamen runners. Could be considered a greeting. Just as he was about to urge his horse forward, he saw a group of people not far away. They were extremely noisy as they headed towards the county magistrate of Wanyan County. In a moment of curiosity, Li Wangyu pulled on the reins and stopped to watch. He saw the group of people escorting a man over. They shouted, "Bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. This damned gambler. Disobedient son, he deserves to be killed. He will die a horrible death. Anifang, don't worry. We will testify for you. The Ming House will definitely punish this disobedient son." In the crowd, there was a white-haired old woman. She was wiping her tears and crying. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu was in no hurry to leave. He wanted to see what was going on. The group of people quickly arrived in front of Wanyan County. Naturally, a yamen runner came forward to inquire. "Stop. Why is it so noisy? What's going on?" "Greetings, Duke. We are here to bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. Not only is this Fang Delong a gambler, he is also disobedient and unfilial. Not only did he lose all his copper coins, he also wanted to steal his mother's coffin money to continue gambling. Auntie Fang didn't want to give it to him. This disobedient son actually dared to hit his mother. He is truly abominable. We are all Auntie Fang's neighbors. We can't stand this disobedient son, so we brought him to see the Ming House. We asked the Ming House to seek justice for Auntie Fang." When the yamen runners heard the purpose of their visit, they were also furious. Filial piety was the most important thing in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, everyone would want to beat this disobedient son. "Alright, wait a moment. I will go and inform the Ming House. This disobedient son, even if he is beaten to death, it won't be wrong." A yamen runner immediately walked quickly into the county magistrate's office. Seeing this, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to go to the Chiu residence. He stayed behind to watch the show. Chapter 425. After Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang heard the report, he did not delay and immediately ordered the 3 groups of bailiffs to begin the trial. Pai Lupi himself had lost his filial piety due to the Xuanwu Gate incident, so he paid more attention to it. In the laws of the Tang dynasty, one of the 10 unpardonable crimes was disobedience, which had the same status as rebellion. Those who beat their parents were beheaded. In the Song dynasty, the punishment for disobedience was even harsher. Those who insulted their parents were beheaded, and their bodies thrown out on the streets. The Ming and Qing dynasties were even worse. The reason why the ancient Chinese laws were so strict on disobedience was not only to respect filial piety, but also to protect the ruling position of the emperor. Even one's own father could not disobey. So it was naturally the same for the emperor's father. Therefore, in ancient China, disobedience was no different from suicide. If what these people said was true, then the man called Feng Dalong would be dead without a doubt. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a disobedient son in the Tang dynasty, so he was naturally curious. He and Niu Wu dismounted from their horses and followed the commoners who reported to the officials. They entered the main hall of the county yamen to watch and listen to the trial. Lu Deheng sat in the hall and saw Li Wangyu in the crowd. He hurriedly sat down and bowed. "Greetings, County Magistrate Lu." Li Wangyu returned the bow. "Lu Minghouse, I was passing by and saw someone reporting, so I came to watch out of curiosity. Sorry for disturbing you." "County Magistrate Lu, what are you saying? Please take a seat." Although Lu Deheng knew that Li Wangyu had a worrisome relationship with the aristocratic families, he was only a branch of the Fanyang Lu family. How could he offend Li Wangyu because of this? Furthermore, after Li Wangyu was given the title of county magistrate, his official rank was higher than Lu Deheng's, so he naturally would not be rude. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he would just watch from the side. Lu Deheng could only bow again and return to the court to prepare for the trial. The case was very simple. Just as the people who had escorted Feng Dalong to see the officials had said, this unfilial son's father had died early, and it was his mother, Madame Feng, who had raised him. However, after Feng Dalong grew up, he hung around with the gangsters in Chang'an and got a bad habit. Usually, the neighbors did not like him. Feng Dalong was a gambling addict and often visited gambling dens. The Tang people loved gambling, so this was not a big deal. However, ordinary people only gambled a little for pleasure, while Feng Dalong gambled a lot. The copper coins that his mother had painstakingly saved were all sent to the gambling house by him. Not only that, but he also owed a lot of bad debts. Today he lost another copper coin in the gambling house. In a fit of anger, he was eager to recoup his losses, so he ran home and rummaged through the cabinets in search of copper coins. After being stopped by his mother, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked his mother. When the neighbors found out about what had happened to the Feng family, they were furious. They clustered around Aunt Feng and escorted her unfilial son to the magistrate. Aunt Feng's heart ached for her son, but when she reached the main hall, she suddenly regretted it. This old woman kept saying that her son did not hit her, but that she accidentally fell down and was misunderstood by the neighbors. With Aunt Feng protecting her son, the crime of disobedience naturally could not be judged. Although Lu Deheng was angry, he understood Aunt Feng's feelings as a parent. In the end, he could only find an excuse to have the yamen runners beat Feng Dalong 20 times and chase him out of the county yamen. Li Wangyu also shook his head. He did not believe that this kind of gambling addict would repent after being beaten. However, Feng Dalong's mother did not want to watch her son be beheaded, and the bystanders could do nothing about it. The people in the main hall dispersed, and Li Wangyu and Lu Deheng greeted each other again. "Ming House Lu, these gambling houses are abominable. The saints should ban these harmful gambling houses," Li Wangyu said angrily. Lu Deheng shook his head. "You may not know, but these gambling houses are indeed filthy and often cause trouble. In the imperial court there has long been debate on whether to ban gambling, but..." He lowered his voice and continued, "However, do you know who owns those gambling houses?" Li Wangyu naturally did not know the secret, so he could only shake his head. In Chang'an there are 72 gambling houses, big and small. They are all controlled by the various dukes, nobles and wealthy families. Lu Deheng explained in a low voice. This was not a secret. Even the yamen runners of Wanyan County in Chang'an knew about it. Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was also well aware. The Tangs loved gambling, so gambling houses naturally opened up everywhere in Chang'an. Even dukes like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda also owned gambling houses in Chang'an. Therefore, it was very difficult to ban gambling in Chang'an. Even if someone proposed it in the imperial court, it would be difficult to pass. This was the first time Li Wangyu had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but be speechless. These gambling houses were the source of income for the various families. It was easier said than done to ban gambling. If Li Wangyu dared to propose a ban on gambling, Cheng Yaojin, that old man, would probably immediately come knocking on his door. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head. In fact, he and Pai Lupi were openly gambling by selling lottery tickets. Even the large-scale polo field and polo league that Li Wangyu was planning would not be able to get rid of gambling. He really did not have the right to propose a ban on gambling. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only awkwardly say goodbye to Lu Deheng. He left the Wanyan County Yamen, mounted his horse, and continued to the Chou mansion. He had not gone far when he saw a familiar figure enter a courtyard in Xianyang Lane. There was a sign hanging at the entrance of the courtyard with the words Yongyi Gambling House written on it. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't this the Fang Dalong who had been punished 20 times in the imperial court? He had just left the county yamen and was already limping to gamble? What AF * king talent? Li Wangyu was too lazy to care about this kind of nonsense. This kind of gambler would sooner or later lose his life. He was not worthy of sympathy. Just as he was about to leave, he was stunned to notice that there was a sign in front of the gambling house. The content written on it made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He was really crazy. How could he gamble on such a thing? The owner of this Yongyi gambling house was so daring? Were they not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation and exterminate their 9 generations? Li Wangyu thought for a moment, turned his horse around, and headed back to the Wanyan County Yamen. Seeing Li Wangyu return, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Greetings, County Earl. Do you still have something to discuss with the Ming House? Li Wangyu shook his head. No, I have something to ask you. Do you know the origin of this Yongyi gambling house? Which family is the owner behind it? The Yamen runners looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. County Earl, it is the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. Indeed, only people with 5 surnames and 7 hopes would do such a thing. They had forced Pai Lupi to abdicate in Taiji Palace and asked him to return Li Yuan. Pai Lupi could not do anything to them. After figuring out the owner behind Yongyi Gambling House, Li Wangyu did not go to the Chou mansion. He called Niu Wu and went straight back to Dingzhou village. Chapter 426. As soon as Li Wangyu returned to the residence, he summoned the old steward Li Heng. Li Heng, how much money do we have in the residence? Do you need money, Lang Jun? The gold used to build the baseball field has already been handed over to the Ministry of Works. Now we have more than 8,000 taels of gold and 10,000 strings of copper coins. You and Lady Su have instructed us to exchange as much copper coins as possible for gold, so we don't have much copper coins. Li Heng was full of pride when he talked about the wealth in the residence. A few months ago he thought that the sky had fallen, especially when the little master's name was removed from the clan, and all the family assets were taken away. Moreover, he was burdened with a huge debt of 2 million gold coins, and all the servants in the family were released. All these blows caused Li Heng to even have the thought of committing suicide. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't bear to part with his Lang Jun, he would have followed the old master in the underworld. But he didn't expect that in just a few months, the young master seemed to have changed into a different person. Li Heng, who had watched Li Wangyu grow up, had a misconception that his Lang Jun had changed into a different person. Now, not only had the family's debt been paid off, but they also had so much wealth that even the old master had never seen before. Not to mention, not only had his Lang Jun been conferred a noble title, but he had also been promoted twice in a few months. He was now the county's founding county count. One had to know that although Li Zhou was trusted by Li Yuan, he had never been conferred a noble title. Li Wangyu's achievements today, in Li Heng's eyes, could be said to bring glory to his ancestors. For this, he had already gone to Li Zhou's grave several times to cry. Li Wangyu didn't know that Li Heng was so emotional. He only calculated that together with the copper coins, he could gather 10,000 taels of gold. For his plan, this amount of money was still too little. He had to think of other ways. Li Heng, have Niu Wu go to the Shunfeng Carriage Company in the Eastern Market and bring me 40 carriages. Lang Jun, why are you bringing back so many carriages? Are you transporting something? Li Heng didn't understand. Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, transport copper coins. I want to transport all the copper coins and gold to Chang'an. The 10,000 strings of copper coins in the Li family's old residence weighed 50 tons. Without 44-wheeled carriages, it would be impossible to transport so much gold and copper coins. Li Heng couldn't help but jump in fright. Lang Jun, are you going to take away all the gold and copper coins in the residence? Don't blame the old slave for being nosy. May I ask what Lang Jun intends to do? Place your bets. Someone insisted on giving me money. I really can't stop my luck. Li Wangyu said it casually, but Li Heng was dumbfounded. He even wanted to touch his Longjuan's forehead to see if he had a fever. Using 10,000 taels of gold to bet with someone else, was he crazy? Even if he was a prodigal, he shouldn't be like this. Li Heng wanted to dissuade him, but Li Wang, you didn't give him a chance to speak. Alright, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. Even if I lose, it's not a big deal. There are so many properties in the residence that make a lot of money every day. You old thing, are you afraid that your Lang Jun will starve to death? Go quickly and tell Niu Wu to hurry up. It's getting late. Li Wangyu added. Oh right, old immortal son and I will be staying in the palace for a few days tomorrow. If there's anything in the residence, let Niu Wu pass on the message to the palace. Li Heng was a bit confused by Li Wangyu's words. He didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and inform Niu Wu. After Niu Wu left for Chang'an, Li Wangyu went to the Xianwei temple and told Sun Simiao that Empress Zhongsun was about to give birth, and that Pai Lupi had asked them to stay in the palace for a while to protect Empress Zhongsun. Although Sun Simiao was an outsider, it involved Empress Zhongsun after all. He couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. He pulled Li Wangyu and discussed the matter of cesarean section for a long time. Those awkward medical terms made Li Wangyu's head hurt. With great difficulty, Sun Simiao finally let him go. Li Wangyu returned to the manor in a daze. Niu Wu had already returned with 44 wheeled carriages. He was currently transporting copper coins from the manor's treasury to the carriages. His beautiful superior also came back from the East Market. After seeing Li Wangyu, she curiously asked him the reason why he had transported all the money to Chang'an. Li Wangyu laughed, pulled his beautiful superior aside, and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing this, the beautiful superior's eyes began to shine and she nodded repeatedly. Wangyu, are you sure that the gambling house will obediently honor the bet if you win? This is not a small amount. Be careful that they will do something desperate. The beautiful superior didn't stop Li Wangyu, but she was not sure that he could really get the gold back. Unless the Taiyuan Wang clan doesn't want their face, they won't go back on their words. It's not like they can't afford 10,000 taels of gold. Besides, I don't intend to eat it alone. I'm going to go to the gambling house to place my bet, and then I'll go to the mansions of Uncle Chang and Uncle Yuchi. I don't believe that the Taiyuan Wang clan dares to go back on their words. The beautiful superior tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. By the way, I heard from Li Heng that you're going to live in the palace for a few days tomorrow? Well, Empress Zhongsun is going to give birth on July 21st. Li Shimin is worried and insists that old immortal son and I live in the palace. It's really troublesome. Well, if there's anything, you can ask someone to send a message back. Be careful and don't cause so much trouble like last time. The beautiful superior instructed. The two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while until all 40 carriages were loaded. Only then did Li Wangyu lead Niu Wu and escort the carriages to Chang'an City. After the carriages entered Chang'an City, Li Wangyu led them straight to Xianyang Lane. When the mighty carriages stopped in front of Yongyi Gambling House, the people in the gambling house were shocked. In Yongyi Gambling House, a shopkeeper immediately rushed out and bowed to Li Wangyu. Greetings, County Count Hu. May I ask, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you know me? Are you the shopkeeper of this gambling house? What's your surname? The shopkeeper smiled and explained. I am the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House. My surname is Wang. Very good. Shopkeeper Wang. I'm here to place my bet today. I wonder if your Yongyi Gambling House will accept my bet? Shopkeeper Wang of the gambling house smiled indifferently. County Count Hu must be joking. Since our gambling house is open for business, how can we not accept your bet? I wonder what County Count Hu wants to bet? Li Wangyu pointed to the stakes in front of the gambling house. I'll bet on this. Didn't your Yongyi Gambling House open a bet on whether Empress Zhongsun's property is a prince or a princess? I'll bet on this. Shopkeeper Wang thought that Li Wangyu was angry that the gambling house opened a bet on Empress Zhongsun, and came to cause trouble. His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Yes, that's right. The saints also know about this, but they didn't stop my Yonggi gambling house from opening a bet. Does County Count who have any objections? Chapter 427. Manager Wang of Yonggi gambling house was not lying. After the incident on the first day of the 7th month, the Wang clan of Taiyuan felt that they had lost face that day. Even their own imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong was beaten to death in front of the Taiji palace by Pai Lupi. They had lost all face. These aristocratic families were very forgetful. They seemed to have forgotten who was the one who knelt in front of Pai Lupi and bowed his head to admit his mistake. They also forgot who was the one who insulted and beat up Wang Yuanzhong in the main hall. The aristocratic families who had forgotten the pain felt indignant. They were hot-headed and let their own gambling house open a bet on whether Empress Chang'an would give birth to a boy or a girl. Not only Yonggi gambling house, but also more than 40 gambling houses controlled by the aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Only Chang Yaojin and the other dukes' gambling houses did not participate in this matter. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he was naturally very angry. However, it was not appropriate for him to fall out with the aristocratic families. After throwing a tantrum, he could only let them be. Pai Lupi's reaction was naturally clear to the aristocratic families through the news from the palace. That was why Manager Wang was so fearless. He was not afraid of Li Wangyu messing around. No, I have no objections. I am here to place a bet. The odds are 1 to 2. However, if I bet 1 tael of gold, your gambling house will pay me 2 taels of gold? Li Wangyu shook his head. He was not here to be angry. It was because he had noticed the gambling house by chance that he was surprised to find that the gambling house dared to bet with Empress Chang'an. After asking the county bailiff for 10,000 years, he learned that Yonggi gambling house was the property of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He naturally understood that the aristocratic families were deliberately embarrassing Pai Lupi. However, for Li Wangyu, the aristocratic families doing this was simply setting up a target for him to hit. Empress Chang'an would give birth to the future crown Prince Li Ji in 5 days. This was a matter of certainty. Since the aristocratic families wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Pai Lupi, then they shouldn't blame him, Li Wangyu, for being impolite. He had to use this opportunity to cut a piece of meat from the aristocratic families and make them feel distressed. Even for the Wang clan of Taiyuan, tens of thousands of taels of gold was not a small sum. Of course. In response to Li Wangyu's inquiry, shopkeeper Wang nodded slightly. At the same time, he was very surprised. Could it be that this county earl was really here to place a bet? Wasn't he the nephew of the sage? How could he dare to bet on Her Highness giving birth? However, this matter had nothing to do with the gambling house. As long as Li Wangyu dared to place a bet, the gambling house would dare to accept the bet. If I want to bet with your casino on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth, whether it's a boy or a girl, do you dare to bet with me? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and then asked. The gambling houses of the Tang dynasty were not simple casinos. They were more similar to the gambling companies in Europe and America. Not only did they dare to open gambling bets on all kinds of things to attract gamblers to bet, but they also accepted special bets proposed by gamblers. As long as they thought it was profitable, the gambling house dared to bet with gamblers. Li Wangyu's words made shopkeeper Wang hesitate. Although he was the shopkeeper of Yonggi gambling house, in fact, he was only a collateral member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He was only responsible for maintaining the operation of the gambling house. However, he was not qualified to agree to the bet proposed by Li Wangyu. While he was hesitating, he saw another person dressed as a steward run out of the gambling house and whisper a few words in his ear. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and turned his head to look inside the gambling house. Then he looked back at Li Wangyu. If County Count who wants to bet on the exact date and time of Her Highness the Empress' birth, that is naturally possible. If you can guess the exact time and gender of Her Highness the Empress child, you can bet 1 to 5. Is County Count who interested? Li Wangyu also smiled and looked at the entrance of the gambling house. He nodded at shopkeeper Wang and said, "If that's the case, then write down the bet. I will bet with your gambling house. How many copper coins is County Count who going to bet?" Li Wangyu jumped off the horse and walked to the side of a four-wheeled carriage. With a swish, he pulled open the cloth covering the carriage. Not much, just this. 40 carriages of gold and copper coins, a total of 10,000 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Wang, let someone count it. Shopkeeper Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he could not speak for a long time. Looking at the carriage full of copper coins and gold that were shining under the sun, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He hesitantly looked at the entrance of the gambling house. After seeing that there was no movement in the gambling house for a long time, Shopkeeper Wang calmed down and called the staff of the gambling house to count the copper coins. Fortunately, when the Tang dynasty dealt with so many copper coins, they did not count them one by one. Instead, they directly weighed them. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to count more than 10,000 copper coins? Even so, the staff of the gambling house counted for almost 2 hours before the 40 carriages of copper coins and gold were counted and moved into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang called the bookkeeper of the gambling house and asked him to write down the bet for Li Wangyu. Count who? What are you going to bet with your 10,000 taels of gold? I will bet that Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince on July 21st, the second year of Chang'an dynasty. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to say his bet. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and asked the bookkeeper to write down the bet, indicating the contents of the bet and the odds. After using the gambling house's special anti-counterfeiting seal, the bet between the two sides was officially established. Li Wangyu took the bet and carefully looked it over. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully put it in his pocket. He bet 10,000 taels of gold. According to the gambling house, the odds were 1 to 5. That was 50,000 taels of gold. Even though Li Wangyu was not short on money, such a large sum of gold was still worth treating with caution. Shopkeeper Wang, prepare the gold in 5 days. If I win the bet, I will come to collect the money. Shopkeeper Wang sneered in his heart, but the smile on his face remained. Of course, as long as count who wins the bet, our gambling house will pay the full amount without any objections. Our Yongyi Gambling House is a golden signboard in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu did not say much and turned to leave. He still had to rush to Chang Yaojin's residence. Seeing Li Wangyu leave, Shopkeeper Wang, who had been polite just a moment ago, coldly snorted and turned to enter the gambling house. Clan head, the matter has been taken care of. The 10,000 taels of gold have been put into the treasury, and the bet has been issued to him. I think that Li guy is crazy. He actually used 10,000 taels of gold to bet with us. He really has too much money to spend. Shopkeeper Wang said as he handed over a copy of the bet. A middle-aged man stood behind the gates of Yongyi Gambling House. He was the clan head of Taiyuan Wang clan, Wang Renyu. Today, he had come to the gambling house to check the accounts. He had heard a servant report that Count Hu Li Wangyu had come to the gambling house and wanted to make a bet with the gambling house. Wang Renyu was curious and hid behind the gambling house's gates to eavesdrop. He wanted to see what Li Wangyu wanted to do. When Li Wangyu proposed that he not only wanted to bet on the gender of Empress Zhongxuan's child, but also the date of birth, Wang Renyu could not help but sneer in his heart. This kind of thing was difficult for even an immortal to decide. If someone dared to bet, then Wang Renyu dared to agree. Since Li Wangyu wanted to give him gold, there was no reason to refuse. While Shopkeeper Wang was hesitating, Wang Renyu immediately asked someone to pass a message to him, asking him to accept Li Wangyu's bet and personally set the odds to 1 to 5. Wang Renyu took the copy of the bet. After reading it, he ordered, "Send someone to Chang'an City to spread the news of that little bastard surnamed Li's bet with the gambling house." Shopkeeper Wang did not understand. Clan head, why? It's not in line with the rules of our gambling house. As a gambling house, it was natural to keep secrets for their customers. This was also the reputation of the gambling house. Wang Renyu sneered. I just want the saint to see how his good nephew used the Empress to make a bet. Let the people of Chang'an City see how this little bastard surnamed Li is a wastrel. Shopkeeper Wang laughed sinisterly, as if they already had victory in their hands. At this time, outside Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wangyu was struggling. Chapter 428. Li Wangyu couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by the old hooligan when he saw the glittering words Duke Lu's estate. To him, Duke Lu's estate was no less terrifying than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, and he was actually walking right into the trap. It was truly infuriating. After some hesitation, Li Wangyu finally mustered up the courage to walk into the estate under the astonished gazes of Duke Lu's subordinates. Naturally, Chu Tongbing had informed Chang Yaojin that County Count Li Wangyu was pacing back and forth in front of the estate. As a result, Li Wangyu had only just stepped through the threshold of Duke Lu's estate when he heard the familiar wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Wahahaha, Li family's brat, what wind blew you here today? You actually know to come see your Uncle Chang. Not bad, not bad. Servants, prepare the wine and the banquet. Upon hearing this, Li Wangyu subconsciously turned his head and wanted to run. But before he could turn around, that huge palm had already landed on his shoulder. Li family's brat, where are you going? Li Wangyu turned his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Hee, Uncle Chang. This nephew remembered that I still have a gift that I haven't brought yet, so I'm going to get it. Don't talk nonsense. What gift? Come, accompany me for a few drinks. Chang Yaojin didn't waste any more words with Li Wangyu. He grabbed him and strode into the estate. Chang Chumo, Chang Chuliang, and Chang Chubi also rushed out at this time. When they saw Li Wangyu, they were all astonished. Chang Chumo inwardly gave Li Wangyu a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for his courage. Needless to say, this thumbs-up gesture was something that the wastrels had learned from Li Wangyu. Chang Chuliang's face was full of arrogance. He flung open the fan in his hand and shook his head. Friends from afar, isn't it a pleasure? Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by Chang Yaojin. Bastard, get the hell out of here, you my ass. Stop pretending to be a pedantic scholar here. Hurry up and get someone to send wine and food over. Li Wangyu almost burst out laughing. Chang Yaojin scolded his son for being straight. Why did he feel that it was so funny? Translated into modern Chinese, the word direct was beep, beep, beep. It was a curse word that needed to be beeped in TV programs. Chang Yaojin was scolding Chang Chuliang. Was he scolding himself or his wife? Li Wangyu felt that this was a philosophical question. After Chang Yaojin scolded his son and released him, Li Wangyu finally found a chance to speak. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Chang Yaojin. Uncle Chang, I came to your residence today not only to visit Uncle Chang, but also to discuss something with Uncle Chang. If there's anything, we can talk about it later at the table. Chang Yaojin did not give Li Wangyu a chance to continue speaking. He dragged him to the main hall of the House of High Duke. When Li Wangyu thought of being forced to drink the high concentration of sorghum wine by this old hooligan, he felt his scalp tingle. Out of a strong desire to survive, he quickly raised his voice and shouted, Uncle Chang, what this nephew wants to talk about is something that can earn tens of thousands of taels of gold. His words made Chang Yaojin stop in his tracks. He turned to look at Li Wangyu in amazement. Li family's boy, what good news do you have? Let's hear it. Although the House of High Duke Lu had a lot of property, Chang Yaojin had also benefited from Li Wangyu's fame and won a lot of gold from gambling with the officials. But in such a big Duke Lu's mansion, the extravagance of people and horses was not low. Hearing Li Wangyu say that he could earn tens of thousands of taels of gold, the old hooligan was naturally interested. Even Chang Chumo and his two brothers gathered around, intending to listen to Li Wangyu's ideas. Li Wangyu did not say much. He directly took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Casino and handed it to Chang Yaojin. Uncle Chang, this is your nephew's opportunity to make money. What is this? Huh? A promissory note from the casino? Chang Yaojin took the promissory note and carefully looked at the contents. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hey boy, you have big guts. You actually dare to bet on Her Royal Highness giving birth. Are you not afraid that the saints will beat you? TSK, you actually bet 10,000 taels of gold. Are you crazy? Not only was Chang Yaojin surprised, even Chang Chumo and his two brothers were also shocked by this promissory note. 10,000 taels of gold. Ziyu, what kind of stimulation did you receive? You actually dare to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the casino? Chang Chumo bitterly lamented. If you really want to die, why don't you take the gold and gamble with my family's casino? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and directly raised his middle finger at Chang Chumo. It seems that before today, he did not know that Duke Lu's mansion also ran a casino. Bah, this was not the point. The point was that he wanted to make money through this matter, not give the casino gold for free. Li Wangyu took back the promissory note from Chang Yaojin and folded it back into the bian. Hey Uncle Chang, a few days ago this nephew and son Simiao, old immortal son, saved a pregnant woman in Dingzhou village. Has Uncle Chang heard about this? Chang Yaojin nodded. I know about this matter. It is said that it was you who opened the altar and saved the pregnant woman who was already buried? It is said that the pregnant woman's grave cracked open, and the pregnant woman walked out by herself and smoothly gave birth to a child? I was just about to ask you, what kind of immortal method is this? Regarding their father's words, Chang Chumo and his brothers also nodded repeatedly and looked at Li Wangyu with curious expressions. The old hooligan's words made Li Wangyu speechless. He even wanted to look up and see if there would be a crow flying over his head at this time. Why is this rumor getting more and more exaggerated? When it came to Chang Yaojin, it had become the burial of Lu Dalong's wife after her death. Li Wangyu deeply admired the people of Chang'an's ability to gossip. It was comparable to the media of the future. He could only explain to Chang Yaojin and his brothers what a cesarean section was, and how he and son Simiao saved the pregnant woman. Chang Yaojin's eyes widened. Damn it, this woman can cut open her belly and take out the fetus? Tiske, this is indeed the magic of immortals. Li Wangyu was speechless. It was obviously a surgery, how did it become magic? However, magic was magic. He didn't want to correct Chang Yaojin's words, so he just continued with the old hooligan's words. Uncle Chang, old immortal son can not only perform a cesarean section on a pregnant woman, he can also predict when the pregnant woman will give birth and give birth to a child. It is very magical. Her Highness the Empress is pregnant and has also asked old immortal son to diagnose her. The reason why I dared to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the Wang clan of Taiyuan is because I am sure that I can predict when the Empress will give birth and give birth to a child. Otherwise, I am not crazy. How could I bet all the gold in the residence with the Wang clan of Taiyuan's gambling house? Using Sun Simiao's name to persuade Chang Yaojin was also a helpless move by Li Wangyu. After all, he couldn't tell Chang Yaojin that he could see 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future, and that he could predict the future. If he really said that, it would be strange if Chang Yaojin didn't beat him up. Therefore, using Sun Simiao's reputation as a miracle doctor was the best choice. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin was stunned and also jumped up. Chapter 429. Chang Yaojin stared at Li Wangyu. Kid, you can't joke about this. Are you sure? Of course. Uncle Chang, as you can see, I have already sent all the gold to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. I only have so much gold in my residence. Otherwise, I would have placed more bets. Actually, I came to Uncle Cheng's residence today to borrow some gold. I can use the four-wheeled carriage company and winery as collateral to borrow 10,000 taels of gold. I will return it in 5 days, and I will give Uncle Chang interest according to the interest. Is that possible? Chang Yaojin laughed loudly, and his large palm landed on his shoulder again. Wahahaha kid, you are dreaming. I can win tens of thousands of taels of gold, and you want to give me 1,000 taels of gold? Since you dare to make this bet, I have nothing to be afraid of. Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful. Uncle Chang, this is risky. Why don't you lend the gold to me, and I will bear the risk. I will give you 2,000 taels of gold as interest. Get lost. If you say one more word, I will throw you out. Chang Yaojin scolded with a smile. You scoundrel, you are talking so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to persuade me to place a bet? Don't try to fool me. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through by Chang Yaojin, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with an embarrassed smile, Uncle Chang, isn't it because your nephew has a chance to get rich, and I'm thinking that you're old? Let's go and drink. Let's chat. Uncle Chang, do you want to invite Uncle Yuchi and Uncle Chin to the residence? It is better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. What Li Wangyu wanted was not only to earn some gold from the aristocratic families, but also to let the aristocratic families bleed. This way, it would not be just him and Chang Yaojin who would appear and pull the dukes together to place a bet. At that time, he would not be afraid that the aristocratic families would lose and turn against him. Chang Yaojin's eyes flashed. He immediately understood what Li Wangyu was thinking. Hehe, you bad boy, you really suit my taste. After he finished speaking, he slapped Chang Chumo's head again. You three brothers should learn from your mother. Look at how bad this Li family brat is. You three idiots, even after being sold, you still have to help others count the money. His words made Li Wangyu and the three Chang brothers' faces darken. F***ck. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, Li Wangyu would have fought him to the death. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear Chang Yaojin's words. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over this old hooligan. Men, send invitations to second brother, old thief Yuchi, Duke Bao, Duke Chao, invite them to drink at our residence. I'm holding a banquet today because I have something to discuss with them. Chang Yaojin directly waved his hand to summon the steward of the residence and ordered him to immediately invite those Duke bigwigs. With Chang Yaojin's invitation, although they didn't know what was going on, Qin Xiong, Chai Linggu, Yuchi Jingda, Lu Hongji, Duanjishuan, these Duke bigwigs still gladly attended the banquet and gathered at Duke Lu's residence. Chengjijia, you old killer, why did you think of inviting us to drink today? What's the matter? You're still being so mysterious and not explaining clearly. As soon as Yuchi Jingda entered the main hall, he started shouting in a hoarse voice. Cheng Yaojin wasn't polite. He first threw a jug of wine at Yuchi Jingda, then laughed and scolded. Scram, I'm kindly bringing you guys to get rich. You old man, if you don't want to earn gold, then take care and don't send me off. His words attracted the interest of these bigwigs. If they could earn gold, who would refuse? The last 2 times Chang Yaojin made a bet with the officials, he won several tens of thousands of taels of gold. These Duke bigwigs were so envious that their eyes turned red. Chengjijia, tell me clearly what's so good about it, and how much can we earn? Yuchi Jingda raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his hand before asking. How much we can earn depends on how much you guys invest. 5 times the profit, are you interested? Oh, 5 times is pretty good. How much time would it take to earn it back? If it takes too long, it won't be worth it. You're not freaking saying that you're organizing a caravan to sell goods to various countries in the western regions, right? That's 10 times the profit, but the time is too long and the risk is also high. Moreover, in our residences there are also people doing this business, so there's nothing strange about it. When Chai Linggu heard that there was 5 times the profit, he was rather moved. Chang Yaojin raised his head and laughed heartily. It doesn't need that long, 5 days is enough. It just depends on whether or not you guys dare to gamble. His words naturally aroused the interest of Qin Xiong and the others, who promptly asked what kind of business it was that could earn 5 times the profit in 5 days. Chang Yaojin chuckled and had someone call Li Wangyu out. This matter was caused by this brat, you guys can ask him directly. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted the group of Duke bigwigs, then took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Gambling House from the buy-in at his waist and handed it over to the various Duke bigwigs for them to see. After everyone saw the promissory note, there was naturally an uproar. County Count Hu, you're quite generous. TSK, you're betting 10,000 taels of gold. When I was your age, I wasn't this generous. Duan Jishuan raised his head and downed a bowl of wine, making fun of Li Wangyu. Yuchi Jingda glared at him. Scram to the side, when you were freaking 16 years old, did you see 10,000 taels of gold? Old man Yuchi, do you freaking want to compete with me? Come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The group of old killers, who hadn't even drunk 2 mouthfuls of wine, almost started fighting in the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. However, in the face of this scene, the maidservants of Duke Lu's residence didn't even bat an eyelid. They were very calm, which made Li Wangyu admire them. It could be assumed that the servants of Duke Lu's residence had long been accustomed to this kind of situation. When this group of old killers got together to drink, there was no time when they didn't make a ruckus. Li Wangyu suddenly reacted. No wonder he had been to Duke Lu's residence several times, but he always felt that the layout of the Cheng residence's main hall was too crude and simple. It didn't match Cheng Yaojin's status as a Duke bigwig. Moreover, it wasn't just Cheng Yaojin's residence that was like this. He had also been to the other Dukes' residences, and the main halls were also so simple and crude. Originally, he was very naive to think that this group of military bigwigs was diligent and thrifty. Now he finally understood that every time a banquet was held in the Duke's residence, the main halls would inevitably be smashed to pieces by this group of old hooligans. Just like this group of old men, when they were drunk in the main hall of his old residence in Dingzhou village. After being smashed so many times, the furnishings of the duke's residence's main hall were naturally replaced with worthless but sturdy and durable utensils. After all, the duke's money didn't grow on trees. Being smashed clean like this all the time, even Chang Yaojin and the others couldn't stand it. Li Wangyu secretly despised this group of no-quality old killers in his heart, but he had to speak up to interrupt Yuqi Jingda and Duan Jishuan's performance of fighting. Uncles, please listen to this, nephew. Chapter 430. Li Wangyu bowed to the group of Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes. He repeated the words that he had used to fool Chang Yaojin. The group of Duke bigwigs was somewhat skeptical of his words. After all, what Li Wangyu said was too risky. Who could guarantee that Sun Simiao's medical skills could really determine when a pregnant woman would give birth, not to mention whether it would be a boy or a girl? This kind of thing was unheard of. For a moment, everyone in the hall was making their own plans, and no one spoke. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncles, if you trust this nephew, you can lend me your gold. I will use the Shunfeng four-wheeled carriage company and the winery of Xiaodao wine as collateral to borrow your gold for 5 days. I will give you 10% of the interest. Uncles, are you willing to lend this nephew the money?" "Nonsense. You dare to bet? Do you think I don't dare to bet? No need to say more, I will also bet 10,000 taels of gold. At most, my whole family will eat chaff and eat vegetables if I lose. What's there to be afraid of?" Yuqi Jingda had a proud personality, so how could he hear Li Wangyu's words? He immediately decided to bet. For this group of Duke bigwigs, even if they lost 10,000 taels of gold, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would just be a heartache. Yuqi Jingda saying that they would eat chaff and eat vegetables was too exaggerated. Li Wangyu knew that even if these bigwigs couldn't compare to the 1,000 years of accumulation of aristocratic families, it wouldn't be a problem for them to casually take out a few 100,000 strings of copper coins. Not to mention that their families also had businesses like gambling houses, so they wouldn't lack money at all. With Yuqi Jingda's words, the other Duke bigwigs no longer hesitated and expressed their willingness to bet as well. After all, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's previous performance was too shocking. No one had heard of being able to determine when a pregnant woman would give birth and whether it would be a boy or a girl. But who had heard of being able to cut open a pregnant woman's belly to give birth? In comparison, wasn't the latter more inconceivable? Since Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao could have the woman give birth by caesarean section, then knowing when the empress would give birth was not something unacceptable. In the eyes of the Tang people, a caesarean section was more like a witchcraft or a spell than a traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, after confirming that Li Wangyu had really bet 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 5 days, the group of Grand Dukes chose to believe him. They all nodded and decided to bet together. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart that if these big shots all went to the gambling house to place their bets, according to Yongyi gambling house's odds of 1/5. 5 days later, these aristocratic families would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 3 million strings of copper. That would be an astronomical figure. It should be noted that in today's Tang dynasty, the amount of copper coins collected in a year's rent transfer was no more than 1 million strings of cash. This was equivalent to the aristocratic families taking out 2 years' copper income in the Tang dynasty to pay. Even if they had thousands of years of accumulation, they would not be able to bear the consequences at that time. After all the people present decided to place their bets with the aristocratic families, the atmosphere in the hall of Duke Lu's mansion became more and more enthusiastic. Everyone began to discuss which gambling houses to place their bets. With so much gold, it was naturally impossible to take all of it to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. Not to mention whether Taiyuan Wang clan dared to accept it. Even if they accepted it, Taiyuan Wang clan alone would absolutely not be able to afford it. Therefore, the group of Grand Dukes didn't let go of any gambling house that opened a bet on whether Empress Zhongsun would give birth to a boy or a girl. Chang Yaojin simply asked his troops to take out the map of Chang'an City and mark the locations of more than 40 gambling houses on it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled with the map, as if they were ready to lead troops to attack Chang'an City. This Chang'an gambling house is opened by Boling Chui clan. My wife is the legitimate daughter of Boling Chui clan. Naturally, this gambling house belongs to me. Cheng Yaojin pointed at the map and roared. Chai Lingwu curled his lips. Cheng Jijia, you old man, Aren't you afraid that you won't get the money? What if your wife cries to you later? Give this Chang'an gambling house to me. Bah! Get out of here. Don't even think about it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled around the map until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They almost pulled out their weapons to fight. After the quarrel, they divided who to bet in which gambling house and how much gold to bet, as if they were dividing the booty. The clear-cut division of labor made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. Uncles, I wish you all a great fortune and a great victory. But if you lose money you can't settle the score with me. Li Wangyu raised his wine cup and toasted Chang Yaojin and the others. He also gave the group of Grand Dukes a heads up. He was worried that if something bad happened, the group of Grand Dukes would ask him to compensate with gold. Then he would cry to death. Li Ji's birth date was clearly recorded in the old Tang book, Taizong Benji. On the 21st day of the 7th lunar month of the 2nd year of Chang'an, Prince Ji was born in the Li Main Hall of the Eastern Palace of Chang'an City. This was definitely not wrong. However, after experiencing Li Chengqian's appendicitis, Li Wangyu felt a little uneasy in his heart. He was afraid that his actions would inadvertently stir up the wings of history and cause Li Ji to be born a few days earlier or later. That would be bad. Although he still dared to gamble, he had to make it clear to Chang Yaojin and the others. Otherwise, if he lost the bet, he could not bear the responsibility. Chang Yaojin raised his head and gulped down a bowl of wine. He threw the bowl on the table heavily and glared at Li Wangyu. Nonsense! Since we dared to gamble, if we lose, why would we go and find trouble with you, you scoundrel? As the saying goes, if you agree to gamble, you must accept to lose. Am I, your Uncle Chang, someone who can't afford to lose? Li Wangyu thought about how Chang Yaojin was playing mahjong in his residence, and how he still refused to pay up. He really wanted to nod his head and say yes. However, when he thought about his own small arms and legs, he decided that it would be better not to find trouble. He could only firmly shake his head. Uncle Chang is straightforward and upright. Every word you say is a nail. You are the person I admire the most. He did not say anything else and hurriedly flattered him. After he finished speaking, the other Grand Dukes were dissatisfied and looked at him. What? In the eyes of the Count of Huxian, are we people who can't afford to lose? If we really lose the bet, then we lose. Could it be that Li Jia Shaolang thinks that we will find trouble with you? What kind of people do you think we are? When Li Wangyu saw that he had provoked everyone's anger, cold sweat began to flow down his back. He did not dare to argue and obediently took the large wine bowls on the table. He gritted his teeth and poured 3 bowls full of high-grade sorghum wine. Uncles, I was wrong. I should not have measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. These 3 bowls of wine can be considered my apology to you, uncles. After he finished speaking, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and poured the wine into his mouth. Amidst the cheers of Chang Yaojin and the others, Li Wangyu drank 3 large bowls of wine in one gulp. Then he felt dizzy and his vision turned black. He fell drunk on the floor of the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. Before he was completely drunk, Li Wangyu only had one thought of regret. Damn it, why did I make sorghum wine in the first place? Chapter 431. By the time Li Wangyu woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. He had gotten quite drunk at Duke Lu's mansion, so Chang Yaojin had asked him to stay the night. Chang Yaojin had also ordered his servants to report to the county magistrate's mansion in Dingzhou village. Rubbing his splitting headache, Li Wangyu once again swore that he would never drink with Chang Yaojin and the other old ruffians again. Today, he had to go to the palace, so after Li Wangyu got up, he quickly cleaned himself up with the help of the Chang mansion's maidservants and prepared to say goodbye to Chang Yaojin. But before Li Wangyu could say goodbye, the eunuch sent by Pai Lupi had already come to the gate of Duke Lu's mansion. Pai Lupi urgently summoned County Magistrate Li Wangyu to the palace. In order to find Li Wangyu, the eunuch had also rushed back and forth. Before dawn, the morning drum sounded and the palace gate opened. The eunuch who had delivered the message rode to Dingzhou village in Hu County and knocked on the gate of the county magistrate's mansion. In the end there was nothing. When he learned that the county magistrate had not returned and had instead stayed the night at Duke Lu's mansion, the eunuch could only tragically rush back to Chang'an. When he found Li Wangyu, the eunuch was already soaking wet, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. Greetings, County Magistrate. The saint has summoned you to the palace immediately. Go quickly. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why was Pai Lupi in such a hurry to find him? He suddenly felt a bit panicked. Could it be that Empress Zhang's son was about to give birth? If that was the case, then his 10,000 taels of gold would have gone down the drain, and his plan to dig a huge hole for the aristocratic families would also be a bubble. Do you know why the saint has summoned me? Is there something wrong with Her Highness? The eunuch shook his head. I have not heard of anything wrong with Her Highness. The saint has summoned you to the palace. He paused and then whispered. The saint does not seem to be in a good mood. County Magistrate, let's not waste time and quickly enter the palace. Hearing that it was not about Empress Zhang's son, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. He did not have time to greet Chang Yaojin, Chang Chumo and the others, and hurriedly left the Duke Lu's residence with the eunuch, heading towards Tai Chi Palace. Fortunately, Duke Lu's mansion was near the imperial city. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Li Wangyu had already entered the legislative hall and saw the angry Pai Lupi. Seeing Pai Lupi's unfriendly expression, Li Wangyu didn't know what had happened. He could only carefully greet Pai Lupi. Little nephew greets uncle. Hello uncle. Good my ass. Pai Lupi actually cursed. Jean asks you, do you care about Jean and the Empress? Li Wangyu was stunned by Pai Lupi's scolding. He thought for a long time and felt that he had not offended this guy. Li Erfa was so angry. What was the matter? Uncle, why do you say this? What did little nephew do wrong? Please teach me a lesson. I will definitely correct it. Humph, Jean is too lazy to talk to you. Mita, you tell this little bastard what he has done. The eunuch Mitua, who had been following Pai Lupi like his shadow, slightly nodded at Li Wangyu. County Count who the 100 Cavalry Department has reported that there are rumors in the markets of Chang, and that yesterday County Count who went to Yongyi Casino and bet 10,000 taels of gold. They are betting on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince. County Count who, is there such a thing? When Li Wangyu heard this, he immediately understood why Pai Lupi was angry. He laughed and nodded. Yes, there is such a thing. Pai Lupi saw that not only did he admit it, but he also smiled mischievously without any remorse. He was so angry that he almost rushed over and kicked him. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly explained, Uncle, little nephew has a reason for doing this. Pai Lupi glared. Then tell Jean. If you dare to speak nonsense, Jean will drag you out and beat you 20 times. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi was so angry. He was already angry that the aristocratic families were betting on his empress's birth. Who would have thought that the 100 Cavalry Department would report that his most valued nephew, Li Wangyu, had also gone to Taiyuan Wang clan's casino to bet? How could he not be angry? Moreover, this little bastard not only bet, but also bet 10,000 taels of gold. It was really annoying. Even if he couldn't deal with these aristocratic families, how could he, Pai Lupi, not be able to deal with Li Wangyu? This was the reason why he was so anxious today and ordered the chamberlain to summon Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. Li Wangyu laughed and took out the promissory note from his waist. He presented it to Pai Lupi with both hands. Uncle, little nephew went to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi Casino to place a bet. This is the promissory note, please take a look. Pai Lupi took it and glanced at it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Little bastard, are you crazy? You dare to bet with Taiyuan Wang clan with such conditions? Do you really think that 10,000 taels of gold is not money? Uncle, if little nephew wasn't confident, why would I go to the casino to bet? Little nephew's gold didn't come from the wind. Little nephew can't bear to give it to Taiyuan Wang clan like this. Then what do you mean by this? Could it be that Maid Guanyin will really give birth to a prince in 4 days? How do you know? Pai Lupi asked suspiciously. Li Wangyu faced Pai Lupi's doubts and could only bring out the words he used to fool Chang Yaojin and the group of dukes. This was the 3rd time he said this lie and he almost believed it to be true. After Pai Lupi heard this explanation, he was somewhat skeptical. Ziyu, are you telling the truth? This matter can't be joked about. Uncle, little nephew naturally has confidence, which is why I dared to bet with Taiyuan Wang clan. Little nephew passed by Yongyi Casino yesterday and saw that they were betting on the matter of aunt giving birth to a child. I felt extremely angry. Little nephew thought about it, and since they were so arrogant, then I had to teach them a lesson and let these aristocratic families know that the dignity of the imperial family cannot be blasphemed. Therefore, little nephew returned to the manor and gathered all the money in the manor to bet at Taiyuan Wang clan's casino. Pai Lupi stared at him, but his expression became much gentler. You little brat, why didn't you tell me yesterday that you knew when Maid Guanyin would give birth? Is Maid Guanyin really pregnant with a prince? You didn't lie to me? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, I've used real money to gamble with the Wang family of Taiyuan. Even if I'm joking, I won't go so far as to squander money, right? Pai Lupi naturally couldn't not believe his words. Pai Lupi paced back and forth in the hall and suddenly raised his head to look at me too. How much gold does the empress have? The imperial family's assets were all managed by Empress Zhang's son. As the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, Mito naturally knew. Replying to everyone, there are about 80,000 taels of gold that can be transferred at any time. Mito immediately understood Pai Lupi's thoughts and immediately replied, Does everyone want to transfer some of the gold to bet at those gambling houses? Before Pai Lupi nodded, Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly and interrupted. That he, uncle, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Oh, why is that? Pai Lupi didn't understand. That he, I'm afraid those gambling houses won't accept uncle's bet. Besides, I'm afraid they won't be able to pay for it. Li Wangyu touched his neck and was very embarrassed. Yesterday, little nephew that went to Duke Lu's manor. Uncle Cheng also wanted to bet. Pai Lupi couldn't help but snort coldly. Cheng Jijia wants to bet, why can't I bet? Yesterday Uncle Cheng also invited Duke Chao, Duke Bao, and them. Li Wangyu stammered and said the names of 8 or 9 dukes and prefectural dukes. They all want to bet at the gambling houses today. In total, they will bet about 100,000 taels of gold. He didn't finish speaking, but Pai Lupi already understood what he meant. In this way, if the aristocratic families lost the bet, they would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold. If he went to bet again, those aristocratic families wouldn't be able to pay for it even if they went bankrupt. Chapter 432. When Pai Lupi saw that he didn't have the chance to take advantage of the aristocratic families, he couldn't help but blow his beard and glare at Li Wangyu. His eyes were full of resentment. However, since things had already gotten to this point, he could only let it go. As a dignified emperor, he couldn't put down his face and compete with Cheng Yaojin and the others for a bet, right? However, when he thought about how in 4 days, his third son would be born, Pai Lupi couldn't help but smile. Ziyu, your literary talent is outstanding. Tell me about it. How should I name my son? You want me to name him again? Don't you know that you're bad at naming? Li Wangyu couldn't help but think about how Carpenter Lu had asked him to name his grandson, but he still hadn't done so. However, if it was someone else, then it wouldn't matter. What was there to think about when it came to naming Li Ji? Li Wangyu blurted out. Uncle, how about naming him Ji? Ji? The Ji? Not bad. This name suits me very well. Li Ji. This name is very good, this name is very appropriate. I like it very much. As Pai Lupi spoke, he quickly walked in front of the imperial desk and wrote the 2 words Li Ji on a piece of paper. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Ziyu, you are indeed talented. This name suits me very well. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. Nonsense, if you're not satisfied, who's satisfied? Isn't this the name you gave your son? Pai Lupi excitedly paced around the hall and said. A few days ago, Guanyin maid told me that she dreamed of a bird catcher who caught a lot of pheasants. In the dream there was a child who bought all of those pheasants and set them all free. Perhaps that child is my son. I have to give him a pet name. Let's call him Ji Nu. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu's heart calm down a bit. It seemed that he didn't affect history. Li Ji's pet name was still Ji Nu by Pai Lupi. It was fine as long as the butterfly's wings didn't affect Li Ji. He couldn't help but ridicule Pai Lupi's bad taste in his heart. What kind of thing was he giving his 3 most beloved sons and daughters pet names? Li Tai's nickname was Qing Ke, which was a kind of bird. Li Ji's nickname was Ji Nu, which meant a little pheasant. The little princess that Empress Zhang's son would give birth to in the future, Li Er's most beloved daughter, Princess Jinyang, was actually nicknamed Nuazi, which meant a rhinoceros. Although it was a tradition in China that it was easier to raise a child with a lowly name, Li Er, as the emperor of Great Tang, had given his 3 most beloved princes and princesses such pet names. After ridiculing Li Er's naming ability, Li Wangyu turned to Li Er and said seriously, "Uncle, I think it's best not to tell Aunt when she will give birth." "Oh, why is that?" "I'm afraid that after Zhe learns about this, she'll be agitated and it won't be good. It's better to wait for the flowers to bloom and let nature take its course." Pai Lupi nodded. "That's right. Zio, you're very thoughtful. Mitua, don't let Guanyi know about today's matter. Also, pay attention to what County Count Hu said today. Don't let anyone know about it." "Yes." At this time, there were only the 3 of them in the government hall. They didn't have to worry about the eunuchs and palace maids eavesdropping. His Taiji Palace had eyes and ears everywhere. In fact, Pai Lupi was well aware of this, but he couldn't stop it. In Noda's Taiji Palace, after Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice, there were still 9,000 palace maids and 6,000 eunuchs. Of these 15,000 people, no matter if it was Pai Lupi or his trusted eunuch Mitua, they didn't know how many of them communicated with the aristocratic families or were sent into the palace by the aristocratic families. There was no way to identify them. While Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were talking in the palace, there were large numbers of horse carriages entering the gambling dens of Chang'an. Chang Yaojin and the other dukes had made their decision yesterday, and naturally wouldn't go back on it. Early in the morning, the various manors had gathered gold and copper coins. According to what everyone had discussed, they each transported gold and went to the gambling dens to place their bets. Wang Renyu of the Wang clan of Taiyuan also held a banquet last night and invited Zheng Yuanshou and the other aristocratic family heads. During the banquet, he naturally joked about Li Wangyu taking 10,000 taels of gold to place a bet, which made the aristocratic family heads laugh. If they were to place a bet on whether it would be a son or a daughter, there was a 50% chance that they would be able to bet on it. But if they were to add the exact date of the birth, then they would be giving money to the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Not to mention the odds of 1 to 5, even if it was 1 to 10, they would still dare to bet. These aristocratic family heads could only envy Wang Renyou's good luck to be able to win 10,000 taels of gold from Hu County. Who knew that early in the morning, the aristocratic family heads would unexpectedly receive a report from the manager of the gambling den. A certain duke wanted to come to the gambling den to bet that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. He asked the family heads if they would accept the bet and what were the odds. For these aristocratic family heads, this was like someone giving them a pillow when they were sleepy. They didn't even think about it and immediately nodded in agreement. As for the odds, it was naturally the same as Yongyi Gambling Den 1 to 5. The same scene was repeated in more than 40 gambling dens in Chang'an City. In these gambling dens, according to the strength of the gambling den and the aristocratic family behind it, they would place bets ranging from 1,000 taels of gold to 10,000 taels of gold. All the aristocratic family heads thought that they were as lucky as Wang Renyu, and were very proud of it. That night, after the evening drum was beaten, the Zheng family of Xingyang hosted a banquet to invite the aristocratic family heads. During the banquet, some aristocratic family heads proudly said that they were lucky today. A certain person went to their gambling den and bet 1,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. As soon as he said this, the aristocratic family heads at the banquet said that their gambling dens were the same today. The aristocratic family heads who originally thought that they were lucky instantly stiffened their faces. At this moment, even a fool knew that there must be a problem. The aristocratic family heads who were sitting at the banquet calculated all the bets, and everyone was a little dumbfounded. Including the 10,000 taels of gold that Li Wangyu had bet, a total of 100,000 taels of gold were bet that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. Lord Wang, what's going on? Is there something fishy about this? Some aristocratic family heads panicked and asked Wang Renyu. Wang Renyou's face was also uncertain at this time. He also couldn't figure out what the problem was. A trace of haze flashed through his heart. Did Li Wang you really know when the empress would give birth? Did he know whether the empress would give birth to a prince or a princess? If so, wouldn't their aristocratic families have to pay out 500,000 taels of gold? Thinking of this terrible possibility, Wang Renyou's body swayed and he almost fell down. No, it's impossible. How could he know this kind of thing? Wang Renyu roared. But what if it's true? Yes, Lord Wang, Changjijia, and those people can't be crazy, right? There must be a problem. Heavens, if I really lose, I don't want to live anymore. Duke Qiao bet 5,000 taels of gold in my gambling den. If it's 1 to 5, won't I have to pay out 25,000 taels of gold? For a moment, the hall of the Zheng family of Xingyang was filled with wailing sounds as if the end of the world had come. Enough! Making such a racket, what a scandal! Wang Renyu roared and suppressed the aristocratic family heads. He then exchanged glances with Zheng Yuanshou and the other patriarchs of various clans. Their eyes were all filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Everyone, please be at ease. As long as the Empress hasn't given birth, we haven't lost. What are you panicking for? The sky won't fall down. All right, today's banquet will end here. Everyone, please go back. Zheng Yuanshou also stood up and sent the aristocratic family heads away. After the crowd dispersed, the family heads of the aristocratic families with different surnames and 7 hopes stayed behind. Zheng Yuanshou invited them into an elegant room in the mansion, dismissed the attendants, closed the door, and secretly discussed in low voices what was going on. Chapter 433. 4 days passed quickly and the 21st day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan arrived. Before the morning drum sounded in Chang'an, Pai Lupi had already gotten up and summoned a servant to help him change his clothes. Everyone, it's still early before the morning court. Won't everyone rest for a while? No, I can't sleep today. Also, send someone to inform everyone that today's morning court is cancelled. Yes. If what Li Wangyu said was true, then today was the day his wife gave birth. How could Pai Lupi be in the mood to attend the morning court? After Pai Lupi got up, he seemed a little anxious and kept pacing back and forth in the hall. Mitua, send someone to ask if Maid Guanyin is feeling unwell. If there is any news, immediately send someone to report to me. Also, prepare a midwife and a wet nurse. Replying to everyone, this servant has already made the necessary arrangements. Everything is ready. However, should we prepare a wet nurse to feed the princess? Mitua asked carefully. Li Er hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There's no need for that. I believe in Ziyu. Since he dares to pat his chest and say that today is the day of my child's birth, it shouldn't be wrong. Right, summon Zio and let him accompany me to wait for Maid Guanyin to give birth. The reason why Mitua asked this was because the wet nurses who fed the princes and princesses milk in the palace were not chosen randomly. The wet nurse who fed the princes could only be a woman who had given birth to a boy. On the other hand, the wet nurse who fed the princesses could only be a woman who had given birth to a girl. Moreover, there were many requirements to choose a wet nurse. She had to be above 15 years old and below 20 years old, have a husband and a son, and have a good appearance. Her third child was only 3 months old. These wet nurses had feelings for the princes and princesses because they had drunk their milk. Especially when the prince who was fed by the wet nurse ascended to the throne, their value would be 100 times higher. In history, many wet nurses were given high positions because of this. For example, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, gave his wet nurses the titles of County Lady and Lady of the State. Only the mother or wife of a third-rank official or above in the Tang dynasty could be conferred the title of Commandery Lady, while only the mother or wife of a first-rank official could be conferred the title of Madam of the State. However, these nannies had to leave their husbands and children to enter the palace at such a young age. Many of them could not leave the palace for the rest of their lives. Since Pai Lupi said so, Mito did not try to persuade him any further. He went to summon Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. Li Wangyu was actually a little nervous as well. After all, he was not the only one who had made a huge bet. All the other high dukes had been dragged down by him. If anything were to happen to her, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Although Cheng Yaojin and the others said that since they had placed a bet, winning or losing was their own business and had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. But out of human nature, if there really was an accident, even if Cheng Yaojin and the others did not blame Li Wangyu, how could they not have any grudges in their hearts? However, since it had already come to this, it was useless to think too much about it. He could only wait and see. After entering the legislative hall, Pai Lupi waved at him and said, "Ziyu, come and play chess with me." Li Wangyu did not know how to play the elephant play of the Tang dynasty. Even if it was the Chinese chess of later generations, he was just a bad chess player. Uncle, I am not good at chess. Let's forget about it. Then forget it. Mido, have someone bring tea. Pai Lupi was not in the mood to play chess. Although he had many children, the one he valued the most was the child born by his wife, Empress Chang'an. Now that Chang'an was about to give birth, he was no different from an ordinary father. He was equally nervous. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously in the legislative hall. However, there was no news from Empress Zhongxuan's residence, which made them very anxious. The two sat until noon. Pai Lupi's face was full of doubts. He looked at Li Wangyu several times, wanting to say something. Li Wangyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi wanted to ask. He was also distressed. This damned Li Ji. How much longer are you going to stay in your mother's belly? He was even thinking, if Empress Zhongxuan still did not show any signs of pregnancy at night, should he suggest to Pai Lupi that he should give his wife a cesarean section and cut out that little brat Li Ji? Li Wangyu was naturally just thinking about it. Empress Zhongxuan was not having a difficult birth. If he suggested cutting open Empress Zhongxuan's belly just to win the bet, Pai Lupi would probably slap him to death. The two stared at each other speechlessly. Then they heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the hall. Everyone, Li Zhang Palace's chamberlain has come to report that the Empress's belly is in pain. The midwife has already rushed over and said that the Empress is about to give birth. Mitua did not bother to greet Pai Lupi. He rushed in and reported while panting. Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. Really? Good, quick, go to Li Zhang Palace again. Tell the midwife to be careful and ensure the safety of the mother and child. Tell all the chamberlains in Li Zhang Palace to serve them carefully. When Zhi is born, I will reward him heavily. Yes. Mitua immediately turned and ran out. Li Wangyu was also excited. It seemed that the historical records were correct. Li Ji was really born today. Wahahaha, I'm rich. When he thought about how he could go to Yongyi gambling house and slap their faces after Li Ji was born, he felt really happy. Congratulations, uncle, congratulations, uncle. You are going to be a father again. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Pai Lupi. Zio, you're right. But I won't reward you. Haha, you won 50,000 taels of gold. I'm not as rich as you. Pai Lupi was in a good mood and even joked with Li Wangyu. In a good mood, Pai Lupi directly asked the chamberlain to send wine over. He and Li Wangyu drank in the hall and waited for the birth of their prince. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were not the only ones waiting for Empress Zhongxuan to give birth. Today, all the nobles and commoners in Chang'an were paying attention to the movements in Li Zhang Palace. After Chang Yaojin and the other dukes made a bet with the aristocratic families, how could this matter be kept a secret? With so many people talking, in these few days it had already spread like wildfire. That day, Wang Renyu, in order to make Li Wangyu look bad, ordered people to go to the market and spread the news that Li Wangyu had bet a lot of money on the Empress giving birth. The commoners of Chang'an were already talking about it. The commoners of Chang'an were very calm about County Count whose bet on the Empress giving birth. After all, they had been baptized by the construction of a polo field and the issuance of lottery tickets. The commoners of Chang'an were already used to County Count whose squandering. The focus of their discussion was not on how County Count who was squandering, but whether or not he could win the bet. Unlike the aristocratic families, most of the commoners of Chang'an believed that County Count who would definitely win. The aristocratic families studied the ways of Confucius and Mencius, and what they learned was Confucius does not speak of strange forces and chaotic gods. They did not believe the rumors on the streets, nor did they believe that Li Wangyu had used magic to revive a dead pregnant woman. They did not believe it, but the commoners of Chang'an did. Since County Count who could even revive a dead pregnant woman, what was so strange about him being able to determine whether the Empress would give birth to a boy or a girl? And after Chang Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes went to the gambling houses to place their bets, the secret was no longer a secret. Almost half of the commoners of Chang'an now knew that County Count who Li Wangyu had determined that the Empress would give birth to a prince today. Thus, countless commoners flocked to the gambling houses of Chang'an, wanting to place their bets. Unfortunately, ever since the banquet at the Zheng family's mansion in Xingyang, the aristocratic families were all shocked and doubtful. All the gambling houses had cancelled their bets on whether the empress would give birth to a boy or a girl. This made the commoners of Chang'an very regretful. In the legislative hall, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were drinking grape wine, waiting for the good news from Li Zhanhao. The two of them slowly took small sips, very satisfied and in a good mood. Everyone, the empress has given birth. Mi Tuo stumbled in from outside the hall, his expression somewhat ugly. Haha, good. Let's go to Li Zhanhao, I want to see my child. Pai Lupi threw down his wine cup, laughing as he stood up. But Mi Tuo's next sentence made Li Wangyu feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body stiffened. Everyone, the empress has given birth to a princess. Chapter 434. Li Wangyu rushed over to Mi Tuo and grabbed him by the collar, spitting saliva onto Mi Tuo's face. What did you say? Say it again. What did Her Highness the Empress give birth to? Count who? Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess. Mi Tuo's complexion was also very unsightly. When he heard this news, he was also bewildered. After repeatedly questioning the eunuchs who had come to deliver the news, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Mi Tuo could understand Li Wangyu's loss of self-control. No matter who lost 10,000 taels of gold, their performance would not be better than Li Wangyu's. As for Li Wangyu, he was completely confused. Princess? Female? What the F***ck is going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where is the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang Liji? Where did Liji go? How could Empress Zhongsun give birth to a girl? Could it be that his actions had fanned the wings of history, causing Liji to disappear? A series of question marks had already filled Li Wangyu's mind, causing him to go crazy. However, Li Wangyu quickly felt that something was wrong. When he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, it was already the second month of the second year of Chang'an. At that time, Empress Zhongsun had already been pregnant. No matter how much he had messed up history, it was impossible to change what had already happened. Could it be that Li Wangyu had the ability to change the gender of the fetus in Empress Zhongsun's womb? Hearing Mi Tuo's report, Pai Lupi only stared blankly. He did not think too much about it, although he was slightly disappointed that Empress Zhongsun had given birth to a princess. However, Pai Lupi quickly adjusted his mood. After all, they were both born of him and Empress Zhongsun. Regardless of gender, he liked them all. Just like Princess Chang'an, Pai Lupi also treasured her. He even treated Li Li better than he did Li Changqian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi only felt a little regretful that he wouldn't be able to see the scene of those aristocratic families being badly battered. He patted Li Wangyu's shoulder comfortingly. The birth of his daughter was a joyous occasion, but Li Wangyu had lost 10,000 taels of gold. As for Chang Yaojin and the other ministers, it seemed like each of them had lost 10,000 taels of gold. Zio, money is just a worldly possession. Just earn more. You're still young, so don't worry too much about these things. You have also worked hard. Go back to Dingzhou village and have a good rest. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu must have suffered a heavy blow, so he comforted him. Li Wangyu was still in a daze. When he heard Pai Lupi's words, he shook his head and said, "Uncle, I want to see the princess." Li Wangyu was really unwilling if he didn't see the child that Empress Zhongsun gave birth to with his own eyes. He still felt that his head was buzzing and his brain was a mess. And that's fine. Since it's like this, then let's go. Mi Tuo, bring us to Li Zhanhao. Pai Lupi didn't know what Li Wangyu was thinking, so he naturally nodded in agreement. Pai Lupi, under the escort of numerous eunuchs and palace guards, went to Li Zhanhao. When he arrived at Li Zhanhao, the newly born princess had already been washed clean and sent to a wet nurse. She couldn't be seen for the time being. Pai Lupi went to Li Zhanhao's bedroom to visit his wife. Li Wangyu could only stay in Li Zhanhao in a panic. He was restless and didn't know what to do. After a long time, Pai Lupi came out of Empress Zhongsun's bedroom. At this time, the little princess was carefully held in the arms of a palace maid. She was sent to see Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo and directly went over. Wrapped in the brocade quilt was a lively and cute little thing. At this time it was looking at Pai Lupi with its big black eyes. Pai Lupi immediately liked this little guy. He couldn't help but reach out his thick fingers and play with the baby in the swaddling clothes. Li Wangyu couldn't help but say, "Uncle, are you not going to see if this is a prince or a princess?" Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction, but he still reached out and opened the brocade quilt that wrapped the baby. He glanced at the baby's lower body and asked the palace maid to wrap the baby up again. "How is it? Uncle, is this a prince? Did the midwife see wrongly?" "Zio." Pai Lupi couldn't help but scold. "Don't mess around. This is my little princess. Can't be wrong." After being scolded by Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu could only helplessly accept this reality, even though he still couldn't understand what had happened in this damned history. Tidying up his incomparably depressed mood, Li Wangyu squeezed out a smile. "Yes, uncle, I was rash." He also reached out to play with the baby in the palace maid's arms. "Uncle, this child is so cute. It's a pity that the name Li Ji can't be used. Uncle needs to give the little princess another name." "Aha, yes, it's a pity. Li Ji really is a good name." As the two spoke, an eunuch came to inform them that His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness the King of Yu, and the eldest princess had come to see his little sister. "Quickly call them in." Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He had the eunuch call his son and daughter in. Even in the imperial family, having more children was a joyous occasion. After the three little ones came in and saw that Li Wangyu was also present, they all obediently bowed to Pai Lupi first and then to their teacher. "Chang'an Chang'an, quickly come and see your little sister." "Father, is this a little sister?" "Hee. I'm also an older sister." "Father, little sister is so small." Princess Chang'an reached out to hold the baby's small hand, smiling tenderly. Pai Lupi smiled and rubbed Princess Chang'an's head. "That's right, this is Chang'an's little sister. In the future, Chang'an must treat little sister well. Don't bully her." I won't bully little sister. In the future, I'll give my ice cream to little sister to eat." Li Changqian had the appearance of a little adult. "Father, when little sister grows up, I will protect her." Li Tai, the little fatty, hesitated for a long time. With a very reluctant appearance, he said, "When little sister grows up, I will give her the abacus that my teacher gave me." Li Tai's words finally amused Li Wangyu. Within the grand hall, Pai Lupi and his children appeared to be a happy family, very harmonious and joyous. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he could only face this cruel reality. He prepared to return to Dingzhou village as soon as possible to lick his wounds and seek the comfort of his beautiful superior. Just as Li Wangyu was about to say his goodbyes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Raising his eyes, he carefully examined Pai Lupi, the three little ones, and the infant in the arms of a palace maid. Wait, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be? A thought flashed through Li Wangyu's mind, causing him to jump in fright. He turned his head and began to search all around the grand hall. Finally, in a corner of the grand hall, he saw a familiar figure. Li Wangyu hurriedly walked over. "Do you still remember me?" The person he greeted was a palace maid who served Empress Zhongsun in the main hall of Li Palace. This palace maid was the acquaintance whom Empress Zhongsun had instructed to lead him to the flower garden to find Princess Chang'an. That day, this palace maid had innocently been beaten up by the vicious Zhang Shangyi. Li Wangyu had not forgotten her. Seeing that Li Wangyu was speaking to her, the palace maid hurriedly smiled and curtsied to Li Wangyu. "This servant greets the County Earl of Huxian." "Greetings to the County Earl of Huxian. It's good that you still remember me. Come, I have something to ask you." Li Wangyu lowered his voice, moving close to the palace maid's ear and softly whispering a few words. His manly breath brushed against the palace maid's ear, causing her face to flush red. After hearing Li Wangyu's question, the palace maid tilted her head and frowned in thought for a long time. In the end, she shook her head. "This servant does not remember clearly. Normally I do not pay attention. Then is it convenient for you to go take a look for me now?" "Yes, this servant will go immediately." Finished speaking, the palace maid lifted her skirt with both hands and trotted towards the inner chambers of Li Palace. Chapter 435. As Li Wangyu waited anxiously, it didn't take long for the little palace maid to trot back from the inner palace. "How was it?" Li Wangyu hurriedly asked. The young palace maid's face was flushed from running. After taking deep breaths and calming her breathing, she nodded at Li Wangyu and whispered something into his ear. Li Wangyo's expression suddenly changed. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. His expression became ferocious. His sudden change in expression gave the young palace maid a fright. She didn't know why County Count who would suddenly become like this when he learned of this matter. Li Wangyu nodded at her. Many thanks. There's nothing else. You can go about your business. After he finished speaking, he turned and strode toward Pai Lupi, leaving the young palace maid behind him at a loss for what to do. Uncle, this nephew has something important to report. Uncle, please dismiss your attendants. This matter is inconvenient for outsiders to know. Pai Lupi didn't even raise his head. He smiled and teased the baby girl. Zio, if there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. We don't have time right now. Li Wangyu wasn't an official of the imperial court. In Pai Lupi's eyes, there was nothing important that had to be said right now. He naturally didn't want to be disturbed at this time. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Uncle, this is an important matter. You have to say it now. There's no time to delay. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He raised his head unhappily and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, didn't we say it already? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't disturb us today. We want to spend time with our daughter. Your Majesty, this subject must report this matter now. Li Wangyu no longer called Pai Lupi uncle. His expression was extremely serious as he looked directly at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be surprised by his attitude. He knew that Li Wangyu wasn't someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. Although he had said with certainty that Empress Chang'an would give birth to an imperial son, in the end it was a little princess, but this was not a big deal. Pai Lupi still had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu. Seeing that Li Wangyu had even addressed him as Lord and Minister, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. He stared into Li Wangyu's eyes. After a few seconds he finally nodded. All right, I'll listen to what you have to say. What is so important? Your Majesty, please dismiss your servants. This matter should not be known by others. Li Wangyu insisted. After thinking for a while he added, Mito can stay. As the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, Mito was in charge of all matters in the palace. He was in charge of communicating with the 100 Horsemen Department. He would need his help later, so there was no need to avoid him. Pai Lupi saw that he was so serious about this matter. He waved his hand and indicated for all the serving girls in the hall to leave. Pai Lupi also ordered Li Changqian and the other two to go visit Empress Chang'an in her sleeping quarters, and sent the 3 little ones away. When only Pai Lupi, Mito, and Li Wangyu were left in the hall, Pai Lupi said, All right, what is it? You can speak now. Li Wangyu looked left and right. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and said something only the 3 of them could hear. His voice was very soft, but in Pai Lupi and Mito's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. It shocked the 2 of them. Uncle, that baby girl is not your biological child. Li Wangyu's words were too shocking. Pai Lupi couldn't help but reach out and dig at his ears, wondering if he was hearing things. What did you say, Zio? Say it again. Uncle, you didn't hear wrong. I said that baby girl is not Uncle's biological child. Li Wangyu's voice was very soft, but his tone was very firm. Mitua, who was standing at the side, was completely stunned. Could it be that the county magistrate had lost his mind because of the shock of losing gold today? How could he say such a thing? The Empress's child was not the Emperor's biological child? Was county magistrate who slandering the Empress for being unchaste? How could he dare to slander the Empress like this? Pai Lupi also became furious. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, Li Wangyu, do you know what you are saying? You dare to slander the Guanyin maidservant. Zhan will execute your entire family. Li Wangyu was also stunned. What did Pai Lupi mean by such a big reaction? How did he slander Empress Chang'an? Seeing Mito's expression that looked like he had seen a ghost, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he hadn't said it clearly and had caused Pai Lupi to misunderstand his meaning. His words didn't mean that Empress Chang'an was cheating on him. Uncle, you misunderstood your nephew's meaning. What I meant was that the baby girl was not born of you and aunt. She is a fake. Someone harbored evil intentions and used this baby girl to replace the prince that aunt gave birth to. Li Wangyu quickly explained. Pai Lupi's anger dissipated a bit when he heard this, but he didn't believe Li Wangyu at all. Li Wangyu, don't speak nonsense. Alright, Zhen knows that you are tired today. Go back to the palace. Mito, send County Count Huxian out of the palace. Pai Lupi didn't want to continue talking to Li Wangyu. This fellow's words were becoming more and more outrageous. He even dared to say that his daughter that was just born wasn't born of him and Empress Zhang's son, but was replaced by someone else. It was simply a load of nonsense. How could such a thing happen in Taiji Palace under the watchful eyes of so many people? If it was someone else who dared to say this, Pai Lupi would definitely let that person know what it meant to not offend a monarch's prestige. He would definitely beat that person to death. However, Pai Lupi thought the same as Mito. He thought that it was because Li Wangyu lost the bet and was too shocked. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't want to punish Li Wangyu for speaking nonsense. He only told Mito to kick Li Wangyu out of Taiji Palace. After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he flung his robe and prepared to leave. Li Wangyu dodged Mito's block and rushed in front of Pai Lupi, opening his arms to block him. Uncle, this nephew isn't joking. I have proof. Proof. Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. What proof? Li Wangyu quickly pointed at his eyelids. Eyelids? Uncle, eyelids? What eyelids? Explain clearly to Zhen. Pai Lupi was confused by his words. How could eyelids be used as proof? Uncle, do you know that some people have single eyelids and some people have double eyelids? The so-called single eyelids and double eyelids were single eyelids and double eyelids. Most Han people had single eyelids. Whether it was the terracotta soldiers or court ladies, they all had single eyelids. It wasn't until the beginning of the Tang dynasty that due to the fusion of ethnic bloodlines, large amounts of double eyelids appeared. Li Wangyu went to find the little palace maid to ask if Empress Zhang's son had single eyelids or double eyelids. Although he had seen Empress Zhang's son several times, how could he pay attention to whether Empress Zhang's son had single eyelids or double eyelids? He just vaguely felt that Empress Zhang's son seemed to have single eyelids. The little palace maid naturally didn't know. Li Wangyu asked her to go to the bedroom and help him see if Empress Zhang's son had single eyelids or double eyelids. When the little palace maid came back and told Li Wangyu with certainty that Empress Zhang's son had single eyelids, he suddenly woke up and discovered this shocking secret. The baby girl wasn't born of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. This discovery caused Li Wangyu to shudder with fear, and he finally understood why Li Ji had vanished. Pai Lupi nodded to Li Wangyu's question. Zhen naturally knows that some people have double eyelids. It's not strange. Although there weren't many people with double eyelids in the Tang dynasty, it wasn't uncommon. Li Wangyu glanced at Pai Lupi's eyes. Uncle, you have single eyelids? Yes, so what? Chang'an, Qingke, and Chang'an also have single eyelids. Li Wangyu continued. Pai Lupi was already somewhat impatient. What are you trying to say? I just asked the palace maid to check on Aunt. She also has single eyelids. Enough, are you done? Pai Lupi didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. Uncle, that baby girl has double eyelids. Chapter 436. Li Wangyu's words confused Pai Lupi and Mito. So what if the little princess had double eyelids? Was it illegal for Empress Zhang's son to give birth to the little princess with double eyelids? Although Huaxia had always considered single eyelids to be beautiful, they didn't like double eyelids like later generations. Some people even had surgery to remove double eyelids. But even if people consider slender phoenix eyes to be beautiful and like single eyelids, so what? The little princess had double eyelids. What kind of bullsh** T evidence was that? Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't understand what he meant, Li Wangyu repeated what he had just said. Uncle, that baby girl has double eyelids. Pai Lupi looked at Mito and saw that he was also confused. Then he turned to look at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, what are you trying to say? Uncle, if both parents have single eyelids, they can't give birth to a child with double eyelids. So, no matter what, that baby girl can't be born from uncle and aunt. Li Wangyu said firmly. His words made Pai Lupi a little confused. He looked at Mito suspiciously. Mito, is that so? Mito quickly bowed. Everyone, I've never heard of this. But since County Count who said so, why don't you let me verify it? He had never heard of parents with single eyelids and a child with single eyelids, but what Li Wangyu said was too important. He didn't dare to say whether it was true or false. Mito even prayed in his heart that what Li Wangyu said was not true. Otherwise there would be a huge earthquake in Taiji Palace. Just the thought of it was too terrifying. Empress Zhongsun gave birth in the main hall of the Eastern Palace, and the baby was actually swapped. If such an unbelievable thing really happened, Mito couldn't imagine how many people would lose their heads because of it. However, he didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that there was absolutely no such thing. He couldn't afford to take responsibility for such a thing. Therefore, Mito could only tell Pai Lupi that he didn't know. But he was willing to verify what Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi originally did not believe Li Wangyu's words, but now that he heard Li Wangyu's affirmation, his heart could not help but waver. Go and investigate. Let the 100 Cavalry Department go to Chang'an City and search for those with single eyelids and double eyelids. Find out if their children have single eyelids or double eyelids, and immediately verify the truth of Li Wangyu's words. Since he had doubts in his heart, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't ignore it. Yes, Mito received the order and hurriedly ran out of the hall to convey Pai Lupi's instructions to the 100 Horsemen Department. After Mito left, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu again. After a long time he sighed. Zio, if what you said is true, then it's too scary. This kind of thing can also happen in my Taiji Palace? Li Wangyu was also silent. He still couldn't believe that this kind of thing could really happen. A leopard cat swapping the crown prince. He originally thought that this kind of thing was just a literary story in the novel, The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants. He didn't expect this kind of thing to actually happen in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu even felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly was so audacious? If he didn't know in advance that Empress Zhongxuan's child was the future crown prince, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, he probably wouldn't have thought that Empress Zhongxuan's child would be swapped with a baby girl. In the era without paternity testing, perhaps no one would know the truth of the matter. Even Li Wangyu himself, if he didn't accidentally discover that the baby girl had double eyelids at this time, he would have thought that there was a problem somewhere in history. He definitely wouldn't have thought that Li Ji had been swapped. The reason why Li Wangyu knew that parents with single eyelids was because they couldn't have children with double eyelids was also a coincidence. When he was working in his previous life, he once had a colleague's wife who gave birth to a child. He and a group of colleagues went to visit. After everyone congratulated the colleague who was the father, in the midst of the hubbub, a colleague suddenly joked, "The two of you have single eyelids, but the child you gave birth to has double eyelids. It's much prettier than the two of you." The person who said this didn't mean it, but the listener did. For some reason, the child's father became suspicious and ran to do a paternity test. The result was self-evident. The child wasn't related to him by blood. His wife had an affair with another man. This matter caused an uproar in Li Wangyu's unit, so the couple naturally divorced. Li Wangyu also remembered that parents with single eyelids couldn't have children with double eyelids. He also specially went online to search and found out that single eyelids were recessive genes, while double eyelids were dominant genes. In a situation where both parents had recessive genes, it was impossible for the child to have a dominant gene. Thus, when he accidentally noticed that Pai Lupi and the 3 little ones all had single eyelids, while the baby girl had double eyelids, this matter immediately appeared in his mind. In addition, Li Wangyu was suspicious of Li Ji's disappearance, so he asked the palace maid to check Empress Zhongxuan's eyelids. This confirmed the chilling truth that Li Ji had been swapped out by someone else. It was a baby girl. Li Wangyu then remembered that Li Ji's whereabouts were unknown, so he hurriedly said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, you have to trust this nephew. Please immediately have people seal the palace and prohibit anyone from leaving Taiji Palace. My aunt's son, Prince Ji, should still be in the palace and hasn't been smuggled out." When Pai Lupi heard this, he only hesitated for a few seconds before making up his mind. It was better to believe that this matter was true than not. Even if it was proven that Li Wangyu's words were wrong, it would at most be a false alarm. However, if the 100 Cavalry Department confirmed Li Wangyu's words, then it would be too frightening. "Come, pass down my orders. Close all the palace doors and seal the palace. No one is allowed to enter or leave the palace without my orders. In addition, all the servants in the palace are to return to their respective palaces and await my orders. Pai Lupi loudly called out to the head of the palace guards outside the hall. Yes. Immediately, a guard accepted the order and ran to pass it down. The officials on duty in the imperial city were shocked to find that the palace doors of Taiji Palace had been closed ahead of time. Taiji Palace had a total of 10 palace doors in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. Originally, these palace doors were the same as the city gates of Chang'an. They opened with the beating of the morning drum and closed with the beating of the evening drum. However, it was still early in the morning, so why were the palace doors closed? The officials couldn't help but discuss. Some even thought that today was the day that the empress would give birth. Could it be that something had happened to the empress? The officials didn't know what was going on. Even Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji were also confused. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. As the emperor's uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji was worried about his sister's safety and wanted to enter the palace to visit Empress Zhang Sun. He went to Shuntian Gate and handed over his waist token, but he was rejected by the guards at the palace doors and was forbidden from entering. This had never happened before. Even he was not allowed to enter the palace, which made Zhang Sun Wuji even more anxious. He was afraid that something had happened to his sister. After all, in this era when a woman gave birth, even if she was as noble as Empress Zhang Sun, it was still dangerous. The palace doors of Taiji Palace suddenly closed without any warning, causing an undercurrent to surge in Chang'an City. Chapter 437. In Limain Hall, Pai Lupi also started to get nervous. He paced back and forth restlessly, calling the servants to ask if Mitua had returned. Li Wangyu sat on the side, pondering how Li Ji had been replaced. He suddenly thought of something and scolded himself for being an idiot. Li Wangyu hurriedly got up and walked to Pai Lupi's side. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, we overlooked something. If Prince Ziji was replaced, it definitely has something to do with the midwife and the palace maids who were serving in Limain Hall when Aunt gave birth. Uncle, please immediately order people to arrest the midwife and the palace maids." Pai Lupi heard this and immediately reacted. If the 100 Cavalry Department really confirmed what Li Wangyu said, then it naturally had something to do with the midwife and the palace maids. He immediately ordered people to arrest the midwife who delivered Empress Zhang Sun and the palace maids who were in Limain Hall. At this time, Pai Lupi also panicked. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. More than 2 hours later, Mitu rushed back and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his body. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Cavalry Department has reported. They are already in Chang'an City. According to County Uncle Hu's instructions, they are cooperating with the various workshops. They have already found 147 families to verify. Both of these couples have single eyelids and all of their children are. What are they all? Don't stutter when you speak. Speak. Mitua heavily knocked his head on the floor of the hall. 147 families have 314 children. They all have single eyelids. Other than one child who has double eyelids, there are no exceptions. What? Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu both exclaimed. Pai Lupi felt that this ratio was very high, but Li Wangyu was surprised that there was an exception. Pai Lupi was surprised, but he immediately reacted. Since there was an exception, it meant that what Li Wangyu said was not an ironclad rule. Even if he and Empress Zhang Sun both had single eyelids, it was still possible for them to have children with double eyelids. Zio, what else do you have to say? Even if both parents had single eyelids, they could still give birth to children with double eyelids. Although the probability is small, it's not impossible. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu frown. He didn't know what went wrong. Could it be a genetic mutation? However, Mito hesitated and said to Pai Lupi, "Everyone, there is something else behind this." Pai Lupi was puzzled. The 100 Horsemen Division reported that because they only found this child with double eyelids, they were afraid that there was a problem, so they interrogated the family. The madam's maidservant was so scared that she revealed the truth when questioned by the 100 Horsemen Department. Because the Langjun of that mansion was away doing business all year round, his wife could not bear the loneliness and had an affair with another man. Therefore, the child with double eyelids might not have been born by that couple. Pai Lupi was stunned. Is there such a thing? Are you sure? There should be no mistake. After the Langjun learned about this, He took his wife to the Chang'an county government and said that he would sue his wife for adultery. In addition, the 100 Horsemen division also saw the child with double eyelids, but he looked different from the Langjun. He should not be the Longjuan's biological child. Now the 100 Horsemen division is still investigating in Chang'an. If there is any other situation, I will report it immediately. Mito answered honestly. The 100 Horsemen division's reply made Pai Lupi's heart sink to the bottom. In that case, what Li Wangyu said was the truth. He and Empress Zhongsun both had single eyelids, so it was impossible for them to give birth to a child with double eyelids. Pai Lupi wanted to kill someone at this moment. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually played in the palm of someone else's hand. If Li Wangyu did not discover the clues, then wouldn't he really be the #1 fool in the world? His own prince had been stolen, but he had raised a fake as his own daughter. If this news were to spread out, he, Li Heir, would have no place to put his old face. Pai Lupi was so angry that he pulled out the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed it on a few tables in the hall. He used so much force that the wide table was cut into 2 halves. He turned his head to look at Mito with a murderous look. Mito, immediately interrogate that midwife and the palace maid who was in Lijing Hall. You must find the prince and bring him back. If you can't find the prince, I will skin you alive. He did not have time to find out who the mastermind was. The most important thing now was to find his own son. Yes, Mito also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to talk nonsense. He turned his head and rushed out of the hall again. Zio, who do you think would be so daring? If I find out who is plotting against my prince, I will exterminate their entire family. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Uncle, I am not speaking nonsense. I am afraid that even Uncle can't do anything to the mastermind behind this. Now he finally understood what was going on. In the original history, there was naturally no such thing as a leopard cat replacing the crown prince. Li Wangyu also guessed the reason why Li Zhihui was inexplicably replaced with a baby girl. Pai Lupi's face was ferocious as he glared at him. Why do you say that? Do you know who did this? Uncle, think about it. Who would benefit from replacing the prince? Uncle, have you forgotten that the birth of Aunt's son involves 500,000 taels of gold? Pai Lupi frowned and immediately looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, you mean those aristocratic families? How dare they do this? Uncle, it's 500,000 taels of gold. Why wouldn't they dare? Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi again. The source of this matter is still your nephew. If it wasn't for your nephew being rash and taking the gold to bet with the Taiyuan Wang clan in a fit of anger and urging Lu Guogong and the others to bet, I am afraid that this storm would not have happened. Your nephew is really guilty. Please punish me. Li Wangyu was really regretting it now. He really did not think that those aristocratic families would be so crazy as to do such a thing. He had forgotten that Marx had already said that for a profit of 300%, capital dared to commit any crime, even risking the risk of being hanged. For aristocratic families, 500,000 taels of gold was enough for them to take the risk. Moreover, it was not necessarily less dangerous. Just as he had said to Pai Lupi, even if they knew that it was the aristocratic families who did it, what could they do? For such a shocking case, how could the aristocratic families personally make a move and hand the evidence to Pai Lupi? Needless to say, even if they pursued the matter, they would only catch a few scapegoats. Just like last time, when the Taiyuan Wang clan's legitimate son Wang Ziqiao and the others ordered the troops to kill and set fire, they could not obtain any evidence and could not do anything to them. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu for a while before helplessly waving his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will not take my anger out on you. The most important thing now is to find my prince and bring him back. Pai Lupi, who was in the prime of his life, was somewhat dispirited at this time. In an instant, Li Wangyu felt that he had aged a few years. Li Wangyu was right. Even if he knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was an aristocratic family, what could he do? Without any evidence, he, Pai Lupi, could not do anything to these aristocratic families. Uncle, the heavens help the prince. I think that with Mi Tuo's thunderous methods, the midwife will definitely tell the truth. The prince should still be in Taiji Palace and has not been sent out of the palace. Li Wangyu comforted. I hope so. While the two were talking, they saw Mi Tuo return with an ugly expression. How was it? Did the midwife say anything? Pai Lupi immediately asked. Mitua knelt down and kowtowed. He did not dare to look up at Pai Lupi. Replying to everyone, when this servant went to the room where the imperial guards were holding the midwife had already hanged herself in the room. She was no longer alive. With a clang, the sword in Pai Lupi's hand fell to the ground, making a soft sound. Chapter 438. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. That midwife actually hanged herself? This was clearly because after being captured by the palace guards, she knew that the matter was exposed and committed suicide to escape punishment. But the midwife's death made Li Wangyu feel a chill in his bones. This woman would rather commit suicide than hand over Li Ji in exchange for a chance of survival. Could it be that Li Ji was already killed by her? Pai Lupi calmed his mind and asked with a trembling voice, "What about those palace maids?" Mitua immediately replied. When Her Highness gave birth, she stayed in Li Main Hall. There were 12 palace maids serving Her Highness. Now there are no problems with these palace maids. I have already asked the 100 Cavalry Department to take over and interrogate them to find out the prince's whereabouts. Then go quickly. You must make them speak and tell us where my prince is. Pai Lupi roared. Yes. Mitua heavily knocked his head on the floor and then retreated. As the provincial supervisor of the Internal Servants Department, Mitua actually had a lot of responsibility for such an unbelievable thing happening in Li Main Hall. It was only because Pai Lupi trusted him that he did not pursue his responsibility for the time being. If they could not find Li Ji, or if Li Ji was killed by the midwife and palace maids, then Mituo's fate would not be any better. Li Wangyu watched Mitua leave the hall with a murderous look on his face. He knew that those palace maids who had fallen into Mituo's hands would probably end up very miserably. Mitua was not a soft-hearted person. Even Li Yuan's personal attendants and concubines in the harem, he dared to be ruthless and beat them to death. From this, it could be seen that this person was definitely a black-hearted and merciless person. However, Li Wangyu could not sympathize with those palace maids. Although he also knew that it was impossible for all 12 palace maids to participate in this matter. No matter how powerful the aristocratic families were, they could not bribe so many palace maids by Empress Zhongxuan's side at the same time. Moreover, there were too many people and too many mouths. In this kind of matter that could cost one's head, other than the midwife, at most 1 or 2 people participated in it. The other palace maids were most likely innocent, but in this kind of situation, how could they identify them one by one? Now they could only wait for Mituo's thunderous methods. 2 hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The evening drum of Chang'an city sounded, and bright candles were lit in the main hall. Just as Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were waiting anxiously, Mito finally came back, but his face was full of worry. As soon as he entered the hall, Mito knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and presented him with a stack of bloody papers. Reporting to everyone, this is the testimony of the 12 palace maids. All of the palace maids and servants had already been interrogated by the experienced criminals of the 100 Cavalry Department. However, these 12 people were adamant that there was no such thing as swapping babies. Moreover, they could both testify to each other that after the empress gave birth to the baby, the midwife washed the baby and carried it out of the palace. During this time, the baby never left their sight. This servant had people interrogate them severely and used all kinds of torture methods. These palace maids have already fainted several times, but they still gave the same confession. This servant is incompetent. Please punish me. When Pai Lupi heard Mituo's reply, he was so angry that his face turned black. He lifted his foot and kicked Mituo's shoulder. Mitua, who was kneeling on the ground, was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. The confessions in his hands were scattered all over the ground. Mituo's head hit the pillar of the main hall heavily. After a muffled thud, blood immediately flowed out from his forehead. He did not dare to wipe it. Ignoring the pain in his body, he knelt on the ground for a few steps and then lay down in front of Pai Lupi's feet. He did not dare to make a sound. Beat them. Beat them hard for me. Beat them until these cheese confess. I don't believe it. They're not afraid of death. Pai Lupi became furious, and his face began to twist. Li Wangyu was silent. He bent down and reached out to pick up the confessions scattered on the floor. and read them one by one. Just as Mitua said, the confessions of these palace maids were almost the same. This was simply impossible, unless these 12 palace maids all gave false testimony and colluded with each other to confess. But this kind of thing was impossible, so there must be something hidden. Li Wangyu had never figured out how the midwife who delivered the baby for Empress Zhongsun brought the baby girl into the bedroom of Li Main Hall, and how she replaced Li Ji without letting a newborn baby cry, and attract the attention of others. When Empress Zhongsun gave birth, there were nearly 100 eunuchs and palace maids inside and outside Li Main Hall, serving the empress of the Tang dynasty in the hall. Combined with the confessions of these palace maids in the bedroom, Li Wangyu was even more confused. To avoid the attention of so many people and secretly switch the baby, this was simply too inconceivable. Could it be that these people knew how to perform magic? Magic? A bolt of lightning flashed through Li Wangyu's mind. It was magic! Since ancient times, there had been ancient magic tricks in Huaxia. Those magicians wore long robes and could produce huge fish tanks, porcelain bowls, flower vases, braziers, and other props out of thin air. It was very magical. This kind of ability to hide things on one's body. Even the Western magicians of later generations did not know the mystery. Could it be that among the dead midwife or palace maids, there was someone who knew this ancient magic trick? Hiding the baby girl on one's body and replacing Li Ji in front of everyone's eyes? Li Wangyu thought about it and realized that there was indeed such a possibility. However, Li Wangyu couldn't figure out how to make the baby stay quiet and not cry. Could it be that he had drugged the baby? Li Wangyu planned to ask Sun Simiao if there was any medicine that could make the baby stop crying after taking it. At this time, Pai Lupi had already scolded Mitua, and was unable to restrain his anger, asking Mitua to continue torturing those palace maids. Uncle, wait. I want the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate the background of that midwife and the 12 palace maids. When did they enter the palace? Before entering the palace, what did their families do for a living? Did any of them know how to play 100 different kinds of opera? The Sanlu he mentioned was the name for magic tricks and acrobatics during the Sui and Tang dynasties. It was also called Bai Shi. Pai Lupi breathed heavily and tried to calm his anger. He asked, Zio, why do you want to investigate this? What's the use of it? Uncle, this is what I'm thinking. Li Wangyu told him his guess. Investigating whether these palace maids knew ancient magic tricks was the only way he could think of. After hearing his words, Pai Lupi immediately glared at me too. Did you hear what Huxing County Count said? Useless dog, why aren't you going to investigate? Yes, I will personally go to the Yetting Bureau to investigate. Mitua did not dare to say more. He scrambled out of the hall, but before he left, he gave Li Wangyu a grateful look. If he could find some useful clues and rescue Prince Ziji, then Li Wangyu really saved his life. How could Mitua not be grateful? Li Wangyu's conjecture was also a Hail Mary effort. Unexpectedly, an hour later, Mitua came back with good news. Chapter 439. The Yetting Bureau was an organization used by the Tang dynasty to manage the palace maids. The information of all the palace maids was managed by the Yetting Bureau. If Mitua wanted to check the information of the 12 palace maids, he needed to go to the Yetting Bureau. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that he really found the information that Li Wangyu needed from it. Mitua let the servants carry the names of the 12 palace maids and ran back to the Li Main Hall. Replying to everyone, this servant found it. Pai Lupi quickly asked, What did you find? Quickly tell me. The midwife who hanged herself has nothing to do with the Sanlu Bai Shi. Whether it was her or her family, no one knew the Sanlu Bai Shi. Most of the 12 palace maids entered the palace during the Wuda period. There is nothing special about them. But this servant thinks that 2 of them should know the Sanlu Bai Shi. Mitua handed over the name and continued. Everyone, please look. This palace maid named Yuran entered the palace during the Wuda period. She is from Luoyang and is 23 years old. Her surname is Lu. According to this name, her father, Lu Chang, made a living with the Sanlu Bai Shi. This servant thinks that since Yuran entered the palace at 15, it is not strange that she learned the Sanlu Bai Shi from her father. Pai Lupi took the name and glanced at it. It was the same as what Mitua said. He nodded. What about the other person? There is also this palace maid named Nian Tao. She was also selected during the Wuda period. No one in her family made a living with the Sanlu Bai Shi, but before she was transferred to the East Palace, she was sent to the Taichung Temple's Tai Lu Bai Shi. This servant thinks that it is possible that she knows the Sanlu Bai Shi. Li Wangyu did not understand and looked at Mi Tuo in confusion. Why was it possible to learn magic in Taichung Temple? Mi Tuo saw that he did not understand and quickly explained. Hu Xinbo, the Taichung Temple's Tai Lu Bai Shi, in addition to teaching musical instruments and dancing, also teaches the Sanlu Bai Shi. When he said this, Li Wangyu immediately understood. If the information of the palace maids in Yeding Bureau was correct, then the two palace maids named Yuran and Yen Tao were indeed suspected of committing a crime. Go, get someone to torture these two lowly servants. We must pry open their mouths and find out where my prince is. Pai Lupi didn't care about the life and death of these palace maids. He only cared about the whereabouts of his son. From the time Empress Zhongsun gave birth until now, it had already been 4 to 5 hours. Night had already fallen, and the sky was getting darker. Pai Lupi was burning with anxiety. He was furious at the thought of his son's unknown fate. Yes, Mito lowered his head and replied, but his feet did not move. What are you waiting for? You dog, what are you waiting for? Pai Lupi saw that he still hadn't left. He couldn't help but glare at him and was about to scold him again. Mitua looked embarrassed and explained hesitantly, replying to everyone, this servant is worried that those two palace maids will not survive if they continue to fight. This servant is afraid that if they are killed, there will be no clues about the prince. He wasn't speaking nonsense. Those delicate palace maids, how could they withstand the torture of the 100 Cavalry Department and the ruthless interrogation veterans? When he came to the Li Main Hall to report to Li Air, most of the 12 palace maids were already on the verge of death from torture. If they continued to be interrogated by torture, they would probably die in a short period of time. If they were killed, where would Mitua go to find the prince? In Noda's Taiji Palace, where could one not hide? Not to mention such a small baby. Ever since he confirmed that his son had been switched, Pai Lupi had ordered the palace guards to search the palace, but they still found nothing. It was already late, but the vast Taiji Palace was filled with imperial guards holding torches as they searched for the crown prince. Pai Lupi heard Mitua say this and his face couldn't help but twitch. He knew that Mitua shouldn't be talking nonsense. If he didn't continue to torture these two people, he wouldn't know where to find his son. But if he continued to torture and beat these two palace maids to death, there would be no clues and he wouldn't be able to find his son. In a dilemma, Pai Lupi was also a little embarrassed, and his face became more and more ugly. Li Wangyu was also secretly anxious at the side. He kept recalling the detective movies he had watched in his mind, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. In Li Wangyu's mind, these two palace maids called Nian Tao and Yuran were likely to be accomplices. First of all, these two people knew magic and could cover each other. Second of all, they had entered the palace in the 3rd year of Wuda. They should have received palace training together, learning the palace etiquette and so on. It was very likely that they had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. However, since Yuran and Nian Tao didn't commit suicide like the midwife after being controlled by the palace guards, it meant that they didn't want to die. They were still hoping for a fluke, trying to muddle through and find a chance to live. But how to pry open the mouths of these two suspects was a difficult problem. Even the veteran criminal of the 100 Cavalry Department couldn't succeed in making them confess after torture. Could it be that these two palace maids were expected to tell the truth about Li Ji's whereabouts without continuing to torture? If it was really Yuran and Yen Tao who did this, they would rather die than say half a word. Otherwise, what awaited the two of them was not only their own death, but also the 9 generations of Pai Lupi. This point, presumably, these two palace maids were also well aware. In this case, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't confess. Therefore, it was expected that the 100 Cavalry Department couldn't get a result from torture. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Confessing would be a lenient prison, and refusing to go home for the new year. He and Pai Lupi were really in a predicament now. Pai Lupi was also in a dilemma at this time. He couldn't continue to force a confession, but he also could not force a confession. He was so angry that he picked up the sword that had fallen before and slashed it in the hall to vent his anger. Go, continue to force a confession, beat them to death. I don't believe that they are not afraid of death. Pai Lupi was still angry and ordered Mitua. Mitua heard Pai Lupi say so and turned to leave, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Mitua, wait. Li Wangyu turned to Li Er and cupped his hands. Uncle, I have an idea. Perhaps I can pry open the mouths of these two women. However, I need Uncle to give me an imperial edict and pardon one of them for their crimes, letting bygones be bygones. What? Are you crazy? I'm already merciful that I didn't kill 9 generations of these lowly servants. You want me to pardon them? That's impossible. Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words and his lungs were about to explode. Uncle, now is it more important to find Li Ji or to kill them? Uncle, please reconsider. You. Pai Lupi was speechless for a moment. After a long time he waved his hand and said, as long as you can find Prince Li Ji, I will do as you say. Thank you, Uncle. I will do my best to find Li Ji. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi and then turned to Mitua and said, Mitua, go and tell people to stop torturing them. Lock them up separately and don't let them talk to each other. Mitua looked at Pai Lupi suspiciously, and didn't know if he should listen to Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded slightly to him, indicating that he should do as Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi could only place his hopes on Li Wangyu, and hope that he could create a miracle. Chapter 440. After Pai Lupi nodded, Mito naturally did not hesitate and immediately followed Li Wangyu's orders. But in his heart, Mito scoffed at Li Wangyu's actions. Even the experienced criminal cases of the 100 Cavalry Department could not pry open the mouths of the palace maids. Li Wangyu wanted to rely on a pardon edict to find the missing prince? Mito did not believe this at all. In his heart, Mito even thought that Li Wangyu was a fool. At this time he still dared to cause trouble. He really did not know what was good for him, but of course he would not speak out against it. Because in Mito's view, Li Wangyu's fool behavior was very beneficial to him. Because of his incompetence, he had already lost a lot of points with Pai Lupi today. Whether it was Prince Ziji being replaced by someone or investigating the palace maid suspected of committing the crime, Mitua, as the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, was slow to realize that he had let down Li Er's trust in him. Mito was now in a terrible situation and was at his wits' end. At this time, Li Wangyu said that he had a way to take over the interrogation of the 2 palace maids. How could Mito not be happy? No matter whether Li Wangyu succeeded or not, this hot potato was temporarily thrown away. This also allowed Mito to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Wangyu naturally did not know what Mito, the head eunuch of the Internal Servants Department, was thinking. The reason why he suddenly opened his mouth to take over this matter was not because he was afraid that Mito would beat the 2 palace maids to death. It was because he had just thought of a way. He remembered a classic problem in game theory, the prisoner's dilemma. 2 people committed the crime together and made an alliance. The police interrogated the 2 prisoners and gave the following conditions. Both of them lied and each of them was sentenced to 1 year. Both of them confessed and each of them was sentenced to 8 years. One of them lied and one of them denied. The liar was sentenced to 10 years and the confessor was acquitted. Then 2 prisoners separated from each other. When faced with interrogation, should they lie or confess? The prisoner's dilemma was the most representative example in game theory. The best choice for an individual was not the best choice for a group. This was a test of human nature. Anyone would have thoughts that were beneficial to themselves. Li Wangyu felt that the 2 palace maids, Yueran and Yin Tao, might not be so united. When facing the test of the prisoner's dilemma, they might not be able to resist the temptation of human weakness. Regardless of whether it worked or not, this was the only way to find Li Ji. Since torture didn't work, he might as well try the prisoner's dilemma. After Mitu ordered people to separate Yueran and Yin Tao, the 2 palace maids, Li Wangyu held the imperial edict that Pai Lupi had hurriedly written and entered the room where the palace maid called Yueran was imprisoned. These rooms were used to imprison palace maids under investigation. Other than a bench, there was nothing else inside. After Li Wangyu entered the room, he sat down on the bench and stared at Yueran, who was lying on the floor. He did not speak for a long time. This palace maid had already been beaten black and blue during the interrogation by the 100 Horsemen Department. Her face was full of bruises, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were tattered and covered in blood. Obviously, This woman was beaten to her last gasp. At this time, she was lying on the floor. If Li Wangyu didn't see that her chest was still moving up and down, he would have thought that she had been beaten to death. Li Wangyu was a little speechless. He rolled his eyes and looked at me too. Can she still speak like this? Don't worry, Count Hu. She won't die for a while. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Li Wangyu was helpless. He felt that he was really unlucky. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he had been forced to do things beyond his ability. Whether it was performing surgery for people or interrogating criminal suspects, it was all the same. However, Li Ji's disappearance was indeed related to him. In order to find Li Ji, Li Wangyu could only take a gamble. You're from Luoyang, right? Li Wangyu asked. Yuran struggled to raise her head. Yes, I'm from Luoyang. Your lord, LV Chang, makes a living in Luoyang by performing sangu, right? His words made Yuran's body stiffen. After a while, she replied, yes. Haha, if I'm not wrong, before you entered the palace at the age of 15, you should have learned sangu from your lord, right? Yuran struggled to shake her head, but Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to speak. He continued, actually, I already know who replaced the prince. Yuran, you don't have to deny it. This must have been done by the midwife, Yu and Yen Tao. No, I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Yuran shook her head desperately to show that she was innocent. Li Wangyu ignored her and continued. The midwife has already hanged herself. Now only you and Yen Tao are left. I'll give the two of you 3 choices now. It's up to you to choose where you want to go. He stood up and walked in front of Yuran. He squatted down and stared into her eyes. He raised a finger. First, you and Yen Tao insist that you don't know about this matter. You can take a gamble and see if you can escape by luck. But I can tell you very responsibly that if you can't find the prince, the saint will be furious. You 12 palace maids will be beaten to death. There's no chance of luck. Li Wangyu raised a second finger. Second, you and Yen Tao tell me the truth. After we find the prince, I'll plead with the saint to leave your corpses intact and not harm your family. When Mitua heard this, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Was Count Hu joking? If they told him the truth, they would die. If they didn't, they would also die. They would be crazy to tell him the prince's whereabouts. Shouldn't the second condition be that they would be spared as long as they told the truth? But even so, it was useless. The experienced criminal of the 100 Cavalry Department had already said similar words to this group of palace maids. It was useless. Mitua didn't know what kind of drug Yuran and Yen Tao had eaten to be so stubborn. The 2 palace maids gritted their teeth. Even if they were beaten to the point of death, they still insisted that they didn't know anything. So even if you beat him to death, Mitua didn't believe that Li Wangyu could make the 2 of them tell the truth with such conditions. Li Wangyu raised a third finger. Third, I have a saint's edict here. Can pardon one of you. Whoever tells the truth first after we find the prince, this person will let bygones be bygones. And the other person will be executed immediately. Even 9 generations of your family will be implicated. He stared at Yuran seriously. Yuran, what do you think Yen Tao will choose? Well, that's all I have to say. You can decide for yourself where to go. Li Wangyu stood up. I'll give you 15 minutes to think about it. But maybe Yen Tao will think faster than you. With that, he turned and pushed the door open. He didn't even look at the palace maid Yuran, who was stunned on the ground. Behind him, Mitua was also dumbfounded. Damn, you can interrogate a prisoner like this? Chapter 441. Mito, who had been secretly mocking Li Wangyu, was taken aback after hearing Li Wangyu's 3 conditions. These 3 conditions didn't seem to be anything special at first. But when Mito carefully considered the conditions that Li Wangyu had proposed, he was shocked to find that it seemed to be a difficult choice. He put himself in the shoes of either Yuran or Yen Tao. What would he do when he heard these conditions? What would he choose? Mito could not help but tremble. With a whoosh, cold sweat flowed down his face. Frightening, it was too frightening. He couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu's back. In his heart, he was even more fearful of this young county earl who had founded the country. Mito made up his mind that he would not provoke this county count in the future. To be able to play with people's hearts to such an extent, Count Huxian was too frightening. After analyzing Li Wangyou's 3 conditions, he felt that if it were him, no matter what kind of alliance he had with his companions, he would choose to betray them in exchange for the most beneficial choice. Because he could not guarantee what choice his companions would make. Out of self-interest, Mito would definitely choose to betray his companions. What Mito did not know was that this was the game theory of later generations, and the prisoner's dilemma was the most typical example. Of the 3 choices that Li Wangyou had given, if Yueran and Yen Tao chose not to admit it, then they could only resign themselves to fate and leave their fates to Pai Lupi to judge. However, since they would rather be punished and almost beaten to death than reveal Li Ji's whereabouts, it was clear that this was the best choice for them. But whether it was Yueran or Yen Tao, these 2 palace maids, no one could be sure that the other would not choose to betray them. As long as people had selfish motives, for example, they would make a choice that was beneficial to them. In the face of the interrogation and temptation of the 100 Horsemen department, they could still stick to their alliance. For a certain purpose, they would not relent. But now, in the face of Li Wangyou's conditions, not only did they have to be sure that they could keep their secrets, they had to be 100% sure that the other party would also keep their secrets. And to firmly believe that the other party would not harm others for their own benefit was too much of a test of human nature. Li Wangyou's suggestion not only made Mitua break out in a cold sweat, but the palace maid Yuran also froze, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Then, is that imperial edict real? Li Wangyou had not even stepped out of the room when he heard the hoarse voice of Yuran, the palace maid behind him. As soon as she opened her mouth, not only did Li Wangyou raise his eyebrows, but Mito also opened his eyes wide. Was he going to confess? In fact, the palace maids Yuran and Yen Tao had already reached their limits. If not for the fetters in their hearts, they would have spoken long ago. In the face of Li Wangyou's conditions, Yuran did not struggle too much and made her choice. Li Wangyou turned around and walked back. He squatted in front of the palace maid, Yuran, and unfolded the imperial edict for her to read. Did you see it clearly? This is an imperial edict written by the saint himself. As long as you confess and tell us the whereabouts of the prince, you will be pardoned. Originally, Pai Lupi was not willing to pardon the palace maid. In his heart, he wished he could tear them all into pieces to relieve his hatred. It was Li Wangyou who interceded with Pai Lupi about Li Ji's safety that made him reluctantly write this imperial edict. The palace maid Yuran stared at the imperial edict in Li Wangyou's hands. After a long time she finally said, "I am willing to confess." As soon as she said that, Li Wangyou and Mitua felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. In fact, Li Wangyou was also very nervous. He had never interrogated a criminal before. It was also the first time for him to do this. He let out a long breath, stood up, and waved at Mitua, indicating for him to ask. Mitua gratefully saluted Li Wangyou and squatted in front of Yuran. "Tell me first, did the empress give birth to a prince?" Mitua asked very nervously. Since the palace maid Yuran had asked, she was very straightforward. She nodded. "Yes, it is." Mitua's heart almost jumped to his throat. "Is the prince okay now? Where is he?" Yuran hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, she bit her lower lip and said, "After we replaced the prince in Li Main Hall, Fan Yu asked me and Yen Tao to throw the prince into the well and drown him." When she said this, she coughed violently because of the pain from her wound. Mitua was so anxious that he wanted to strangle her. Mitua knew that the Fan Yu that Yuran mentioned was the name of the midwife who had hanged herself. "Tell me what happened after that. You didn't put the prince." Mituo's body began to tremble. He didn't dare to continue halfway, for fear of hearing the terrifying answer. These 2 palace maids, if they really threw the prince into the well and drowned him, it would really be a disaster. Yuran finally stopped coughing and shook her head gently. "Nian Tao and I took the prince out of Li Main Hall and found a well, but no one dared to throw him in. In the end, we found a secret place and hid the prince. Originally, we wanted to send him out of the palace and give him to someone to adopt. But we didn't expect that the matter would be exposed and the palace guards would arrest us." After she said this, Mitua almost knelt down and kowtowed to the gods and Buddhas. Thank the ancestors for blessing, the prince was still alive. His voice trembled. You tell me, where is the prince now?" "In the garden behind Li Main Hall, there is a ginkgo tree. There is a big hole in the branch of the ginkgo tree. I found it when I was picking ginkgo. Together with Nian Tao, we hid the prince in the hollow of the ginkgo tree. The palace maid Yu ran, did not hide anything and told her everything. Mi Tuo didn't have the time to continue interrogating her. Together with Li Wangyu, he turned and ran out of the room. Li Wangyu remembered that last time, when he saw Princess Chang'an in the garden behind Li Main Hall, there were indeed many ginkgo trees. The two led a group of palace guards and men from the 100 Cavalry Department, raising torches and heading towards the garden. Search. Don't let go of a single ginkgo tree. Be careful not to harm His Imperial Highness. Mi Tuo ran until he was out of breath. Ignoring everything else, he immediately ordered his men to begin searching for the ginkgo trees in the garden. Yes, sir. The palace guards and men from the 100 Cavalry Department immediately spread out, raising torches and carefully searching the ginkgo trees. As Mi Tuo and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, a guard finally shouted, "Found it! Found it! There is an infant on this tree. The prince has been found." In Mi Tuo's ears, these words were like the sound of nature. He immediately raised his robes and rushed over. "Be careful, be absolutely careful. Don't harm His Imperial Highness. Quickly bring him down." When the Imperial Guards carefully carried the infant in swaddling clothes to Mi Tuo's hands, this lower third-rank eunuch from the Department of Internal Attendance couldn't help but cry. Chapter 442. Mi Tuo was so excited that tears flowed down his cheeks. When he looked at the baby again, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. The baby's eyes were closed and he didn't move at all. Mi Tuo was so scared that he almost lost his soul. "Who, County Earl, who you come look at the prince, what happened to him?" Mi Tuo was tongue-tied. The fact that Mi Tuo didn't pass out from the shock was already a testament to his mental fortitude. Li Wangyu also hurried forward. Li Ji's appearance in swaddling clothes gave him a fright. He quickly reached out his hand to touch Li Ji's face. He felt the warmth of Li Ji's body. He used his finger to touch Li Ji's nose. Soon a smile appeared on his face. "It's okay. Maybe the two palace maids fed the prince some medicine. Quick, old immortal's son is still in the Eastern Palace. Send him over for a diagnosis. Also, send someone to inform His Majesty so that he won't be worried." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Mi Tuo's heart that was in his throat finally relaxed a little. Empress Zhongxuan's delivery today was too much of a shock for him. Even Mi Tuo, who was only in his 30s, felt that if this continued, he would age prematurely. Under the protection of a large group of palace guards, the two of them rushed to Sun Simiao's temporary residence in the Eastern Palace. In the Eastern Palace there were palace guards searching everywhere. Even Sun Simiao's residence was searched by several groups of palace guards. Now that things had escalated to this point, Sun Simiao naturally had a rough idea of what happened today. When he saw Mi Tuo and Li Wangyu rushing over with a baby, he understood everything. Without saying a word, he took the swaddled Li Ji and began to treat him. "Old immortal's son, how is it? What's wrong with the prince?" "Well, the prince is fine. Someone fed him eggplant flowers. It's not a big problem. I'll give the prince a few needles and he'll wake up." Sun Simiao's medical skills were naturally trustworthy. After a round of diagnosis, he came to a conclusion. Li Wangyu immediately relaxed. As long as Li Ji was fine, it was fine. He couldn't imagine how chaotic the history of China would be if Li Ji was gone. While Sun Simiao was treating baby Li Ji, Pai Lupi, who had received the news, also rushed over. "Zio, did you really find Zhan's pheasant slave?" Pai Lupi was so excited that his beard trembled. "Yes, uncle. We've found the prince. Old immortal's son is treating him now." Li Wangyu had just finished speaking when he heard a loud baby cry. Her cries caused everyone present to loosen up a little. Mito held the crying baby tightly in his arms and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He sobbed and said, "Everyone, we found Prince Ziji. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths." Pai Lupi didn't care about anything else. He directly reached out and took his son from Mito's hands. He looked at him carefully. He subconsciously looked at the baby's eyelids. Single eyelids. Just like him and Empress Zhang's son. "It's my slave. Jin's Prince Ziji." "Congratulations, uncle. You finally found Prince Ziji." With uncle's great achievements, wisdom, and martial prowess, there are no demons and monsters that can hide. No scheme or trick will succeed. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Li Er. By now, he had already reached the point of perfection in flattering Li Er. Ha ha ha, Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never see my slave again. Pai Lupi also remembered Li Wangyu's contribution. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear. If Li Wangyu hadn't found the clue of the double eyelids, his Prince Ziji would have been stranded among the common people, and he would have raised a Shibei as a princess. This is what I should do. I don't deserve uncle's praise. Pai Lupi's heart was filled with emotions. He looked at his crying son in his arms and raised his head to Li Wangyu. When slave Ziji is a little older, I'll ask Zio to open his eyes for him. He'll still be your disciple like Chang'an and Qingke. Zio, are you willing? F***ck. He wants me to help take care of the child again. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but he was actually a little proud. Being the teacher of the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, this feeling seems pretty good. Since your majesty doesn't abandon me, how can I not be diligent? Haha, that's good. Speaking of which, you also saved slave Ziji's life. But since you're slave Ziji's teacher, then I won't reward you otherwise. Saving your own disciple is also a teacher's duty. Haha. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. Uncle, you're too serious. Pai Lupi found his son and was in a good mood. However, the baby Li Ji in his arms kept crying. What's wrong with slave Ziji? Why does he keep crying? Minister Sun has checked his body. Are you sure there's no problem? Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. Uncle, maybe the prince is hungry. It's already been more than 10 hours since he was born, but he hasn't drunk milk yet. Li Wangyu reminded him in a low voice. Pai Lupi finally reacted. His son had just been born and had been swapped away. Thinking of his son who hadn't drunk a sip of milk since he was born, Pai Lupi's heart ached terribly. Quick, call the wet nurse. Yes. Mitua didn't dare to delay. He personally lifted his robe and jogged all the way to call for the wet nurse. Empress Zhongsun still didn't know anything about what happened today. However, she also faintly felt that something seemed to have happened in the palace. The palace maids who were originally serving her in the palace were all swapped out. Moreover, it had been so long since she gave birth, but no one had brought her child back. Empress Zhongsun ignored the weakness after giving birth and summoned the servants and palace maids to ask where her child was. But no matter how she asked, the palace maids and servants in Li Main Hall didn't say a word. They just knelt and kowtowed. This made Empress Zhongsun anxious. It wasn't until Pai Lupi strode into the palace with a baby in his arms that Empress Zhongsun felt a little relieved. Erlang, what's wrong today? Why are the palace maids in my palace all swapped out? I asked them to bring the child to me, but no one did. This is my child? Pai Lupi's face was full of affection. He gently placed the baby Li Ji beside Empress Zhongsun. Guanyin maid, this is our prince. His name is Ji. Aha, this is the name Zi you gave me. His nickname is Slave Ziji. Do you like it? It's a boy? Empress Zhongsun was puzzled. She clearly remembered that after she gave birth, the midwife had cleaned the child. The palace maids beside her, Yuran and Yan Tao, had held the child for her to see. They had said very clearly that it was a little princess. Why did it suddenly become a prince? When Pai Lupi heard her words, the smile on his face couldn't help but disappear. His face was full of murderous intent. Thinking of today's matter, Pai Lupi really wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. There's another mystery in this matter. When Guanyin maid's body recovers, Zhen will tell you slowly. While Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun were talking, Mitua and Li Wangyu were still busy interrogating the palace maid Yuran. Now that Li Ji had been found, the matter hadn't been investigated clearly. Chapter 443. As the heart of the Tang dynasty, Taiji Palace's every move affected every nerve of this powerful empire. Especially in Chang'an. When the news of Empress Zhongsun's labor and her impending delivery reached Pai Lupi's ears, it had already been leaked to the outside world through various channels in the palace. This made the aristocratic families whose gambling houses had accepted large amounts of bets from Chang Yaojin feel as if their parents had died. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. These aristocratic families couldn't believe that County Count Huxian really knew when the empress would give birth. Could it be that this young man really had immortal spells? Many of the family heads who had received the news hurriedly ran to the Wang clan of Taiji, the Zhang clan of Xingyang, and the Cui clan of Bowling to ask what they should do now. Could they just watch as they lost 500,000 taels of gold? Contrary to the expectations of these family heads, whether it was Wang Renyu or Zheng Yuanshou, they didn't seem to be worried about losing the bet at all. Everyone, the sky hasn't fallen yet. It's true that the empress gave birth today, but who can be sure that the empress will give birth to a prince? Wang Renyu comforted the family heads who had come to complain tearfully, but a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord Wang, that County Count Huxian can even predict when the empress will give birth. How can he be wrong about whether the baby is a boy or a girl? I can only blame myself for being too greedy and accepting Duke Qiao's 6,000 taels of gold. If I lose 30,000 taels of gold, I can't live anymore. Well, what's the use of saying this now? Didn't my Wang clan of Taiji also have that bastard Li who bet 10,000 taels of gold? If I lose, I'll have to pay 50,000 taels of gold. I haven't said anything yet, so why are you all so flustered? Wang Renyu's unhappy rebuke made the family heads speechless for a moment. They could only sit and wait anxiously for news. When the gates of Taiji Palace suddenly closed and the palace was locked down, everyone was surprised and didn't know what had happened. But the news of Empress Zhongsun giving birth to a baby girl still spread before Pai Lupi ordered the palace to be locked down. The news quickly spread throughout Chang'an. The aristocratic families with casinos couldn't help but celebrate. They felt that County Count Hu, as well as the dukes and prefectural dukes, had gone for wool and come home shorn. Previously he had been worried for nothing for a few days. Now he could finally put his hanging heart down. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families who found Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others were even more relieved. They didn't care about what happened in Taiji Palace. As long as they didn't lose their gold, it was a good thing. On the other hand, Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other clan heads, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but glance at each other with worry in their eyes when they learned that Taiji Palace had sealed off the palace. Li Wangyou's guess was not wrong at all. It was Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and a few other masters of the aristocratic families who played the game of swapping the crown prince in the main hall of the Taiji Palace. In their gambling houses, at least 10,000 taels of gold had been betting that Empress Zhongsun would give birth to a prince today. If they lost, each family would have to pay 50 to 60,000 gold taels. 50,000 gold taels was equivalent to 300,000 strings of cash. 300 million was not a small amount. Even with the thousands of years of accumulation of the 5 families and 7 hopes, to take out so much gold would have to be exhausted. They might even have to sell some land. These aristocratic families naturally had many properties in their family. All kinds of real estate, land, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were worth at least tens of millions of strings of cash. They could be said to be as rich as a country. But in terms of gold and copper coins, it was like those super rich people on the Forbes list in the future. Although they were worth tens of billions of dollars, they might not have much cash in their accounts. How could Wang Renyu and the others be willing to give away their shiny copper coins and gold for nothing? After realizing that something was wrong, the few of them secretly plotted and decided on this trick of swapping the crown prince with the leopard cat. They bribed the midwives in the palace and mobilized the spies buried in Taiji Palace. After careful planning, they really almost succeeded. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu knew the history and that the baby girl they had sent into the palace to replace the prince had double eyelids, perhaps this matter would have been done without anyone noticing and without anyone noticing. Originally, when news came from the palace that Empress Zhongsun had given birth to a princess, Wang Renyu and the others could not help but feel delighted. So what if Li Shimin was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Wasn't he still being played by the aristocratic families? Thinking about how Li Shimin was going to raise a fake and treat her as his own daughter, Wang Renyu and the others nearly laughed out loud. But then the Taiji Palace closed in advance and locked down the palace. Not only did they cut off contact with the palace and could not send out any news, but it also cast a shadow over their hearts. Was the matter exposed? Did Pai Lupi find out about the matter of swapping the prince? Zhang Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered into Wang Renyu's ear. Lord Wang, have you dealt with that matter cleanly? Don't worry, Duksheng. That baby girl was bought from the outskirts of Xianying yesterday from a farmer's family, who had just given birth. After that, this old man had already sent people to silence that family. As for the midwife in the palace, not only did she accept Lady Chui's gold, but her family has also been transferred and controlled by Lady Chui. She knows the stakes and how to choose. As for the two maids in the Empress's palace, they don't matter. They don't even know who they are working for. Wang Renyu said with a ruthless expression. That's good. It took me a lot of effort to send that baby girl into the palace. Because of this, I sent people to kill her after she was sent into the palace. What a pity. We spent a lot of gold to buy that colonel from Wing Chun sect. Zhang Yuanshou said that it was a pity, but his face was full of pride. Daring to do such a thing in Taiji Palace made the heads of the 5 families and 7 families very proud. For this matter, the aristocratic families also cooperated with each other. The midwife in the palace was bought by Lady Chui of Bowling. Her family was also controlled. Therefore, the midwife didn't dare to betray them in the end. She would rather hang herself to protect her family. Lady Zheng of Xingyang was responsible for sending the baby girl to the Eastern Palace. The baby girl came from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. The 2 maids beside Empress Zhongsun were spies that Lady Lu of Fanyang had planted in the palace. Just as Li Wangyu said, for gold, these aristocratic families could do anything. Demons and chariots couldn't meet. Let's wait and see. I hope there won't be any accidents. Wang Renyu sighed. They weren't worried that this matter would implicate them. Even if Pai Lupi was suspicious, it didn't matter. In short, there wouldn't be any conclusive evidence, and Pai Lupi couldn't do anything to them. But if the matter was really exposed, their painstaking planning would be in vain. Those glittering gold would still have to be compensated. This was what the aristocratic families were most worried about. That night, many people in Chang'an City were in no mood to sleep. They were all waiting for the news to come out of Taiji Palace at dawn the next day. Chapter 444. Wang Renyu and the other aristocratic families worried for an entire night, but there was no more news from the Taiji Palace. After Pai Lupi became ruthless, the Taiji Palace became like an iron wall. Those spies that were bribed by the aristocratic families or buried in the Taiji Palace all became well-behaved. No one dared to offend the heavens at this moment. The next morning, the morning drum sounded in Chang'an City, and the city gates opened. It was time for the officials to go to court. Yesterday, Pai Lupi was not on a day off, so he had to go to court today. After a complicated ceremony, Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials in the hall expressionlessly. His appearance made many people in the hall uneasy. They did not know what happened in the Taiji Palace yesterday. Zhongsun Wuji could not help but stand up. Your Majesty, did the Empress give birth yesterday? What's the situation now? Is the mother and child safe? The aristocratic families knew about the news that came out of the Taiji Palace. Zhongsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi's trusted officials, knew nothing. After all, they could not be as bold as the aristocratic families to plant spies in the palace. Yesterday, the Taiji Palace suddenly closed and locked down. Zhongsun Wuji and Fang Xianling had offered their tokens to meet Pai Lupi, but they were all rejected. At that time, Pai Lupi was anxiously looking for his missing prince, so he did not have the time to explain things to them. Zhongsun Wuji, who did not understand the situation, was anxious for an entire night. To Zhongsun Wuji, he was worried about his sister. On the other hand, he was worried that if anything happened to Empress Zhongsun, the Zhongsun family would be neglected by Pai Lupi. What Zhongsun Wuji did not know was that in history, after Empress Zhongsun died, Pai Lupi did not neglect the Zhongsun family. Instead, he took care of the Zhongsun family even more. However, this was not a good thing. After Zhongsun Wuji became an official, things would move in the opposite direction. After Li Ji ascended the throne, Wu Meinyang instructed Su Jingzong to accuse Zhongsun Wuji of treason. Zhongsun Wuji was removed from his position, stripped of his title, exiled, and forced to commit suicide. After his death, his family's property was confiscated, and his family members were exiled to Lingnan as slaves. The Zhongsun clan suffered a calamity, but now in Zhongsun Wuji's eyes, the Zhongsun clan's glory and wealth were all tied to Empress Zhongsun. Naturally, he was extremely nervous and concerned. After Zhang Sun Wuji asked this question, the hall instantly quietened down. All the officials turned their gazes towards Pai Lupi, who was on the royal stairs. When the family heads heard Zhang Sun Wuji's question, they couldn't help but smile. Looking at Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Linggu and the other duke's eyes, there was also a bit of ridicule. From their point of view, they would be able to earn a huge sum of money this time. As for the 100,000 taels of gold that Chang Yaojin had bet, they would be safe. Hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's question, Pai Lupi looked at the officials in the hall and suddenly laughed. Haha, auxiliary machine, don't worry. Yesterday, the empress gave birth to a son. Now both mother and son are safe. Zhang Sun Wuji's courtesy name was Zhang Sun Wuji. When Zhang Sun Wuji heard Pai Lupi's words, he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. After worrying for an entire night, his heart was finally at ease. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I wonder if the empress gave birth to a prince or a princess. Zhang Sun Wuji asked again. When he asked this question, Chang Yaojin, who couldn't help but want to know if he had one or not, couldn't help but stand out and agree. That's right, Your Majesty. Did the empress give birth to a boy or a girl? Pai Lupi didn't answer directly. He smiled and looked at the officials. Haha, since all of you want to know, then I will order people to carry the child to the hall and let all of you see for yourselves. I will also be happy with all of you. After speaking, he gestured to Mituo, and Mituo immediately turned and left Taiji Palace. Not long later, amidst the officials' anticipation, Mituo carried a baby in swaddling clothes and went up to the hall. Your Majesty, is this a boy or a girl? I Old Chung can't tell. Chang Yaojin looked at the tightly wrapped baby and immediately shouted. It was impossible to tell if this baby was a boy or a girl from its appearance, not to mention that it was wrapped in a brocade blanket. Pai Lupi looked at Chang Yaojin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Jijia. Then you can go and lift the blanket to take a look. I will pardon you. His words made the usually carefree Chang Yaojin a little confused. Let me go and take a look? What did he mean? Could it be that he was going to lift the baby's blanket in the hall to see if there was a little chick inside? This was a descendant of the imperial family, and it was the son or daughter of the first wife of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun. Its status was incomparably noble. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the court? How can I go and take a look? Pai Lupi's words made Chang Yaojin a little confused. He couldn't figure out what Pai Lupi was up to. I asked you to go and take a look, so go and take a look. Don't be so wishy-washy. Then I'll go and take a look. Hey, Your Majesty, please forgive old Cheng's rudeness. Chang Yaojin, this troublemaker, didn't care so much. Since Pai Lupi told him to take a look, he wouldn't be polite. He directly strode over to Mituo and reached out to lift the brocade blanket on the baby. His actions caused many officials in the hall to cry out in surprise. Chang Yaojin's actions were truly too rude. Cheng Jijia, don't be rude. Wei Zheng was very anxious and hurriedly stepped out to shout. However, Wei Zheng's shout was still a step too slow. Chang Yaojin still lifted the blanket on the baby in Mituo's arms and stuck his head out to sweep a glance under the baby's body. With this one glance, even Chang Yaojin, this crude and boorish fellow, couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Yuqi Jingde and the others were also anxious. Was this Her Highness the Empress a boy or a girl? This was related to their wager of 10,000 taels of gold. After a long time, this old fellow finally squeezed out an extremely ugly smile from his face and bowed towards Pai Lupi, saying, This official congratulates Your Majesty on the birth of a princess. When Chang Yaojin's words came out, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Chai Linggu and the others were all stunned. How was this possible? That day, Li Wangyu, that brat, had said with certainty that Empress Zhang Sun would give birth to a prince yesterday. How did it become a princess? Cheng Jijia, could it be that you're seeing things? Look carefully. Yuqi Jingde didn't have time to worry about losing decorum in front of the hall and shouted. Nonsense. This elder isn't blind. How could I be wrong? Chang Yaojin's words made Yuqi Jingde speechless, his old face full of vexation. And in the hall, the smiles on the faces of those aristocratic family heads became even brighter. They looked at Chang Yaojin and the others with ridicule and pride. Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts relaxing somewhat. An aristocratic family official stepped out and bowed towards Pai Lupi. Congratulations to Your Majesty on the birth of a princess. We ask that Your Majesty confer the title of princess today and announce it to the world. Let the common people of the world know and congratulate Your Majesty. When he said confer the title of princess, he was referring to the title of princess. Pai Lupi didn't respond. Instead, he stood up and walked down the royal steps to Mituo's side. Haha, yesterday the Empress gave birth to a princess. We were actually very happy. However, that damned Huxian County Count actually told us something that made us very angry. We would like to ask all the officials to help us judge. See if that Li Wangyu is speaking nonsense. He pointed at his eyelids and continued. Huxian County Count said that we have single eyelids. The Empress also has single eyelids. Do all the officials think this is the case? Li Er's words, which came out of nowhere, confused all the officials in the hall. Everything was perfectly fine. Why was he talking about single eyelids? At this moment, which of the officials in the hall cared whether or not Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun had single eyelids? Chapter 445. Pai Lupi saw that the officials in the hall were silent, so he continued. I and the Empress both have single eyelids, so there is nothing strange about that. However, County Count who told me that the children born to parents with single eyelids will also have single eyelids. They will not be able to give birth to children with double eyelids. Do all of you think this is the case? The officials in the hall were still baffled by his words. However, Wang Renyu and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They suddenly looked at the baby girl in Mituo's arms. However, they were so far away that they couldn't clearly see whether the baby girl had single eyelids or double eyelids. Cheng Yaojin was standing in front of the baby girl. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the baby girl in Mituo's arms. When he saw the baby girl's eyes, even Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although he was called a troublemaker, he was actually terrifyingly shrewd. Pai Lupi's seemingly brainless words, coupled with the baby girl's eyes, allowed Cheng Yaojin to instantly guess something. That fake smile that was as ugly as crying immediately melted like ice. Cheng Yaojin's dark face was now filled with a brilliant smile. Your Majesty, since County Count who said this, old Cheng thinks that there should be some truth to it, Cheng Yaojin said to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi nodded at him, then looked at the officials. Do all of you think that County Count whose words make sense? Who the hell would know about this? The officials in the hall all looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Who would have the time to care about this? Did they have nothing better to do? Seeing that no one spoke, Pai Lupi continued. I also don't believe this, but to verify it, I ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate in Chang'an. What do all of you think the results are? He didn't wait for the officials to answer. He looked at Mituo. Mituo, tell all of you the results of the 100 Cavalry Department's investigation. Yes, this servant ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate a total of 1367 families in Chang'an. Their parents all have single eyelids. Altogether, they had 3,749 children. All of them had single eyelids without exception. Mituo's words caused the ministers in the hall to whisper among themselves. No one usually paid attention to this kind of thing. Hearing Mituo's words, many officials who had single eyelids began to wonder if their children had single eyelids or double eyelids when they returned from court. But why did Pai Lupi bring this up? The officials were still confused. Pai Lupi looked at the ministers in the hall. He suddenly pointed at the baby girl in Mituo's arms and raised his voice. I find it weird why the Empress and I both have single eyelids. But yesterday the Empress gave birth to a son in Lijian Hall. When the palace maid carried her to Zhan, the baby girl had double eyelids. After Pai Lupi finished speaking, the Taiji Palace fell silent for a few seconds before a commotion broke out. At this time, all of the ministers no longer cared about the etiquette of the imperial court. They all whispered to each other and began to discuss. As the imperial censor, Wei Zheng naturally had to correct the etiquette of the imperial court. Seeing the chaos in the hall, the old man was so angry that he kept scolding loudly. Silence! Stop the noise! Silence! Wei Zheng scolded with a dark face for a long time before the ministers finally shut up. They all looked at Pai Lupi again, wanting to get an explanation from him. What did Pai Lupi mean? Was he implying that the empress was unfaithful? Or was he implying that the baby girl was not born of the empress? Regardless of which possibility it was, this was undoubtedly a bomb that could take people's lives. Thinking of the consequences, many people began to tremble. Only Wang Renyu and the other heads of the aristocratic families had ugly expressions. Zheng Yuanshou could not help but glare at Wang Renyu. The baby girl was found by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. There were so many babies to choose from. Why did they choose a child with double eyelids? Wang Renyu could only smile bitterly at this. If Pai Lupi did not say this today, who would know what double eyelids and single eyelids were? This was unheard of. Cheng Yaojin Yuqi and the other generals reacted the fastest. All the dukes and prefectural dukes stepped out and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, are there any demons and chariots trying to cause trouble in the palace? I am willing to help your Majesty get rid of them and return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for your Majesty. Pai Lupi looked at Cheng Yaojin and the others with gratification. He waved his hands, indicating for them to stand up. What a coincidence! Yesterday, another baby was found in the palace. As Li Er spoke, he turned his head to look at Mi Tuo. Go, bring that child to the main hall and let him meet everyone. Mi Tuo accepted the order and handed the baby girl to a servant beside him. He then hurried out of the hall. Not long after, Mi Tuo carefully carried a baby in his arms and returned to the main hall. 2 babies? What did this mean? Could it be that Her Highness gave birth to twins yesterday? In the hall, the officials did not know what was going on. The noise that was suppressed by Wei Zheng just now rose again. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others' faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies trembled. Had the matter been exposed? Could it be that their painstaking plan had turned into nothing because of that bastard Li Wangyu? Thinking of this, Wang Renyu could not help but clench his fists so hard that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up when he saw the baby. Your Majesty, this child has single eyelids. It's single eyelids. Is this a boy? Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. I named him Ji. When he said this, how could Cheng Yaojin and the others not understand Pai Lupi's meaning? This baby boy was obviously the prince born by Empress Zhang's son. Cheng Yaojin Yuqi and the others all knelt down again. Congratulations, Your Majesty, you have a Prince Ji. Haha, everyone get up. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He helped Cheng Yaojin and the others up and turned to look at Mi Tuo. Announced the imperial edict. Yes. Mi Tuo carefully handed the baby Li Ji in his arms to the eunuch beside him. He took a yellow silk and walked to the front of the imperial stairs. There is a system. As soon as Mi Tuo's words came out, all the officials in the hall knelt down again to listen to the imperial edict. Prince Ji, Mother Empress Zhangsun Zhen's 9th son. Ji is young and intelligent, dignified and serene, generous and benevolent, harmonious brothers. I will confer the title of Prince Jin and announce it to the world. If Li Wangyu heard this imperial edict, he would probably laugh until his teeth fell out. Pai Lupi was too shameless. A newborn baby, you have the nerve to say that he is young and intelligent, dignified and serene? Isn't this making a ghost? As for Li Ji being conferred the title of Prince Jin, it was the little wings of history flapping again. In the original history, Li Ji was only conferred the title of Prince Jin by Pai Lupi in the 5th year of Chang'an, but this was not a big deal. After the imperial edict was read, the others did not care. But in the hall, the heads of the aristocratic families looked as if their fathers had died. Each and every one of them had a sad face. They never thought that just a moment ago, they thought that victory was in their hands. How could the situation be reversed in an instant? Pai Lupi not only said that the empress gave birth to a prince, but also directly conferred the title of Prince Jin. This was really hard for them to accept. Some of the heads of the aristocratic families were not willing to lose 10,000 taels of gold. They couldn't help but ask, "May I ask Your Majesty what is going on with that baby girl?" Pai Lupi was waiting for someone to ask this question. Chapter 446. Chang'an City, Xianyang Lane. Early in the morning, the lane had just opened when an endless stream of carriages drove into the lane. The old guard guarding the lane was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on. Xianyang Lane wasn't the eastern or western markets, so why were there so many carriages? Could it be that some family in the lane was moving? When the four-wheeled carriages passed by the Wanyan County Yamen, the Yamen runners had sharp eyes. They immediately saw Li Wangyu on horseback and hurried forward to greet him. "Greetings, County Count Hu. It's so early in the morning. Is there something you need? Do you need our help?" Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. A few days ago, I made a bet at Yongyi Gambling House. Today, I'm going to the gambling house to collect the gold and copper coins I won." His words stunned the Yamen runners. Those dozens of carriages were all going to carry the copper coins? This county count was truly extravagant. How many copper coins would he need to carry with so many carriages? Some of the more astute Yamen runners immediately remembered the matter in Chang'an, and that had caused quite a stir. It was this county count in front of them who had placed a heavy bet of 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince yesterday. From the looks of it, county count who had won? TSK 10,000 taels of gold. How much money did he win from Yongyi Gambling House? No wonder he had to bring so many carriages today. When the Yamen runners heard this, they didn't even care about being on duty at the Yamen and enthusiastically led the way. It was rare to see such a grand occasion. Although the gold and copper coins weren't theirs, it was still good to be able to see them. This grand occasion of seeing tens of thousands of gold and copper coins was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Only a fool wouldn't go and see the excitement. Li Wangyu didn't object. Just like this, the group of people majestically charged to the entrance of Yongyi Gambling House. When the clerk of the gambling house saw this scene, he was shocked. He quickly turned around and ran into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang, who had received the news, also rushed out. He was also shocked by this scene. He couldn't understand why County Count, who was leading a group of Yamen runners and carriages. He had already received Wang Renyo's notice and knew that the winners of this shocking gamble were the aristocratic families. It was true that Empress Zhongsun had given birth yesterday, but the child was not a prince but a princess. Since that was the case, according to the agreement between the two parties, the winner was the gambling house. The 10,000 taels of gold that Li Wangyu had bet was not surnamed Li, but Wang. Then what was the meaning of this county magistrate bringing people here? Could it be that after losing such a large sum of gold, he became angry out of humiliation and wanted to cause trouble? Shopkeeper Wang calmed himself down and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu. "May I ask what brings you here today? Is there anything I can do for you? Do you want to bet a few more rounds?" Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm here to collect the gold today. That day, I bet 10,000 taels of gold that Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince yesterday. Your gambling house bet won 5, so you should have lost 50,000 taels of gold to someone. Quickly go and check. I still have matters to attend to, so I can't afford to delay." "Nanny?" Shopkeeper Wang looked at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a madman. "Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess, so how dare you say it was a prince? Why would County Magistrate Wang say that? Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess yesterday, so our gambling house won the bet." Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly argued. Li Wangyu looked at him with interest. "Oh? How did you know about this?" This. His rhetorical question left Shopkeeper Wang speechless. Yesterday, Pai Lupi sealed off the palace and did not reveal the news to the outside world. Logically speaking, as the shopkeeper of a gambling house, he should not know about this kind of extremely secretive imperial affair. This is just my guess. Shopkeeper Wang could only make up a random excuse. He could not say that the family head told him. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed. "Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Yesterday, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince. Therefore, according to the bet, your gambling house needs to pay a certain someone 50,000 taels of gold." His words made Shopkeeper Wang's face darken. He increasingly felt that Li Wangyu was here to cause trouble today. Where did County Magistrate Wang find out? Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. "It's very simple. Because I was in Taiji Palace yesterday, so how could I not know? Yesterday, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince. This cannot be wrong. Shopkeeper Wang, quickly get someone to bring out the gold and count it. I do not have time to argue with you. Or does your Yongyi gambling house not want to admit your loss? Humph, if that is the case, then I will go to Taiji Palace and ask the saint to make the decision." His words almost choked shopkeeper Wang's anger. In shopkeeper Wang's opinion, this county magistrate Wang was going too far. However, he had no way to refute Li Wangyu's words. After all, Li Wangyu said that he was in Taiji Palace yesterday. He had no way to refute this. Shopkeeper Wang reacted quickly and rolled his eyes. What is County Magistrate Wang saying? If our gambling house lost, we naturally have to pay according to the bet. However, whether Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a prince or a princess, there is no proof. Let's wait for the official's news. When Li Wangyu heard this, he raised his head to look at the sky and nodded. Yes, shopkeeper Wang, what you said makes sense. Since that is the case, I am not an unreasonable person. Let's wait and see. I believe there will be news soon. County Magistrate Wang, how about you wait for the official's news to come out before you exchange the gold? Look at how strong the sun is. It will not be beautiful if it shines on a noble person like you. Shopkeeper Wang did not want Li Wangyu to continue blocking the entrance of the gambling house and could only persuade him. Li Wangyu chuckled. No matter. I can rest under the shade of this tree. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped over and dismounted from his horse. He also had Niu Wu lead his men to the boiled water shop in Xianyang Lane to buy iced drinks for the farmers driving the carriages, as well as the bailiffs of Wanyan County. Li Wangyu sat under a large tree in front of the gambling house and waited leisurely. With the shade of a tree above his head and iced drinks to drink, he was very comfortable. Shopkeeper Wang was in a difficult position. He could neither leave nor stay. He could only accompany Li Wangyu and wait in front of the gambling house. He cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Shopkeeper Wang could only summon a member of the Wang clan and whisper a few instructions to him. The Wang clansman naturally obeyed the order and ran in the direction of the Taiji Palace. Shopkeeper Wang wanted to find his family's patriarch Wang Renyu. However, he also knew that it was still the time for court. Presumably, his patriarch was still in Taiji Palace and had not left court. Just as he was feeling gloomy, he saw a bailiff of Wanyan County running over with a scroll in his hand. There is an imperial edict. The saint has issued an imperial edict and announced it to the world. The bailiff was panting from running. Before he even got close, he began to shout loudly. When Li Wangyu heard this, he could not help but smile. Chapter 447. When the bailiff of Wanyan County loudly announced that Pai Lupi had conferred the title of Prince Jin to his newly born son, Shopkeeper Wang was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The Empress really gave birth to a prince yesterday? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Shopkeeper Wang murmured. He was unwilling to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. Li Wangyu slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. He looked at Manager Wang with a mocking expression and said, "What's wrong? Shopkeeper Wang doesn't even believe the saint's edict? This is an edict that has been announced to the world. You dare to doubt it? What are your intentions?" No, I don't dare. Shopkeeper Wang didn't know what to say for a moment. Shopkeeper Wang, now that the official's news has arrived, isn't it time for me to honor my bet? Your Yongyi gambling house isn't going to renege on the debt, right? Li Wangyu pressed. Shopkeeper Wang repeatedly waved his hand, but he didn't know how to answer. If they really had to pay 50,000 taels of gold to Hu Xiannan, their Yongyi gambling house really didn't need to open. Even the gambling house didn't have that much money. Unless Taiyuan Wang clan was willing to take out the gold, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to act on his own. In the gambling house's treasury, there wasn't that much gold and copper coins. County Earl Hu, don't be impatient. If our gambling house really loses, this money will naturally be paid to you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Wangyu. Wait, what do you mean if you lose? Could it be that the saint's edict is fake? How dare you? Li Wangyu turned his head to look at the bailiffs of Wanyan County, who had gathered around to watch the show. He raised his eyebrows. Everyone, did you hear what Yongyi Gambling House said? How can this person say such disgraceful words? He even dares to question the saint's edict. Does he want to rebel? With this big hat on his head, before the bailiffs of Wanyan County could say anything, Shopkeeper Wang's knees went soft and he directly knelt down. County Earl Hu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. That's not what I meant. How would I dare to question the saint's edict? Then tell me, did I win the bet or not? Shopkeeper Wang forcefully suppressed the panic in his heart. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Yes, it was County Count who won the bet. According to the agreement, our Yongyi gambling house should pay you 50,000 taels of gold. But what? If you lose, take out the money to compensate me. That day, I brought over 40 carriages full of money to place my bet. What? Does your gambling house still want to deny it? Li Wangyu said unhurriedly. No, it's just that we don't have that much gold at the moment. Manager Wang's forehead was already covered in sweat. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. He was about to faint. This gambling house was built on credibility. Otherwise, how could it attract gamblers? There were 72 gambling houses in Chang'an. Which gambler couldn't go to gamble? But today, if their Yongyi gambling house couldn't take out the gold, then they would lose all credibility. Not only would the Yongyi gambling house's reputation be ruined, but the reputation of the Taiyuan Wang clan would also be affected. This was a consequence that Manager Wang didn't dare to imagine. County Count Hu, please allow me to report to the family head. May County Count Hu be magnanimous and give our gambling house some time to transfer the gold and copper coins. Manager Wang was at his wits' end. This matter had already exceeded the scope of what he could do. He could only wait for Wang Renyu to deal with it. When Li Wangyu ran to the Yongyi gambling house to ask for the gold, the scene in Taiji Palace was completely different. Li Er sat back down on the throne and recounted what had happened in the Eastern Palace yesterday, as if he was narrating a story in a book. In the main hall, the officials heard that someone was so daring as to collude with the midwife and 2 palace maids to smuggle a drugged baby girl into the palace. In the emperor's bedroom in Lijiang Palace, they used the Sanyu by Shi as a smokescreen to replace Prince Shi with the baby girl that everyone had just seen. What was even more deranged was that Prince Shi and the others actually wanted to drown in the well. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 palace maids didn't have the guts to kill Prince Shi, Li Ji would have already lost his life. When Chang Yaojin and the others heard that someone was so arrogant, they were so angry that they started cursing loudly in the main hall. This group of old scoundrels cursed with the vulgar language of the army, which was very unpleasant to hear. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were so angry that they clenched their teeth, but they still had to pretend to be distressed, as if Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others were right to curse, and they were very sullen. Wei Zheng's face was also as black as the bottom of a pot. His eagle-like eyes scanned the officials in the main hall, as if he wanted to find the mastermind behind the scenes. He couldn't even be bothered to correct Chang Yaojin and the others' impolite behavior. If it weren't for his identity, the old man would have also cursed these rebels and traitors. When Zhang Sun Wuji found out that his nephew was almost replaced and almost killed, his face was also ashen. He looked around at the officials, unable to restrain his anger, as if he was prepared to fight to the death. Their attitude made Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads even more nervous. Fortunately, they were all old foxes. No matter how turbulent their hearts were, they didn't show it on their faces. Moreover, they were also confident that they would clean up the mess. Even if Pai Lupi discovered the truth, he couldn't do anything to them. Actually, there was no lack of smart people in the main hall. Many people guessed that this matter had something to do with the aristocratic families, especially when they thought about the matter of the bet that had caused a huge uproar in the streets. They even suspected that the masterminds behind this matter were the aristocratic families that currently stood in the imperial court. But no one dared to say such words. How would they dare to offend these aristocratic families for no reason? Actually, the reason why Pai Lupi exposed this matter in front of the civil and military officials was just to discuss these aristocratic families. The 100 Cavalry Division investigated the Eastern Palace matter overnight, but as Li Wangyu expected, they found nothing. The midwife had died, and there was no evidence. Palace maids Yuran and Nian Tao had no idea who ordered them. The person who gave the mission to the 2 girls and passed the message was a direct eunuch of the Eastern Palace. Direct eunuch, a lower official of the 9th grade. An inconspicuous small official. But when the 100 Cavalry Division rushed to the room of the direct eunuch, they found that he had been poisoned to death. He had been murdered. Obviously, this was another attempt to silence the witnesses. The clues to trace the palace maids Yuran and Yin Tao online were cut off. When the 100th Cavalry Division was investigating how the baby girl entered the palace, they also encountered such a situation. The 100th Cavalry Division finally found a colonel guarding the Eastern Palace Wing Chun sect, and there seemed to be some problems. After interrogating the Wing Chun sect guards, they learned that yesterday their colonel had rushed into the palace with a package, and when he left the palace, the package was gone. Therefore, the 100th Cavalry Department rushed to the colonel's residence. When they broke in, they found that the colonel had been stabbed several times and was lying in a pool of blood. He could not be more dead than he already was. One by one, the clues were cut off, and the 100th Cavalry Division had no clue. Pai Lupi was well aware of this, but he could only sigh. The aristocratic families were indeed ruthless. In order to keep it a secret, they did not leave any future trouble. Because there was no other way, Pai Lupi could only use this method to make the matter of the Eastern Palace public. He scolded and humiliated the aristocratic families to vent the anger in his heart. In the main hall, Chang Yaojin's mouth was like a river, endlessly cursing for a long time. Indescribable things had already happened with the 18 generations of ancestors of the mastermind. Wang Gong, Zheng Gong, Lu Gong, the two Chui Gong, do you think I am right? Shouldn't this kind of treacherous traitor be executed by his mother? Chang Yaojin scolded for a long time, and even asked the family heads if he was right. Wang Renyu. Chang Yaojin suddenly changed the topic. Chui Gong, can I honor my bet? As soon as he said this, there was no need to mention how ugly the clan head's complexion was. Chapter 448. The family head of the Chui family, Chui Xian, had an ugly expression on his face. This damnable Chang Jijia as his son-in-law didn't give the Chui clan any face at all. He regretted even more. Why was he so blind that he agreed to let his daughter marry this old man? However, Chui Xian was just thinking about it. Chang Yaojin's first wife was only 30 years old and passed away due to illness. Only then did Chang'an remarry Chui. Although people were proud to marry a girl with 5 surnames, Chui Xian's daughter was not a virgin. When she married Chang Yaojin, Chui was already 30 years old and was considered a second marriage. The Tang dynasty was open and women remarrying was nothing new. Although Chang Yaojin and Chui were not the first wives, their relationship was not bad. However, towards Chui Xian, this cheap father-in-law, he did not have much respect. There was a reason why Chang Yaojin and Chui Xian did not like each other. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were proud of their family's prestige and were ashamed to marry another family. When they married their daughter to another family, they would ask for a large number of betrothal gifts. Even Pai Lupi could not tolerate the arrogance of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. He once said, Chui, Lu, Li, Zheng and Wang, the 5 surnames are proud and arrogant. Every time a girl marries into another family, they will ask for a large number of betrothal gifts. They are like merchants and have bad customs. Since the weight is not appropriate, we need to change it. Chang Yaojin was a duke, but he was still forced to send a lot of betrothal gifts to the Chui family to marry Chui. This made Chang Yaojin furious, but he could not do anything about it. Therefore, when everyone was fighting over the gambling house in Duke Lu's residence, Chang Yaojin shamelessly snatched the right to bet on the Chui clan's Chang'an gambling house in Qinghe and went to bet 5,000 gold taels. Actually, Chang Yaojin gave face to his wife and only bet 5,000 gold. Otherwise, if he bet 10,000 gold, the Chui family would lose even more. However, Chui Xian would not let Chang Yaojin off because of this. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Chang Yaojin shamelessly asking him for the bet in front of the saints and officials, he was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. However, in the main hall, Chang Yaojin could shamelessly ask for the bet in front of everyone, but Chui Xian could not fall out with him. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. What are you saying, High Duke Lu? Do you think the Chui clan of Qinghe River is someone who would renege on a debt? The 25,000 taels of gold that should be paid to you will naturally not be missing a single coin. I will pay you in full. After Chui Xian finished speaking, he put on a straight face and no longer looked at Chang Yaojin. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would get angry. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chui. Chang'an gambling house is really good. I will go there often to take care of business in the future. Cheng Yaojin's words made Cui Exan so angry that he almost had a heart attack. With Cheng Yaojin taking the lead, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Linggu, and the others did not hold back. In the main hall, in front of Pai Lupi and the officials, they asked the aristocratic families behind the gambling house for their winnings. Pai Lupi was not angry and did not stop them. Instead, he looked at this scene with interest. How could those aristocratic family heads say no in this main hall? They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They all promised that they would pay the full amount of gold after the court. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and Cui Exan were all very regretful at this time. Not only did their families suffer heavy losses, but they also went for wool and came back shorn. The gains did not make up for the losses. These aristocratic family heads were so regretful that their intestines turned green. As for Li Wangyu, who caused all this, the aristocratic families hated him to the core. In particular, Taiyuan Wang clan hated Li Wangyu to the core. He wished that he could peel off his skin, break his bones, and scatter his ashes to vent the anger in his heart. But before Wang Renyu could figure out how to deal with Li Wangyu, he heard Pai Lupi suddenly speak from the throne. Everyone, County Count, who has been in the palace recently to protect the Empress's birth. It can be said that he has worked hard and performed a great service. We originally wanted to let him stay in the palace for a few more days to reward County Count Hu for his hard work. But he said goodbye to us early this morning, saying that there was no more overnight money at home. He had to go to Yongyi gambling house to collect his winnings to support his family. This County Count Hu is only 16 years old and has no parents. He is very pitiful. You uncles cannot bully him for being young. When Wang Renyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he was so angry that he almost jumped up and cursed. What kind of nonsense was this? Pai Lupi, how could you say such nonsense? That bastard Li Wangyu has no overnight money at home, and has to collect winnings to support his family? Who in Chang'an City didn't know that Li's family was making a lot of money every day? The other aristocratic families had long been envious of the Li family's properties. If it weren't for the fact that there were members of the royal family involved, they would have already taken action. Pai Lupi's words, wasn't it obvious that he was helping that Li brat collect his winnings? In the main hall, who didn't know that Yongyi gambling house was the property of Taiyuan Wang clan? The main hall, which had originally become very noisy because of Cheng Yaojin and the others wanting to collect their winnings, became even more lively with Pai Lupi's words. In Taiji Palace, the officials who had nothing to do with this matter all became onlookers and looked at Wang Renyu with interest. Even the saint had spoken up to help County Count Hu collect his winnings. Tsk, what great face. One could imagine the status of County Count Hu in the saint's heart. He really was in the emperor's heart. Wang Renyu's face alternated between green and white, and he was speechless for a long time. This point, what else could he say? However, when he thought about paying 50,000 taels of gold to Li Wangyu, Wang Renyu felt his heart bleed. 300,000 strings of copper coins. In the current Tang dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao that the imperial court cast every year was only 300,000 strings of copper coins. It could be seen how rich Li Wangyu's harvest was this time. Not only Li Wangyu but even Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, and Chai Linggu, these dukes and prefectural dukes all made a lot of money. To be able to cut meat and drink blood from aristocratic families was simply too delightful. When the imperial court ended, Wang Renyu walked out of Taiji Palace with an ashen face. He saw his family members anxiously pacing back and forth outside the palace. Seeing their family head appear, the family members hurriedly ran forward and whispered about how County Count Hu had gone to Yongyi gambling house early in the morning to collect his winnings. Although Wang Renyu was mentally prepared, when he heard this, he still couldn't stop the blood in his heart from rushing up. He almost disregarded his status and cursed out loud. His chest heaved up and down as he gasped for air. After a long time, he suppressed the evil fire in his heart and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Let the treasury of the manor count the gold and copper coins and compensate him. This old man will definitely take revenge in the future. My Taiji Wang clan cannot live under the same sky as this bastard." While Wang Renyu was cursing, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sneeze a few times. He rubbed his nose and looked at shopkeeper Wang. "It's almost noon. How long will it take for you to compensate me with your gold? I don't have the time to grind my teeth with you here." Yes. County Count Hu, please calm down. 50,000 taels of gold is truly a huge amount. Please be magnanimous. Shopkeeper Wang was already on the verge of tears. He already foresaw that his end wouldn't be good. Although it was family head Wang Renyu who hinted for him to accept this bet, he was still a scapegoat. He would definitely be treated as a scapegoat and severely punished by his family. Chapter 449. After Wang Renyu spoke, Taiyuan Wang clan naturally did not waste any more time. Soon, an endless stream of carriages drove into Xianyang Lane's Yongyi Casino, and unloaded carriage after carriage of copper coins and silk. Taiyuan Wang clan also deliberately disgusted Li Wangyu. He clearly had enough gold in his treasury, but he deliberately did not take it out. Instead, he brought in carriage after carriage of copper coins and silk. Even these copper coins had been stored in Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury for too long. Many of the ropes that connected the copper coins had rotted and broken, and the scattered copper coins were piled up in baskets. Many of the copper coins were even rusted and looked very old and shabby. Li Wangyu did not dislike them. As long as he gave enough money, copper coins were copper coins. He even planned to accept silk, which he had always disliked. Silk was also used as a currency in the Tang dynasty. 2 bolts of silk were equal to 1 copper coin. China had been short of copper since ancient times. Although copper coins were legal tender, they had always been in a state of shortage. Therefore, even in the Tang dynasty, silk was still one of the currencies used for transactions. During the Tang dynasty, Yang Guozhong ruled the world. In the history books, it was recorded that his family had accumulated 30 million bolts of silk. From this, one could see the status of silk as a currency. If Taiyuan Wang clan only used silk to exchange for copper coins, Li Wangyu would have accepted it. In any case, he had already made preparations. Previously, he had asked Pai Lupi for a favor and planned to transport all the copper coins and silk that he had won from Taiyuan Wang clan into the palace to exchange for gold. However, when Li Wangyu grabbed a handful of scattered copper coins from the basket containing the copper coins, he was so angry that he almost threw the copper coins at shopkeeper Wang's face. The copper coins that he had grabbed were obviously not Kaiyuan Tongbao. Not only were the coins smaller, but they were also thin and light. Li Wangyu immediately reacted. This was private money. The Tang dynasty had been short of copper coins for a long time. The Kaiyuan Tongbao that Wu De started to cast in the 4th year could only cast 300,000 strings of coins a year. He had been in Zhengguan for 2 years, but in only 7 years, he had only made 2 million copper coins. Even if half of these copper coins were in Chang, and it was still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, it was normal to barter and use silk as currency. If there was a shortage of money, the aristocratic families would forge private coins within their own sphere of influence to make up for the shortage of copper coins. Naturally, this money could not be compared to Kaiyuan Tongbao. Although the material and workmanship were not bad, compared to Kaiyuan Tongbao, it was much lighter. Private money could be circulated, but most of the time 2 or 3 pieces of private money could be exchanged for 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had actually moved so much private money. Obviously, they were planning to use shoddy goods to cheat their way through. How could Li Wangyu not be angry? Shopkeeper Wang, what is the meaning of your Taiyuan Wang clan's actions? Using so much private money to offset the official's salary, do you think I'm a fool? This perhaps the new servants made a mistake. I'll have them exchange it for county count who. Shopkeeper Wang saw that his plan to fish in troubled waters was discovered by Li Wangyu, so he could only awkwardly apologize and push the blame to the temporary workers. He was about to call people to move the private money away when Li Wangyu's eyes turned and he reached out to stop him. Wait, the money is already here, so don't go through so much trouble. Give me a discount, I'll accept this private money. How does county count who plan to give me a discount? I won't take advantage of you. 2 caddies of private money can be exchanged for 1 caddy of official money. If your Taiyuan Wang clan is willing, I'll accept it and save you the trouble of moving it back and forth. On the market, depending on the region, 2 or 3 pieces of private money could be exchanged for 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Li Wangyu's conditions were actually not too harsh, and he was even charging a lot less. Shopkeeper Wang asked the accountant sent by the Taiyuan Wang clan, and immediately nodded in agreement. This kind of large transaction of copper coins was always weighed by official weights. 5 caddies of Kaiyuan Tongbao copper coins was the norm. Private money was slightly lighter, and 6 caddies was the norm. Under normal circumstances, 12 to 18 caddies of private money could be exchanged for 5 caddies of Kai Yuan Tongbao copper coins. Now that Li Wangyu proposed to exchange 10 caddies of private money for 5 caddies of official money, how could the Taiyuan Wang clan not agree? Niu Wu wanted to persuade him from the side, as he felt that his clan was at a disadvantage. However, Li Wangyu didn't care. Being at a disadvantage was a blessing, not to mention that he had other plans. He beckoned Shopkeeper Wang over. Shopkeeper Wang, does your Taiyuan Wang clan have a lot of private money? If there's a lot, I can accept it all and exchange it according to this ratio. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Shopkeeper Wang couldn't help but be overjoyed. County count who, are you serious? These copper coins worth 50,000 caddies of gold can all be exchanged for private money? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. How much does your Taiyuan Wang clan have? I'll take it all. Shopkeeper Wang was naturally overjoyed at this. If he could pay Li Wangyu the 50,000 caddies of gold according to the ratio of 2 caddies of private money to 1 caddy of official money, he might be able to avoid punishment from his clan. Now he only needed to pay 3 million caddies of private money to clear his gambling debt. As for the private money, if 3 private coins were exchanged for 1 official coin, it would only be worth 160,000 caddies of coins on the market. This was equivalent to saving 140,000 caddies of coins. Even if it was 2 for 1, it would only be 250,000 caddies of coins, saving 50,000 caddies of coins. This wasn't a small amount, so Shopkeeper Wang naturally nodded in agreement. He was afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his words, so he hurriedly called for the workers to bring back all the Kai Yuan Tongbao copper coins, including the silk, and exchange them all for the private money of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu didn't reject any of them, counting the coins while ordering people to load them up. He directly sent the private money to the Taiji Palace in 4-wheeled carriages. After half a day, when the sun was about to set in the west, he finally finished counting the 3 million caddies of private money. At this point, Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan's gambling debt was cleared. He took out the promissory note from Yongyi Gambling House and handed it back to Shopkeeper Wang. Okay, I'm done with your gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang held onto the promissory note and nearly cried. The ups and downs of the past few days were simply too exciting. Shopkeeper Wang made up his mind that as long as he avoided punishment from his clan, he would return to Taiyuan and never come back to Chang'an City again. When Li Wangyu escorted the last carriage of coins into the Taiji Palace, he was stopped by Mitu. County Earl, why did you order people to transport all your private money? How am I supposed to exchange it for gold? The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty usually called themselves miscellaneous scholars. As for Mitua, he was the highest-ranked eunuch in the Taiji Palace. He only called himself a servant in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. He originally called himself a certain someone in front of Li Wangyu. Until this incident in the Eastern Palace, Mitua was in awe of Li Wangyu. Furthermore, Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's nephew, so Mitua lowered his status and started to call himself a servant in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi had agreed that the copper coins he transported from the Wang clan in Taiyuan would be exchanged for gold. Pai Lupi naturally left this matter to Mitua, the provincial supervisor of the Internal Affairs Department. However, when the copper coins were transported into the palace today, Mitua was stunned. What was transported into the palace was not Kaiyuan Tongbao, but carriage after carriage of private money. He really did not understand what the county earl was doing. How could such private money be exchanged for gold? Chapter 450. In response to Mito's question, Li Wangyu chuckled and said, Mito, I won't exchange this money for gold. I'll keep it in the palace for the time being, and I'll explain it to the saint. It's getting late today, and I'll go to the palace another day to explain it to the saint. Mito naturally had no objection to Li Wangyu's words. Otherwise, Mito wouldn't be able to explain it to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son if he exchanged this money for gold. It was getting late, and the drum of dusk had already sounded in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay any longer. He had been away from home for several days and couldn't wait to return to Dingzhou village. He didn't have time to talk to Mito and hurriedly left. He left Taiji Palace to meet Niu Wu and rode to Dingzhou village. It was already night when he returned to the Li family's old house, and the methane lamps in the mansion had already been lit. His beautiful superior guessed that he might return home today, so she had been waiting for him in the central room. Not only was she waiting for him, but Aphrodite, Perrin, the old butler Li Heng, and Yo Yong were also waiting for their Langjun to return home. This time Li Wangyu had been away for 5 or 6 days. Not only were Aphrodite, Perrin, and the others worried about him, but even his beautiful superior was also worried. After she transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, her feelings for Li Wangyu grew stronger. No matter what, she felt deep in her heart that she was just a passerby in the Tang dynasty. Everything here gave her a sense of unreality. In this environment, she could share many secrets with Li Wangyu. It was also because of this that her dependence and longing for Li Wangyu grew stronger after their relationship warmed up. Li Wangyu jumped off the horse, threw the reins to Yo Yong, and turned to look at his beautiful superior, who was smiling sweetly at him, with a bright smile on his face. His beautiful superior trotted 2 steps forward, as if she wanted to hug Li Wangyu, but she quickly realized that this was not the future. With so many pairs of eyes looking at her, she felt embarrassed. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about that at all. He walked directly to his beautiful boss and hugged her tightly. Not only did Yo Yong and Yo Wu widen their eyes, even the old butler Li Heng was dumbfounded. On the other hand, Aphrodite and Perrin almost cried out in surprise at their Longjuan's bold move and covered their eyes with their hands shyly. However, between the gaps of his fingers, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were rolling around. They stared at Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, unwilling to even blink. After the old man Li Heng reacted, he hurriedly gestured to the Nyo brothers, indicating for them to leave quickly. They had to avoid their Longjuan's actions. The 2 brothers of the Nyo family laughed and left with their arms around each other's shoulders, but the beautiful boss was a little shy in Li Wangyu's hug. She gently used her strength and struggled out of his arms. She blushed and rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu, but her tone was very gentle. "You're finally back? You haven't eaten yet, right? Go take a bath first. I'll get Perrin and the rest to heat up the food for you." Li Wangyu almost blurted out the words, "Take a bath together." Fortunately, he stopped himself at the last moment and didn't make a big mistake. Otherwise, Nyo Wu would have to go to the Temple of Nature to find Sun Simiao to save his life. Lying in his own bathtub and drinking 2 cups of rice wine that his beautiful superior prepared for him, Li Wangyu felt that this was life. Compared to Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu felt that Pai Lupi's life was simply too tacky. Especially the toilets in the palace, which made Li Wangyu complain that they were useless, let alone bathing. After a comfortable hot bath, he had a warm and sweet dinner with the company of beauties. During the dinner, not only did his beautiful superior whisper affectionately to him, but there was also Aphrodite, the little vixen, who poured tea and wine for him attentively. Even Perrin, the little girl, obediently knelt behind him and gently massaged his shoulders and back. No one else could have such a good life. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that God was treating him well. As a small white-collar loser in the future, he could also live such a spurned, rotten life. It was really his ancestors' graves that were smoking. As Li Wangyu ate and drank, he vividly described what had happened in the Eastern Palace to the group of beauties, young and old. His beautiful superior also had a rough idea of what had happened in Chang'an city from the rumors in the streets. But at this time, she learned from Li Wangyu that Li Ji, the future emperor of the Tang dynasty, had actually been almost replaced by a leopard cat. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. She also never expected that those aristocratic families would be so daring. "Wang Yu, then you have to be more careful in the future. This time you have offended those aristocratic families. Be careful that they will take revenge on you by hook or by crook," his beautiful superior said worriedly. In response, Li Wangyu casually waved his hand. "Why should I be afraid of them? I am not an official in the imperial court, so there is nothing they can use against me. Besides, don't I have Li Shimin to back me up? Those aristocratic families can't do anything." Although he said so, his beautiful superior was obviously still a little worried, but now was not the time to talk about this, so she didn't say much. Dinner lasted until the moon was high in the sky before everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms to rest. When he woke up the next day, Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 million pounds of private money that was now piled up in the Taiji Palace's treasury. After breakfast, he leisurely strolled around the village. Greetings, Lang Jun. Hello, Lang Jun. Hello, Lang Jun. You are back from Chang'an City? I heard that you have been living in the palace during this time? What is it like in the Taiji Palace? The villagers who didn't go to work, as well as the aunties in the village, hurriedly greeted Li Wangyu when they saw him. Some gossipy people even asked Li Wangyu what the Taiji Palace was like. In response, Li Wangyu cheerfully nodded and greeted everyone. He was bored, so he also described the palace's scenery to everyone in a gossipy manner. The villagers and aunties who heard him exclaimed from time to time. More and more villagers and aunties gathered around Li Wangyu. Everyone was happy to listen to their own Mr. Xiao Lang talk about these new things. Just as Li Wangyu was speaking eloquently, his saliva flying everywhere, he saw Carpenter Lu squeeze into the crowd and greet him with his hands clasped. Hello, Lang Jun. Dare I ask, Lang Jun, about the name you gave my grandson? Did you come up with a good one? Carpenter Lu's words stunned Li Wangyu. Damn it, I completely forgot about this. He also didn't ask Ma Zhou and Yin Libin about the surname Lu. Now that Carpenter Lu asked him that, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Li Wangyu's mind raced. Surname Lu, what name should I give him? Looking at Carpenter Lu's expectant gaze, Li Wangyu blurted out. Lu Dehua. Yes, I gave your grandson the name Lu Dehua. Virtue is morality and virtue is Tao. This child was born in a Taoist temple, so he is fated with Tao. Huawei is glorious, and it means that your grandson will have a bright future. Carpenter Lu muttered. Lu Dehua? Good. That's really great. Lang Jun is a great talent. Thank you, Lang Jun, thank you. The surrounding villagers were also envious of the name Li Wangyu gave Carpenter Lu's grandson. They looked at Carpenter Lu with burning eyes. TSK, this child of the Lu family was given a name by Lang Jun himself. What a blessing. Li Wangyu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If anyone wanted to give him a name in the future, he would fight it out with that person. It was really too difficult. While the crowd was bustling, Niu Wu came over. Lang Jun, Yang Mingfu is here to visit. Hearing that Yang Quan was here, Li Wangyu quickly cupped his fists and bid farewell to the villagers. He then went back to his old residence. Chapter 451. When Li Wangyu returned to the residence, Yang Quan had already been waiting in the main room for a long time. Brother Xuqing, how have you been? We haven't seen each other for a long time and I've missed you. What brings you to my residence today? Li Wangyu and Yang Quan greeted each other with a smile. Now that he had been conferred the title of County Earl, there was a big difference between his status and Yang Quan's. However, he firmly disagreed with Yang Quan calling him by his title. Thus, he and Yang Quan simply called each other by their courtesy names and called each other brothers. This made it easier for them to get along. In fact, there was a big age difference between the two of them. Yang Quan's son was only a few years younger than Li Wangyu. However, the ancient people didn't care much about the age difference. That old man Yu Shernan was already 70 years old, but he was still willing to be friends with Li Wangyu despite the difference in age. Brother Zio, I'm here today to give you an invitation. Yang Quan stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Wangyu smiled and joked. Brother Xuqing, what invitation are you giving? Did your wife give birth to another child for you? Or did you buy a new house? When he said that Yang Quan had bought a new house, he meant to ask if he had taken in another concubine. This Yang Quan was also a romantic person. He was middle-aged and had a beautiful wife at home. He even took in a few concubines. He was very carefree, which made Li Wangyu very envious. However, this was also very normal. The Tang people were generally like this, so there was nothing strange about it. On the contrary, people like Fang Yai's father, Fang Xianling, who only had one wife and no concubines, were more unique. Thus, the story of Lady Fang being jealous was passed down through the ages. Being teased by Li Wangyu like this, Yang Quan couldn't help but blush. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Brother Li Wangyu, don't speak nonsense. Cough cough, I'm just sending the invitation on behalf of my teacher. Upon hearing that it was Yang Quan's post, Li Wangyu didn't continue to tease him. Instead, he hurriedly asked, Is there any good news, Master Yu? On the 5th of next month, it will be teacher's birthday. As disciples, we naturally have to properly host a birthday banquet for our masters. That's why I'm here today to deliver an invitation to Brother Zio, inviting you to attend the banquet. Yang Quan's words made Li Wangyu clap his hands and laugh out loud. Of course, I have to go to Lord Yu's 70th birthday. Duke Yu treats me like a nephew. It's his birthday, how could he dare to miss it? Aha, of course. Teacher really values Brother Zio. Even I am envious of you. The birthday banquet will be held at Buzhengfang, at teacher's residence. At that time we will be waiting respectfully for Brother Zio. Birthday banquets were considered a very grand event in the Tang dynasty. Longevity was the most important of the 5 blessings, and birthday banquets were the most important. Therefore, Yu Shernan's 70th birthday was naturally a big event. Not to mention, Yu Shernan was a great scholar and a high official in the imperial court. He had countless disciples. For his birthday banquet, even Pai Lupi would send an eunuch to announce the imperial edict and present gifts as a sign of congratulation. After sending off Yang Quan, Li Wangyu began to ponder what he should give Yu Shernan as a gift. If he were to give him some gold or jewelry, the old man would definitely not like it. Last time he didn't have the money to buy that piece of land facing the sun, so he borrowed 1,000 strings of copper coins from Yu Shernan. But when he had the money, the old man didn't want him to pay him back. It was clear that Yu Shernan didn't care about these things at all. But if he were to give him some poems, calligraphy and paintings, it would be too light on the gift but heavy on the thought. Although the old man would definitely like it, he didn't know how many influential people in Chang'an City would be there to give him their birthday banquets. If he were to just give away his own poems, it would be too embarrassing. If things didn't go well, people would say that he, the dignified county earl who founded the country, was so stingy and stingy. That wouldn't be good. For a moment Li Wangyu was a bit worried. Gifting was indeed a skill. His beautiful superior came out and saw him frowning. She curiously asked what was wrong. Li Wangyu told her about Yu Shernan's 70th birthday banquet in a few days. He was also worried about what gift to give. His beautiful superior smiled with her beautiful eyes. Isn't that simple? Give him a birthday cake. It's delicious and has a good taste. Besides, no one in the Tang dynasty has ever seen a cream cake, right? It's a rare thing. Li Wangyu was stunned. You know how to make a cream cake? Aha! The beautiful superior raised her proud neck, looking like a little princess who didn't know who she was. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He stepped forward and hugged his beautiful superior, giving her a big peck on her pink face. His sudden attack startled the beautiful superior, who couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Bashful, her soft fist suddenly fell on Li Wangyu's chest like raindrops. This was the so-called flirting. Since his beautiful superior knew how to make a cream cake, Li Wangyu didn't bother to think about giving a gift. He planned to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor with a clear conscience. Something like a cream cake was used as a birthday gift. In the future, it would be better to give some calligraphy and paintings, but in the Tang dynasty, it couldn't be more appropriate. Sure enough, a virtuous wife at home was better than 10,000 acres of fertile land. Hihi Chongqing, then I'll leave the gift to you. Yugong's birthday is on the 5th of next month. You can arrange it according to the schedule. After Li Wangyu settled the matter of the congratulatory gift, he crossed his legs and leisurely drank his tea while humming a little tune. He looked like the foolish son of a landlord. Needless to say, it was extremely hateful. Seeing him like this, the beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She couldn't help but reach out her slender white fingers, quickly and accurately clamped Li Wangyu's ear, and gently twisted it. Ouch, it hurts, let go, let go. Chongqing, what are you doing? Li Wangyu cried out in pain. Humph, you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? In your dreams. That birthday cake was my gift. What gift do you want to give Yugong? Go prepare it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted discontentedly. When Li Wangyu heard her words, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chongqing, what are you saying? You don't even know Yugong, why are you giving him a gift? Be good, leave the cake to me. Li Wangyu only thought that the beautiful superior was joking with him. Su Chongqing glanced at him. Yugong has a son, do you know? I know. Yu Chong, courtesy named Jingming. I saw him when I went to Yugong's residence. Yugong is quite good, he actually had a son at such an old age. Yu Chang is now 28 years old, but Yu Gong is already 70 years old. When Li Wangyu talked about Yu Shernan's gossip, he was also in high spirits. It wasn't strange for Yu Shernan to have a son in his 40s, but in the Tang dynasty, having a son at such an old age was a rare occurrence. The beautiful superior asked again. Yu Chang has a wife called Yun, do you know? How could I know? I only know Yu Chang, we're not close. Li Wangyu didn't understand what the beautiful superior meant. That Yun is very close to me now, and we can be considered best friends. She already invited me to Yu Gong's birthday yesterday. Did you know? The beautiful superior laughed proudly, but Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Xiaodo Sak. Wait, Chongqing Yu, when did you get to know that Yun? Best friends? Are you kidding me? Li Wangyu was so anxious that he even blurted out the Japanese language. But he didn't know that Su Chongqing really didn't lie to him. Chapter 452. His beautiful boss had to travel between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village almost every day. Plus, after she came to the Tang dynasty, she was addicted to riding horses and did not want to ride anymore. Even her favorite horse, Zhao Yebai, would only go out for a walk occasionally. Now that it was summer, his beautiful boss did not want her delicate white skin to be tanned by riding back and forth every day. Li Wangyu's heart ached for her, so he asked Carpenter Lu to help his beautiful boss build a special four-wheeled carriage for her to ride. Although Li Wangyu could not make springs and rubber in the Tang dynasty, the wisdom of the ancients was not to be underestimated. Huaxia had carriages since ancient times. Although they were two-wheeled carriages, how could the carriages of the high officials and nobles endure the pain of the bumpy ride? Therefore, all kinds of shock absorption measures were exhausted. For example, leather was wrapped around the wheels, which was the same principle as rubber tires. It increased the cushioning by increasing the softness. Thick cushions were placed on the seats to make the buttocks more comfortable. There was also a device called rabbit concealing device, which was installed between the axle and the carriage and had a spring-like shock absorption effect. In Shiming, this device was described as like human clogs, which meant that it was as comfortable as wearing shoes. Li Wangyu was not short of money now, so he did not hesitate to use a lot of money to build the carriage for his beautiful boss. He used whatever was useful and did not care about the cost. Li Wangyu also followed the layout of carriages in the future, and had people use leather, soft fur, and cotton to build comfortable seats. There was even a bed for lying down to rest. Even the 4 horses that pulled the carriage were fine horses that he had specially bought from Shi City. The only regret was that he could not make glass. The windows of the carriage could not be made to be transparent. The 4-wheeled carriage for his beautiful boss was built. When it was driven on the road, it was as eye-catching as the Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and other luxury cars in the future. His beautiful boss naturally liked the spacious and comfortable 4-wheeled carriage. After trying it again, she was so excited that she even took the initiative to give Li Wangyu a kiss, which made Li Wangyu feel that it was worth it. Since the unique luxurious carriage of the Tang dynasty was built, his beautiful boss had been riding it between Dingzhou village and Chang'an City every day. She did not feel tired at all. Coincidentally, a few days ago, on the way to Chang'an in a carriage, his beautiful superior ran into a broken carriage by the roadside. The axle of the carriage was broken, and one of the wheels fell off. The coachman was so anxious that he stomped his feet, but it was useless. The beautiful boss immediately asked Niu Yong to stop the carriage and asked if he needed help. After asking around, he learned that there were women in the broken carriage who were on their way back to Chang'an City to visit their relatives in Hu County. They were worried about the broken carriage when it broke down. The beautiful boss warmly invited the young woman to get on her carriage and sent her back to Chang'an City. The young woman led her maidservant and thanked her beautiful superior repeatedly before boarding the carriage. This wide 4-wheeled carriage, which she had never seen before, made the young woman very surprised. After asking carefully, she learned that the carriage was personally built by County Count Hu, which made her even more surprised. The two chatted along the way and realized that they were actually close. This young woman was Yu Shernan's daughter-in-law Yun. Of course, Madame Yun knew Li Wangyu, the County Count of Huxian. Not only was the County Count of Huxian famous in Chang'an, but her father-in-law often talked about him at home. This made her very curious about this young county count who founded the country. After learning that his beautiful superior was a relative of County Count Hu, He became even closer and even warmly invited her to his home. His beautiful superior had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and did not have many friends. Seeing Yun's enthusiasm, she did not refuse. The two of them became closer and closer as time went by. When his beautiful superior went to Chang'an City to take care of the underwear workshop and carriage business, she would often send people to invite Yun. Therefore, Yun naturally invited her to Shernan's 70th birthday celebration. As a relative of County Count Hu, she would go to Yu Mansion to celebrate. In response, his beautiful superior naturally nodded happily. Therefore, his beautiful superior naturally wanted to give the birthday cake to Shernan as a birthday gift. After understanding all of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could this work? Hehe Chongqing. Let's consider the cake as a gift from both of us. Okay? Li Wangyu asked with a cheeky grin. No way. We women are not here to celebrate our birthdays with you stinky men. If you take it and give it to Buddha, I'll be empty-handed. You're dreaming. His beautiful superior mercilessly rejected Li Wangyu's suggestion, making him very sad. He knew that his beautiful superior was right. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, the nobles still strictly followed Confucian etiquette. This was especially true for the birthday banquet of a grand scholar like Yu Shernan. Therefore, during the banquet, the madams and young ladies of the noble families who came to celebrate would sit alone in a hall. At that time Yu Shernan the birthday boy would go and receive their blessings and gifts. What's so great about that? It's not like I can't think of a gift. Just you wait. The gift I've prepared will definitely be much better than that birthday cake. Li Wangyu said stubbornly, refusing to back down. How could the beautiful superior not see through his stubbornness? She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hehe. Then take your time to think about it. Be careful or else your gift won't be as good as my birthday cake. That would be too embarrassing. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. She waved her hand and didn't take a single cloud with her. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand wanting to stop her, but he put it down disappointedly. If he begged his beautiful superior again, he would lose face. He was still a bit of a male chauvinist. How could he be willing to lose face and beg his beautiful superior again at this time? He propped his head up with one hand and subconsciously tapped the table with the other. He was thinking hard about what gift he could give Yu Shernan. If he wanted to build a four-wheeled carriage, it would be quite suitable as a gift. He still remembered the first time he saw Yu Shernan, that old man. Yu Shernan had an old servant by his side and was sitting in a creaky old ox cart. Building a comfortable carriage for the old man would be the most suitable. But this carriage was completely handmade. It wasn't something that could be built in just a few days. He couldn't give the beautiful superior's carriage to Yu Shernan, right? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu patted his head in annoyance. When he was building the carriage, why didn't he think of building more? This was a good gift. Yu Shernan Kong Ingda Lu Quan these big shots, he should have given one to them as a token of his sincerity. He decided to make a note of this matter and ask Carpenter Lu to build him more carriages to use as a gift. But it was too late to talk about this now. It was obviously not in time. If he wanted to give Yu Shernan a gift, he would have to think of another way. Li Wangyu racked his brains for a long time and finally slapped the table. Wahahaha, I really am a genius. Su Chongqing, wait and see. Let's see what you have to fight with me. After thinking of what gift to give, Li Wangyu didn't care about the hot weather. He directly got up and called for Ox Warrior to prepare a horse. He was going to Chang'an City. Chapter 453. His beautiful superior had recently discovered that Li Wangyu had been acting all mysterious and busy, traveling between Chang'an City and Dingzhou village from time to time. She asked out of curiosity, but Li Wangyu refused to answer and only said that he was preparing a gift for Yu Shernan. Hehe, it's a secret. Anyway, my gift will definitely be better than your birthday cake. I don't believe you. His beautiful superior naturally snorted in disdain, thinking that Li Wangyu was pretending to be mysterious. She didn't believe that Li Wangyu could have come up with anything good in such a short time. Time flew by and it was already the 5th day of the 8th lunar month. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior dressed up and prepared to go to Chang'an City's Bujing Square for the birthday banquet. With the help of Aphrodite and Perrin, his beautiful superior had already prepared a huge cream cake. She put it in a box and asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to carefully carry the cake onto the carriage. Natural cream made from milk was the most resistant to heat. Once the temperature was too high, it would melt like ice cream. In order to prevent the cream from melting, she carefully found a lot of ice cubes and piled them around the cake box to cool it down. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was only holding a slender wooden box in his hand. Riding on the jade flower horse, he was very relaxed. His beautiful superior had already seen that the wooden box contained a painting scroll. If it wasn't Li Wangyu's sketch, then it must have been something that Yen Liban had drawn on his behalf. His beautiful superior made a funny face at him and stuck out her pink tongue. "Hey, this is the birthday gift you prepared? Just a painting? Hee, who was the one who said that his gift would definitely be better than mine? Hee, what's the rush? Just wait and see. If I say that my gift is better than yours, then it's definitely better. When have I ever spoken without thinking?" "Oh, is that so? I heard that someone named Carpenter Lu's grandson Lu Dehua Lu? Does that count as speaking without thinking?" His beautiful superior winked at Li Wangyu mischievously. Her words made Li Wangyu's face turn red. F***ck, didn't I blurt it out because of Carpenter Lu's questions that day? The fact that he didn't name Carpenter Lu's grandson Lu Jin was already very kind to him. Let's go. It's getting late. Take the carriage. Be careful of the cake. We have to let Niu Yong walk slower." Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. The beautiful boss raised her head smugly and beckoned Aphrodite and Perrin to get into the car. Today, the two of them, as the personal attendants of their beautiful superior, were brought along to the Yu residence to have some fun. Avro and Perrin often went to work in Chang'an, and with their beautiful boss, so they naturally knew Madame Yun. The two brothers, Niu Wu and Niu Yong, escorted Li Wangyu and the three women and set off for Chang'an City. When they arrived at Buzhengfang, the place was already filled with all kinds of carriages and horses. It was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, and the guests who came to wish him well were as numerous as the clouds. The beautiful superior's four-wheeled carriage could hardly move, so she had no choice but to get off and walk. As for the huge cake box, it was carefully carried by the Niu brothers to the Yu residence. Today, the gates of the Yu residence were all open to welcome the guests. Li Wangyu immediately saw Yang Quan and Yu Chang standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. "Haha, younger brother Zio, you're finally here. Teacher has asked several times if you've arrived." Yang Quan immediately cupped his hands in greeting when he saw Li Wangyu. Yu Chang also bowed to Li Wangyu. "Thank you, County Count Hu, for coming to celebrate my lord's birthday. Please take a seat in the central room. Brother Jingming is too polite. These are the women of my residence. They were invited by Brother Jingming's wife to celebrate Duke Yu's birthday." Li Wangyu hurriedly introduced his beautiful superior to Yu Chang. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while before they were welcomed into the residence. The beautiful superior, Aphrodite, and Perrin were naturally received by Madame Yun, who led them to a small sitting room at the side of the main hall. The small sitting room was separated from the main hall by a curtain, so it was actually very transparent. Meanwhile, Li Wangyu was politely invited into the main hall of Yu Mansion by Yu Chang. "Brat, why are you so late? Come and drink." As soon as Li Wangyu entered the main hall, he heard Chang Yaojin's hoarse voice and subconsciously wanted to turn and run. Fortunately, he immediately reacted. This was not Duke Lu's residence, but Yu Shernan's birthday banquet. Chang Yaojin wouldn't be too presumptuous, right? This nephew greets Uncle Chang. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Chang Yaojin and winked at the three brothers beside him as a greeting. "Brat, why don't you come to my residence to drink? I haven't thanked you for winning the gold yet." Chang Yaojin laughed. Li Wangyu was speechless. "Damn, are you going to thank me? You're clearly planning to repay kindness with enmity." If he went to Duke Lu's residence to drink, Li Wangyu suspected that he would die of alcohol poisoning sooner or later. Li Wangyu didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly used the excuse of going to greet the others and stayed far away from Chang Yaojin. Today, Yu Chang's main hall was filled with familiar faces. Li Wangyu even had an illusion that Chang Chao from Taiji Palace had been brought here. A room full of big shots, all of them high-ranking officials of the imperial court. As one of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's residence, Yu Shernan was very familiar with Pai Lupi's trusted ministers. They had all been officials of the imperial court for many years. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, so how could these big shots not personally come to congratulate him? Li Wangyo's status wasn't low, but he was the youngest. He could only hurry forward and greet these big shots one by one. After a round of greetings, Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't straighten his back. Not only were almost all of the big shots of the imperial court present, but even Li Wangyo's group of bad friends were present. They had all followed their fathers to Yu Chang's residence to give birthday greetings. When they saw Li Wangyu, they all winked at each other. It was very lively. What surprised Li Wangyu was that the patriarchs of the 5 surnames and 7 looks had also come today. He didn't know that Yu Yao's Yu clan was also one of the aristocratic families. However, Yu Shernan was more politically inclined towards Pai Lupi. He was Pai Lupi's trusted minister and one of the future 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion. When Wang Renyu saw Li Wangyu, his expression turned cold. However, it wasn't good for him to flare up. He snorted coldly and no longer looked at him. On the other hand, a young man beside Wang Renyu was glaring at Li Wangyu provocatively. "Brother Yai, who's the one glaring at me?" Li Wangyu curiously asked Fang Yai. "He's the second son of Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziyu. His elder brother is that bastard Wang Ziqiao. He's not much different from his elder brother. He's also a bastard. Zio, it seems that he's very unhappy with you after you won so much money from Taiyuan Wang clan." Li Wangyu curled his lips in disdain. "So what if he's unhappy? Is he going to bite me? I like to see this kind of person the most. He's clearly unhappy with me, but he can't do anything about it." "Haha Zio, you're so bad." Fang Yai laughed heartily. He kept patting Li Wangyu's back with his palm. Today, the Yu clan was celebrating the closing of the Yu clan. Just as the main hall was bustling with noise and excitement, Li Wangyu was surprised to see another familiar figure enter the hall. Damn. Pai Lupi actually came in person. TSK, Yu Shernan really has a lot of face. Seeing Pai Lupi come in person, the main hall was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone stepped forward to greet him. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Today, I'm also here to celebrate Duke Yu's birthday. There's no need to be so formal." Pai Lupi smiled and waved at everyone. When Yu Shernan received the news, he immediately rushed to the main hall. "This old subject greets your majesty. Duke Yu, there's no need to be so courteous. Yu Chang, quickly help your lord up." Pai Lupi hurriedly stopped Yu Shernan from greeting him. "Duke Yu, I wish you a long life, as long as the South Mountain, as long as the East Sea, and as many children and grandchildren as possible." "Thank you, your majesty. Please take a seat." After the commotion, everyone finally sat down again. With the arrival of the sage, the Yu clan became even livelier. Chapter 454. When Pai Lupi saw Li Wangyu, he gestured for him to sit next to him. "Zio, you bastard. How could you leave so much of your private money in my palace and not care about it? What are you trying to do?" As soon as Li Wangyu sat down, Pai Lupi asked quietly. Ever since Li Wangyu moved the 3 million caddies of money into Tai Chi Palace, he hadn't asked about it. This made Pai Lupi very depressed. Now that he finally caught him, how could he not ask him? I've been busy preparing a congratulatory gift for Duke Yu these few days and forgot about this matter. I'll tell you about it later. It's a good thing." "What good thing? Tell me." Pai Lupi wasn't going to let him go. "It's turning your money into official money. Are you interested?" Li Wangyu laughed. Pai Lupi glared at him and planned to ask more questions. But it was already time for the birthday celebration. The guests had already begun. Pai Lupi could only give up for now. He planned to ask Li Wangyu later. In the main hall of Yu Manor, Yu Shernan was wearing new clothes and a red ribbon. He sat facing the south, ready to receive the congratulations and bows of his relatives and juniors. The birthday celebration began. His eldest son Yu Chang lit the birthday lantern. The lantern was made of red candles. The god of longevity would light one every 10 years. There were a total of 7 red candles, similar to the birthday candles of modern times. There was a master of ceremonies. Yu Shernan's children and grandchildren walked into the hall in order of seniority. Yu Shernan had a son and a daughter. His daughter Yu Xiaoyao was already married. Today, She brought her children home to celebrate her father's birthday. Yu Shernan's older brother, Yu Shiji, was killed by Yuan Huaji 10 years ago during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. However, he left behind 4 sons, all of whom were married and had families. As the head of the Yu Yaoyu clan, Yu Shernan was celebrating his birthday today. Naturally, these juniors had to come and kowtow to congratulate him and present their gifts. This was Li Wangyou's first time seeing a Tang celebrate a birthday, and he was all smiles as he watched, finding it extremely amusing. After Yu Shernan's relatives and juniors had finished paying their respects, it was now the turn of the guests. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that this birthday celebration seemed to have become a way for the aristocratic families to flaunt their wealth. Every time a guest presented a gift to Yu Shernan, there would be an MC loudly announcing the list of gifts. To give a gift, there must be a gift list. To receive a gift, there must be a gift account. Actually, Yu Shernan didn't accept all the gifts that were sent to him. According to custom, most of the time the owner would accept a few items and return a few items. The gift list was marked with respectfully received, which meant that the owner had accepted it. On the other hand, those who wrote thank you were returning the guests. After the gift list was marked by the owner, it had to be returned to the original owner as proof of receiving the gift. The gift account was naturally used by the owner to record the gift, so that the owner could return the gift after the event. If the gift giver couldn't attend in person due to other matters, he would send someone to deliver the gift along with his name card. This was equivalent to him personally delivering the gift. As long as Yu Shernan nodded to accept the gift, there would be servants of the Yu residents who would bring the dazzling gifts into the main hall to display to the guests present. Many of the gifts given by the aristocratic families were all priceless treasures. Li Wangyu couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw this. He felt that he was a rich man now, but compared to the gifts given by the aristocratic families, he seemed to be very poor. Li Wangyu cursed inwardly. No wonder Yangzhou said that his teacher was rich. Just these congratulatory gifts, if converted to copper coins, would be worth tens of thousands of strings of coins. In fact, this wasn't Yu Shernan showing off. This was the custom of the Tang dynasty, and the old man couldn't do anything about it. Yu Shernan even had a headache. Since ancient times, China had been particular about it's impolite not to reciprocate. Returning the gift was also a troublesome matter. The Wang clan of Taiyuan sends a 3-foot Langxian tree. When the master of ceremonies read out the gift list, his voice couldn't help but raise a few notches. It attracted the attention of everyone in the noisy main hall. When Pai Lupi heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and murmured, "This Wang clan of Taiyuan is really generous. They're willing to give such a treasure as a gift?" Li Wangyu didn't quite understand. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Uncle, is the gift given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan to Yugong very precious?" Pai Lupi rolled his eyes at him. "You don't even know about the Langxian tree? It's also called the pearl tree. It's produced in Mount Penglai and is shaped like a coral. Its texture is like a branch of ginger, and when hit, it will produce the sound of metal and stone. The Langxian tree is even more precious than a coral. Moreover, a 3-foot-tall Langxian tree is even more precious. It can be said to be priceless." When Li Wangyu heard Pai Lupi's words, he suddenly remembered an ancient poem about the Langxian tree. For example, "The Langxian tree is not a tree in the mortal world. Where is the phoenix in the morning sun?" There was also a poem by Du Fu. "Knowing that the Lord's plan will grow, the Ganoderma Langxian tree will grow day by day." The Langxian tree alongside the Ganoderma Langxian tree should be the Langxian tree, given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Right? Wasn't that the legendary immortal tree? Could it be that it really existed? When Yu Shernan heard the master of ceremonies read out the gift list and heard that it was a gift from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he couldn't help but stand up and cup his hands towards Wang Renyu. "Lord Wang, this gift is truly too precious. This old man is ashamed to accept it. Lord Wang, please take it back. This old man appreciates this gift in his heart. Thank you." Wang Renyu also stood up and laughed heartily. "Lord Yu, what are you saying? How can you take back a gift that has already been given?" This. Yu Shernan was somewhat hesitant. The Langxian tree given by the Wang clan of Taiyuan was truly too precious. A 3-foot-tall Langxian tree might be able to sell for 10,000 taels of gold. The value of this gift was truly too great. Although the gifts given by the many guests today were valuable, most of them were only worth 100 strings of copper coins. Dukes like Chang'an had given gifts worth 1,000 strings of copper coins, which was already very precious. However, the Taiyuan Wang clan had given a gift worth 10,000 taels of gold. How could Yu Shernan not feel conflicted? Seeing Yu Shernan's hesitation before Wang Renyu could say anything, his second son Wang Ziyu suddenly spoke up. Lord Yu, this Langxian tree was specially chosen by our lord for you. Please accept it, Duke Yu. Otherwise, if word gets out, won't others think that our Taiyuan Wang clan of Taiyuan can't even afford to give out gifts? If we give you something that looks good to fool you, then our Taiyuan Wang clan's face will be completely lost. His words were extremely impolite. It was as if Yu Shernan's refusal to accept the Taiyuan Wang clan's gift was looking down on them. Yu Shernan was taken aback when he heard this. Why did Wang Renyu's second son speak so harshly? Wang Renyu didn't take it to heart. He smiled and said, "My son is young and doesn't know how to speak properly. Please don't blame him, Lord Yu. Please don't be so courteous and accept this Langxian tree." Young, your sister. Li Wangyu was also displeased by Wang Ziyu's impoliteness. He cursed inwardly. Wang Ziyu in his 20s. Wang Renyu, you have the nerve to call him young? I'm the one who's called young, all right? However, Li Wangyu's displeasure was one thing. Today was Yu Shernan's birthday banquet. He naturally couldn't disrupt Yu Manor's joyous occasion. He could only curse silently. Seeing the Wang father and son's attitude, Yu Shernan could only smile and nod. He thanked Wang Renyu again and accepted the gift. Seeing Yu Shernan accept the gift, Yu Manor's servants carefully carried the Langxian tree, gifted by the Taiyuan Wang clan, into the main room, and displayed it for everyone to see. The Langxian tree was shaped like a coral, but under the illumination of the lights in the main hall, it sparkled with jewels. Li Wangyu was stunned by the sight of it. He hadn't seen this object in his previous life, whether in museums or on the internet. It was truly magical. It was indeed very rare and had been lost in the long river of history for more than 1,000 years. When the 3-feet-tall Langxian tree was revealed, the guests in the main hall all cried out in surprise. Even the women in the small hall were startled. Behind the bead curtain separating the small hall and the main room, the women all gathered around and pointed at the Langxian tree, discussing animatedly. Wang Ziyu of the Taiyuan Wang clan became even more proud. He looked around like a proud rooster. When he saw Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but stand up and salute Yu Shernan. Lord Yu, I heard. Chapter 455. Wang Ziyu glanced at Li Wangyu and then cupped his hands toward Yu Shernan. Duke Yu, I heard that County Count who has also prepared a congratulatory gift for Duke Yu's birthday. A few days ago, our Taiyuan Wang clan lost 50,000 taels of gold to County Count who, allowing him to make a fortune. Even though our Taiyuan Wang clan has lost so much money, we still have to give you a generous gift to celebrate your 70th birthday. Presumably, the gift that County Count who has prepared for you today should be even more extraordinary, right? Why don't we let County Count who give you his birthday first so that we can broaden our horizons and listen to County Count who's gift list? His words caused the noisy hall to quiet down a little. What was the Taiyuan Wang clan planning? Were they planning to humiliate County Count who? Everyone present knew of the conflict between the Taiyuan Wang clan and County Count who. Everyone felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan had eyes but failed to see. Originally, the two families had planned to become in-laws, and the Wang and Li clans had done the best for Qin and Jin. But in the end, Li Zhou had only been dead for a year, and County Count who was still a nobody, but the Taiyuan Wang clan impatiently came to cancel the engagement. The Taiyuan Wang clan had paid a compensation of more than 100 taels of gold to force County Count who to cancel the engagement. This matter was despised by all the noble clans and nobles of Chang'an. But no one had expected that after the Taiyuan Wang clan cancelled the engagement, in just a few short months, Li Wangyu would soar into the sky. From a nobody, he had been conferred the title of County Count of the founding county, and his nobility had been increased several times. Now, County Count who was in the heart of the emperor, and his talent was on full display. In Chang'an, every noble family with a young lady of the right age would want to marry this young county earl, who was the first county earl of the country. Now, the Taiyuan Wang clan had made themselves the laughingstock of Chang'an, And yet they were still entangled with County Count Hu. It was truly despicable. When the Count of Hu County won 50,000 taels of gold from the Taiyuan Wang clan, everyone felt that the Taiyuan Wang clan deserved it. Since your family's casino dares to open a bet and dare to accept the bet, then you have to accept your loss. The second son of the Wang clan, Wang Ziyu, saying these words at this time was rather petty. Everyone was well aware of the meaning behind Wang Ziyu's words. Wasn't it because their Taiyuan Wang clan had sent a great gift today, and wanted to use it to humiliate Li Wangyu? However, among all the people who came to celebrate Yu Shernan's birthday, which family could present a more valuable gift than the one from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Moreover, Li Wangyu was not the only one who had won gold in the hall of Yu Mansion. Chang Yaojin, Chai Linggu, Yuqi Jingda, these big shots, had also ruthlessly bitten off a piece of meat from the aristocratic families. Wang Ziyu's words were too offensive. All the big shots present showed displeasure, feeling that this second son of the Wang clan was too frivolous. However, due to their status, it was inconvenient for them to get angry with this junior, so they could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. Thinking of this, Chang Yaojin and the other big shots suddenly realized that they were treating Wang Ziyu, who was already 20 years old, as a junior, so they didn't lower themselves to his level. However, when facing Li Wangyu, no one treated him as a 16-year-old youth. Whether it was Chang Yaojin or Yuqi Jingda, although they usually called him little brat and virtuous nephew, in their hearts, they treated him as an equal and trusted his words. Therefore, when Li Wangyu proposed to place a large bet on the empress giving birth to a child, these big shots agreed so quickly. Comparing the two, Chang Yaojin could only secretly mutter freak. Then he suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo and his two brothers, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. His expression, however, made Cheng Chumo and his two brothers confused. What was the meaning of this? The one who spoke was that bastard Wang Ziyu. Why was their father glaring at them? How could they know that there was a kind of harm in this world called other people's children? Yu Shernan was also quite dissatisfied with Wang Ziyu's words. But today the hall was full of guests, so he couldn't say much and could only laugh. Haha, no hurry, Li Ziyu and I are friends. His gift is not worth much. It's most likely to be calligraphy or paintings or something of little value. Hearing virtuous nephew Wang's words, this old man now feels that he has lost out. They all say that the gift is light, but the thought is heavy. Ziyu, next time don't be so sentimental with this old man, huh? His words were not only helping Li Wangyu out of his predicament, but also mocking himself, which made all the guests in the hall burst out laughing. He originally thought that this matter was over, but who knew that Wang Ziyu would not let it go and continued. Duke, you still hasn't heard the list of gifts from the county earl. How do you know that the county earl didn't send a great gift today? Yu Shernan saw that this second son of the Wang clan was so stubborn and couldn't help but get angry. He raised his eyes to look at Wang Renyu, wanting to see what he meant. But he saw that Wang Renyu was minding his own business and drinking wine, as if he didn't hear his son's words. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became a little strange. Even Pai Lupi's face stiffened. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, and in order to make Li Wangyu lose face, the Wang clan of Taiyuan actually disregarded Yu Shernan's dignity. It was truly infuriating. Li Wangyu stood up at this time. Haha. Yugong actually guessed what I was going to send. Yugong is right, but... Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a woman's voice. However, my family's Langjun has prepared another gift, Yugong. I'm sure you won't be able to guess. The one who spoke was his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't she in the small hall next door? Why did she come out? Just as he was about to speak, his beautiful superior winked at him, then curtsied to Yu Shernan. This little girl is the older cousin of County Count Hu. Today, I've been invited by the Yun family to celebrate Yugong's birthday. I wish Yugong to leap like a tiger and cross the new era of 70 years, to soar through the mountains of poetry. The beautiful superior's older cousin was rather vague. Everyone in the hall, including Pai Lupi, couldn't help but smile knowingly, thinking that this young lady and Li Wangyu were simply deceiving themselves. Yu Shernan naturally knew of this Lady Su, and when they met today he also laughed heartily. Haha, old me thanks Lady Su for her auspicious words. Lady Su said earlier that Ziyu had prepared a congratulatory gift for this old man. Is it something this old man can't guess? Yi Yugong will know at a glance. The beautiful superior turned her head towards the entrance of the hall, and saw the two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, carrying a large wooden box into the hall. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Didn't his beautiful superior say that he was going to give this birthday cake to Yu Shernan? Why was it given in his name? He immediately reacted. This beautiful superior was angry with Wang Ziyu's words just now, and was afraid that he would lose face in front of everyone, so she said this. After thinking this through, Li Wangyu's gaze towards his beautiful superior became even more tender. The congratulatory gift from County Count, who was directly carried into the hall by his own troops, and this was beyond everyone's expectations. There wasn't a list of gifts, and Yu Shernan didn't agree to accept this gift, so why was it carried in? This was against the rules. Yu Shernan smiled mischievously. Lady Su, are you sure that old me will accept this gift? The beautiful superior smiled and nodded. Yugong will definitely accept this gift. Oh, you're that confident? Then bring it out for everyone to see. This old man wants to see what kind of congratulatory gift Ziyu has prepared for this old man. Since Yu Shernan said this, the others naturally didn't have any objections. They all cast curious gazes towards the wooden box carried by the Li family's troops. Chapter 456. The huge wooden box was very ordinary. It was about 1 meter square and was square in shape. There were many ice cubes on top of the wooden box. This caused everyone, including Li Er and Yu Shernan, to be inexplicably surprised. No one understood why the gift was covered with ice cubes. Could it be a freshwater fish that Huxian County Count fished out from the river? Or was it a lychee from Izhou? During the Tang dynasty, Sichuan's Fuzhou, Bazhou, Tongzhou and other places were rich in lychees. The poem. Riding in the red dust, the concubine smiled. No one knew it was a lychee. It was actually referring to the lychees that were transported from Sichuan, not Lingnan. At that time, Tang Xuanzong had ordered people to build a road from Peizhou to Chang'an to transport lychees. It was also called the Lychee Road. If it was lychees, it was rare. Especially during the early Tang dynasty, even Pai Lupi could not eat fresh lychees. However, it was only rare. Compared to the 3 feet tall Langxian tree that the Wang clan of Taiyuan gave, it was nothing special. Seeing the big wooden box, Wang Ziyu could not help but show a mocking expression. He was already thinking about how to mock Li Wangyu for being stingy. He wanted to make him lose face in front of everyone. Inside the wooden box was the birthday cake made by his beautiful boss. Because there would be many guests at the birthday banquet, if the cake was too small, it would not be enough for everyone. Their beautiful boss spent a lot of effort to make such a big birthday cake as a gift. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, hated the birthday cake very much. They had already tasted the cake. It was very delicious and could be said to be the best in the world. However, the process of making the cake was like a nightmare to the two brothers. There was no other reason than that there were no mechanical devices in the Tang dynasty. The cream used to make the cake had to be spun and stirred continuously. In the future, it was simple. A few hundred yuan electric mixer could solve the problem. However, to make the cream now, it was all manual labor. The thought of stirring more than 10 kilograms of milk with a paddle made one's scalp tingle. Even strong men like the Niu brothers almost dislocated their hands because they had to whip the cream. Therefore, the Niu brothers both loved and hated this birthday cake. Li Wangyu leaned close to his beautiful boss's ear and whispered, "Chongqing, what are you doing? Are you afraid that I'll lose face?" The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. You're so stubborn. I couldn't stand that Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance. Wasn't it just a precious gift? What's the big deal? At least, no one in the Tang dynasty has ever seen the birthday cake I made. Li Wangyu's heart was naturally warmed by his beautiful superior's protectiveness. If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, he would have hugged her and kissed her passionately. Removing the ice covering the outside, the wooden box containing the cake was carefully opened by the Niu brothers, revealing the true face of the birthday cake. When the huge cream cake was displayed in front of everyone was stunned. What was that? The people present could be said to be the most distinguished and knowledgeable group of people in the Tang dynasty, but none of them had ever seen this thing in front of them. This object was very big, flat, and round. Its entire body was pure white, and it looked a bit like white marble. There were many patterns on it, and it was very exquisite. Especially the huge longevity peach on the cake, which was even more eye-catching. The meaning of the birthday celebration was self-evident. There was also a birthday poem written on notice cake. Chang'an leaned closer to take a closer look and murmured the poem. More than 70 years have been a dream. The morning comes, the birthday comes, the children and grandchildren come. Worries are gone, no pain. The heart is unmoved. There is 1,000 pounds of weight here. Early years for the world to use. Middle-aged Zen doubts the heavens. When the stone tower is built, there is not a crack. Who will share it? Send it to heaven and earth. Good poem. Zio, is this your new work? Yang Quan clapped his hands and applauded. The guests also praised. Chang'an was so excited that his beard trembled. He couldn't help but cry as he recited the poem. Wasn't this phrase describing Chang'an's entire life? Zio, you really know me well. Just based on this poem alone, this gift is the best this old man has seen today. With much difficulty, Chang'an was finally able to wipe away his tears under Yu Chang's coaxing. He held Li Wangyu's hand tightly as he spoke. This made Li Wangyu feel a little embarrassed. Hey, I didn't expect that plagiarizing a poem would make Chang'an so excited. Suja's poem, The Fisherman's Pride. Happy birthday to his disciples on the cake was obviously plagiarized by Li Wangyu. His beautiful boss asked him to write a birthday poem on the cake, so he copied the poem by Suja, one of the 3 Sus. It was quite suitable for the occasion, and it made the old man very excited. Li Erma carefully savored this poem and nodded his head repeatedly. Zio, this poem of yours really sums up Duke Yu's entire life. Kongyingda, Lu Quan, Daizhou, and the other scholars all praised the poem after reading it. In the hall, everyone's praise made Wang Ziyu's expression change. Especially when he heard Chang'an say that this was the best gift he had seen today. His expression became even uglier. He couldn't help but ask in a loud voice, "Dare I ask County Earl what is this gift? It's a big white piece of cake. Is it just to write a birthday poem? The words are really not very well written." Wang Ziyu's words were a bit of a wet blanket. Many guests secretly shook their heads. They felt that Wang Renyou's poem was really ignorant and incompetent. But although Wang Ziyu's question was rude, it was indeed what many people were thinking. Up until now, no one had figured out what the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu was. If it was a birthday poem, shouldn't it be written on paper, framed and sent out? What was this big white piece of cake in front of them? Li Wangyu didn't get angry. He chuckled at Yu Chang. "Brother Jingming, can I trouble you to bring me a clean saber and have your servants prepare some bowls and plates?" His words made everyone even more confused. Why did he suddenly want a saber? "County Earl Hu, what do you want a saber for?" Yu Chang didn't understand and asked. "To divide and eat it." "What?" "Zio, don't mess around." Li Er, who was at the side, could not help but say, "This is food? It looks like jade, but it's not jade. Although I can't tell what it's made of, how can this be food?" All the guests, including Chang'an, were stunned by Li Wangyu's words. Was such a beautiful object meant to be eaten? Only Wang Ziyu laughed out loud. He said with a mocking tone, "County Earl Hu, you only gave Duke Yu food for his 70th birthday? I've long heard that County Earl Hu is good at making money. Now it seems that it's true. You're too thrifty." He was mocking Li Wangyu for being stingy. It was Chang'an's 70th birthday and the County Earl gave him some worthless food. It was really laughable. Li Wangyu ignored Wang Ziyu and pretended not to hear his mockery. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Chang'an and Pai Lupi. "Duke Yu uncle, this is really food. I call it a birthday cake. It's eaten on the day of one's birthday." "Oh? It's really food? Then why is it eaten on the day of one's birthday?" "What do you mean? What is a cake? Is it a steamed biscuit?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. Pai Lupi's question made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He had never thought about this question before. In his previous life, people were used to eating cake on their birthdays. But why eat cake? He had never thought about it before. Yes, why must it be eaten on the day of one's birthday? Why is it called a birthday cake? It seemed that birthday cakes were introduced to China from the West after the 1911 revolution. Its origin was probably related to the legends of the West. Since ancient times, people in China had the custom of eating longevity noodles on their birthdays in hopes of living a long life. There was also the custom of eating boiled eggs. Peeling off the shell symbolized the removal of the bad past and a new beginning. But how should he explain the birthday cake made by his beautiful boss? He couldn't help but look at his beautiful boss. He saw that his goddess was also dumbfounded. Obviously, she hadn't thought about this either. Chapter 457. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu could only roll his eyes and rack his brain to make up a story. This birthday cake is round and symbolizes the sun and the moon. It means that it is as permanent as the moon, as rising as the sun, and as long as the South Mountain. Therefore, it must be eaten on the day of the birthday. The sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to drip down. Only then did he come up with such an unreliable explanation. Fortunately, neither Yu Shernan nor Pai Lupi bothered with this question. After realizing that he and his beautiful boss had almost made a mistake due to the customs of the future, Li Wangyu did not dare to light or blow out the candles. Those were Western traditions which were different from Huaxia traditions. Since ancient times, people in Huaxia had used the saying dying of old age, or dying is like a lamp going out, to describe people dying of old age. When using candles, they would use scissors to cut them out instead of blowing them out. Blowing out the candles was not a good sign in Huaxia. If Li Wangyu followed the example of the future and asked Yu Shernan to light the candles on the cake, and then blow them out with a wish, he would be asking for trouble. Wouldn't that be the same as cursing Yu Shernan? Li Wangyu would not do such a stupid thing. Soon, a servant of the Yu mansion brought a long knife. Li Wangyu presented it to Yu Shernan with both hands. Master Yu, please cut this birthday cake yourself. Yu Shernan held the knife and looked at the unbelievably beautiful cake, especially the birthday greeting on it. The old man was reluctant to cut it. Zio, are you going to cut it just like that? I can't bear to do it. Why don't we just forget about it? Let me enjoy it for a few more days. Master Yu, this birthday cake cannot be stored for long. It must be eaten in time, or the cream will melt. It has been covered with ice to prevent the cream from melting. After being persuaded, Yu Shernan had no choice but to raise the knife. With Yu Chang's help, he began to cut the cake. Then, he asked the servants of the Yu mansion to distribute the cake to the guests. The cake was delicious. Even in the future, people who were used to eating all kinds of delicacies still liked it very much, let alone the Tangs who were tasting cake for the first time. Historians of later generations once joked that the reason why the Tang dynasty was the Tang dynasty was because they liked to eat candy. Of course, this was a joke, but the Tangs really liked all kinds of desserts. Especially in the early Tang dynasty, the technology of making cane sugar had just been introduced. Sugar was still a luxury in the Tang dynasty, and was even more sought after by the nobles. When the guests received the plates of cakes delivered by the maidservants of Yu mansion, they hesitated for a moment before picking up their spoons, scooping out a piece of cake and putting it into their mouths. The rich milky fragrance was soft and tempting in the mouth. It had a unique flavor that was unforgettable. There was no need to chew at all. It melted in the mouth, leaving a faint fragrance between the lips and teeth. Savoring the aftertaste, the thick aroma of the cream swirled in his mouth, sweet and fragrant. The birthday cake carefully made by the beautiful boss instantly conquered everyone present. For a moment, the hall of Yu mansion quieted down. No one spoke. There was only the sound of wolfing down food and the clatter of spoons against plates. Even Wang Renyu and his son Wang Ziyu, who had been looking down on Li Wangyu, did not bother to find trouble with Li Wangyu at this time. Each of them held a plate of cream cake and ate happily. Zio, your birthday cake is really delicious. This old man hasn't had such a good meal in a long time. Thank you, Zio, for making this birthday cake for this old man. This old man likes it very much. Yu Shernan was old. Although he was in good health, he still had some of the problems that old people usually had. For example, teeth falling out, blurred vision, and leg trouble. Although the Tang dynasty also had the technology of embedding false teeth, it was not very useful. Usually, Yu Shernan's diet consisted mainly of soft foods. This sweet and creamy cream cake was naturally to his taste. He, who usually had a bad appetite, made an exception today and ate 2 plates of cake. Yu Chang was grinning from ear to ear and repeatedly cupped his hands to thank Li Wangyu. Faced with Yu Shernan's gratitude, Li Wangyu quickly pushed his beautiful boss to the front of the table. You flatter me, Mr. Yu. This birthday cake is actually not my gift, but my cousin's gift to Mr. Yu. In order to make this cake, she put in a lot of effort. Oh, so it was Lady Sue who made the cake. Haha, this old man thanked the wrong person. Thank you, Lady Sue, for your kindness. This old man appreciates it. Yu Shernan twirled his beard and laughed. Seeing that Li Wangyu actually told the truth, the beautiful boss could only look at him helplessly. She bent down and curtsied to Yu Shernan. I really don't deserve Mr. Yu's praise. Mr. Yu is too polite. Everyone was full of praise for the birthday cake. Many of the women in the side hall were prepared to inquire their beautiful boss about how the cake was made and wanted to learn. At this time, Wang Ziyu's discordant voice sounded again, causing Yu Shernan to frown. So this birthday cake wasn't a gift from the Count of Huxian? Haha, I was wondering why County Count Who would be so stingy as to give food as a gift. I wonder what kind of gift County Count Who prepared for Mr. Yu. Why don't you let me open my eyes? Li Wangyu glanced at Wang Ziyu, whose mouth was still covered in cream. He was thoroughly fed up with this Taiyuan Wang clan. Sure enough, Feng Yai was right. That Wang Ziqiao was a scoundrel, but his younger brother Wang Ziyu was still a scoundrel. At Yu Shernan's birthday banquet, this Wang Ziyu was like an annoying fly, constantly buzzing around his ears. He was really annoying. Because today was a festive day, neither Yu Shernan nor Pai Lupi could do anything about it. This made Wang Ziyu even more disregard for etiquette and provoked them again and again. Wang Renyu didn't stop his son. Instead, he acted as if he didn't know anything and only watched from the sidelines. Li Wangyu had never been stingy with teaching this kind of overage brat who lacked discipline. Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan and said, Mr. Yu, since the Taiyuan Wang clan is so concerned about my gift, I hope Mr. Yu and everyone else will forgive me, and allow me to give Mr. Yu my birthday congratulations first. Zio is so considerate. Then this old man will be disrespectful. Yu Shernan naturally nodded in agreement. After eating that delicious cream cake, the guests were very curious about what Li Wangyu's gift would be. In response, Wang Ziyu coldly snorted, his face full of disdain. Ever since the aristocratic gambling house lost a large sum of money, Chang'an City had been full of ridicule for the aristocratic gambling house. In particular, the Taiyuan Wang clan, who was the first to accept Li Wangyu's bet, was sneered at. Even the aristocratic families had many complaints. That was why the Taiyuan Wang clan threw in so much money today, sparing no expense to give away the Langxian tree that the family had treasured for many years. Although Wang Renyu felt the pinch, he wanted to use this opportunity to show the power of the Taiyuan Wang clan in front of the aristocratic families in Chang'an City. So what if the Taiyuan Wang clan lost the bet? How could the foundation of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family be shaken by 50,000 taels of gold? Throwing in so much money to give away a gift, this kind of confidence was unparalleled in Chang'an City. That was why Wang Renyu's second son, Wang Ziyu, did this today under Wang Renyu's instructions. His goal was naturally to humiliate Li Wangyu and regain the face he had lost from losing the bet. After Yu Shernan had spoken, the master of ceremonies for the birthday banquet naturally took out Li Wangyu's gift list and began to read it out loud. The founding uncle of Hu County congratulates Mr. Yu on his birthday. He presents a painting scroll and a painting. Chapter 458. Li Wangyu's gift list left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Everyone knew what a picture scroll was. But what the hell was Bayan? Everyone knew what Bayan meant. It referred to thick clouds that covered the sun. Pan and I of the Western Jin dynasty had a poem that said, "The morning clouds are Bayan, the morning dew is not yet dawn." This was something everyone knew. But how could Bayan be a congratulatory gift? Clouds and mist as a congratulatory gift? Was Li Wangyu going to perform an immortal spell in front of everyone? Hearing the gift list announced by the MC, everyone was confused. They looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Yu Shernan, the birthday boy, didn't know whether he should say accept or thank at this time. Just now no one knew what the birthday cake was. Now this county man was creative and gave out something no one had ever heard of. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "Master Yu, you won't thank me for my gift, right?" Haha, since it's from Li Wangyu, this old man will naturally accept it. Although Yu Shernan didn't know what Li Wangyu had given him, he still accepted it with a smile. Li Wangyu's two gifts were placed in a long wooden box and a small copper box. Seeing their master nod, two maidservants of Yu Mansion immediately carried them into the hall, ready to show them to the guests. The beautiful superior hadn't returned to the side hall yet. She asked curiously in his ear, "Wang Yu, what's that baian? Why haven't I heard of it?" You must know, but I won't tell you. See for yourself." Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer the question directly. At this time, the maidservants of Yu Mansion had already taken the picture scroll out of the wooden box. They carefully unfolded it, revealing the true appearance of the picture scroll. When the picture scroll was displayed in front of Yu Shernan and everyone else, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Yu Chang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the picture scroll, dumbfounded. This is my master." The other guests had similar expressions, as if they had seen something unbelievable. On the scroll was Yu Shernan himself. It was a full-body portrait of Yu Shernan drawn by Li Wangyu. There was a poem beside it. It was the same poem that was written on the birthday cake. Many of the guests present had seen this sketch before at the birthday banquet of Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. Everyone believed Li Wangyu's nonsense, thinking that it was an ancient painting passed down from ancient times, a peerless painting technique that had long been lost. Only Pai Lupi later found out that the goddess Luo's portrait he hung in the Hall of Governance was actually drawn by Li Wangyu, which made him very depressed. At this moment, everyone was once again witnessing the miraculous drawing skills of Yu Shernan, who was standing right in front of them. Everyone was stunned. Looking left at Yu Shernan, then right at the portrait, it really looked exactly the same. It was as if Yu Shernan had walked out of the painting. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Could this portrait have been drawn by Count Hu? Hasn't this painting technique been lost for a long time? Where did Count Hu learn it? Miraculous. It's truly miraculous. This is the painting technique of the goddess Luo's portrait. Who would have thought that Count Hu would know such an ancient technique? There were also those who were quick-witted and immediately connected the dots. The so-called goddess Luo's portrait painting from that day had also been presented by Count Hu. In that case, the goddess Luo's portrait that had been collected by the sage must have also been drawn by Count Hu. This sketch of Yu Shernan caused Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu's expressions to become somewhat unsightly. Although the value of this painting wasn't high, and even if it had been drawn by Li Wangyu, it would only be worth 100 strings of coins at most. However, this extraordinary technique was exceedingly precious. When Pai Lupi saw this portrait, he even had the thought of having Li Wangyu draw a portrait of him and Empress Zhang's son. This kind of vivid and lifelike portrait was much more meaningful than the goddess Luo's portrait. He couldn't help but glare at Li Wangyu, feeling extremely vexed. Since he knew that the goddess Luo's portrait had been drawn by Li Wangyu, why hadn't he thought of using this technique to draw a portrait of him and Empress Zhang's son? There were many other bigwigs who had the same thoughts as Pai Lupi. Just like how people in the future love to take selfies, how could a general like Cheng Yaoji not want to have such a realistic portrait? For a moment, everyone looked at Yu Shernan with gazes filled with jealousy. They hated that they couldn't hold their own birthday banquets tomorrow. That way, they could ask Count Hu to draw a portrait for them. Cheng Yaojin bluntly asked, "Li family's brat, did you draw this portrait of Duke Yu? What did he mean?" Li Wangyu was just about to nod and admit it when he suddenly noticed that the surrounding guests all had an eager attitude. He was immediately shocked. What the hell was the meaning of this? Could it be that after seeing Yu Shernan's portrait, they also wanted it? It seemed that giving Yu Shernan this congratulatory gift was a bit of a mistake. Had he underestimated the attractiveness of a portrait sketch to these bigwigs? If these bigwigs all came to ask him to draw a portrait, should he refuse? Or should he refuse? If he agreed, he really wouldn't have to do anything. Moreover, with Li Wangyu's lazy personality, how could he be willing to sit in front of a drawing board and draw portraits every day? He might as well be killed. How could Li Wangyu still dare to admit it? He hurriedly shook his head. No, this was done by my little nephew's disciple, Yan Liben. Although he studied under me, he has already surpassed me. Even your little nephew is ashamed of his painting skills. Today, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were naturally also among the guests. When Yan Liben heard his teacher's words, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Could it really be like this? Was there no trust between people? This portrait of Yu Shernan was clearly drawn by Li Wangyu himself, but now he had directly pushed the blame to his own disciple. How could Yin Libin endure this? Faced with the heated gazes of the surrounding guests, Yin Libin's heart was filled with tears as he nodded his head in grievance. Li Wangyu gave him a "thank you for your hard work" look, but he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. When a teacher has something to do, the disciple naturally has to do it for him. Otherwise, why would he accept a disciple? Of course it was to use him as a scapegoat. Wahaha. Yu Shernan was naturally very satisfied with this congratulatory gift. He leaned forward and carefully examined it for a long time before he asked Yu Chang to carefully put it away. Haha, Zio. You really put a lot of effort into this congratulatory gift. This old man doesn't deserve it. I respectfully accept it, respectfully accept it. Many thanks, Zio. To the side, Yu Chang also repeatedly bowed to Li Wangyu. This portrait of Yu Shernan would undoubtedly become the family heirloom of the Yu Yao Yu clan. After Yu Shernan's death, this portrait would definitely be hung in the Yu Yao Yu clan's ancestral hall to receive incense and worship from the Yu clan. After Yu Shernan's portrait was put away, everyone's gaze turned to the other servant girl holding a copper box. The congratulatory gift from the county count's estate was truly an eye-opener. Naturally, everyone was even more curious about the last congratulatory gift named by Chapter 459. In the main hall, everyone's anticipation vanished as soon as the copper box was opened. The item that Yu Residence's servant girl took out from the copper box was nothing special. In fact, it even looked a little shabby. Two transparent objects were embedded in a thin wooden frame. Some of the guests with good eyesight could tell at a glance that they were two thin transparent crystal pieces. Natural crystals weren't rare in the Tang dynasty. Although it was rare for a craftsman to grind them into thin crystal pieces, it didn't seem that surprising. At the very least, no one could tell the value of this little thing. Was this the so-called Bayan? Everyone looked disappointed when they saw the gift in Yu Residence's servant girl's hand. The second gift from County Count Huxian seemed very ordinary and mediocre. Only the beautiful superior covered her mouth in shock when she saw Li Wangyu's gift. Wangyu, you can actually make glasses? How did you do it? She asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu's second gift was a pair of glasses commonly seen in the future. Li Wangyu smiled proudly and whispered into her ear. Of course. What do you think? This gift isn't bad, right? It can't compare to your birthday cake, right? The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him. She really didn't expect Li Wangyu to be able to make glasses in the Tang dynasty. She had always assumed that glasses couldn't be made before the invention of glass. But in fact, glasses made of polished crystal had appeared a long time ago in ancient China. At the very least, there were records of glasses in the Song dynasty. And in the Ming dynasty, optometry technology was invented. It was possible to make glasses for myopia, hyperopia, and presbyopia. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Li Wangyu to make glasses with the technology of the Tang dynasty. That day, Li Wangyu was thinking hard about what gift to give Yu Shernan. In a flash of inspiration, he thought of presbyopia glasses. Li Wangyu had noticed before that Yu Shernan's eyes were a little presbyopia due to his old age. When he read an article, he would look very far away. When his grandfather was still alive, he was also like this, so Li Wangyu knew very well that Yu Shernan's eyesight was bad. Presbyopia was not a disease, but a normal physiological phenomenon. The only way to treat presbyopia was to wear reading glasses. Under these circumstances, giving Yu Shernan a pair of reading glasses was obviously the most appropriate choice. Because he had to help Sun Simiao make a microscope, Li Wangyu had to go to a lot of supervisors to grind the lenses for the microscope. The craftsmen who were going to be supervisors now had some experience on how to grind natural crystals and make them into lenses. The microscope hadn't been made yet because the focal length of the convex lens in the microscope had to be constantly adjusted. This was a delicate task. Without any reference, he could only try slowly. However, it was much easier to make reading glasses for presbyopia. Of course, reading glasses also had a certain degree, which Li Wangyu couldn't grasp. He could only have the craftsman grind out several different kinds of convex lenses for him. When the time came, he would let Yu Shernan experiment to see which lens suited him best. The Tangs had naturally never seen glasses before, so they were somewhat disappointed by the glasses that Li Wangyu had given them. Naturally, no one in the crowd thought that these glasses, which were commonplace in the future, were used to adjust one's eyesight. They all thought that it was just a decorative ornament. How could Count Hu have the nerve to give away such a small crystal ornament? This was the first reaction of all the guests present. Today was Yu Shernan's 70th birthday, and all the guests who had come were the nobles and aristocratic families of Chang'an. Wasn't Count Hu afraid of being ridiculed for giving away such a small toy? Putting aside the priceless Langxian tree that Wang clan of Taiyuan had given away, the other guests had also given gifts of pearls, agate, jade, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Putting aside how rare these things were, at least their value was there for all to see. Almost none of the gifts were worth less than 100 strings of copper coins. Compared to the birthday cake and the portrait of Yu Shernan that had been given to him by the county magistrate's estate, this little thing was far too shabby. Wang Ziyu had been sullen and silent for a long time. Now that he realized that he had caught Li Wangyou's sore spot, he immediately raised his voice and laughed. Haha, Count Hu, your crystal ornament is quite exquisite. How many strings of copper coins would you have to spend to buy it? Li Wangyou glanced at him and indifferently replied, "That's right. I spent a total of 10 strings of copper coins to make this buy-in." Speaking of which, 10 strings of copper coins was quite a lot. If he used it to buy cattle, he could buy 2 or 3 of them. But in the eyes of the aristocratic families and the nobles of Chang, and 10 strings of copper coins was a joke. Wang Ziyu laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth, tears even coming out of his eyes. "I'm dying of laughter. Count Hu is truly thrifty. Today is Duke Yu's 70th birthday, and the birthday cake you sent over was made by your own residence, and the portrait was drawn by your disciple. Yet you spent 10 strings of copper coins on this buy? TSK, you really are extravagant." Wang Ziyu's words made many of the guests frown inwardly. How could one's sincerity be measured only by money when it came to gifting? But when they looked at the crystal ornament in the hands of the Yu residence's maidservant, they didn't know what to say. This gift was indeed a little shabby. Chang Yaojin and the other big shots who were familiar with Li Wangyou were also secretly blaming Li Wangyou. Yu Shernan's portrait should have been enough. Why did he have to go the extra mile and give this crystal ornament? Originally, everyone had been shocked by the portrait, and were looking forward to Li Wangyou's next gift. But in the end, it was a bucket of cold water that had been poured over them. Even the congratulatory gift that he had sent out earlier had dimmed a little. When Yu Shernan saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Haha, Zio is too considerate. This old man really likes this buy. I respectfully accept it." When he finished speaking, he motioned for the maidservant to put the glasses back into the copper box and prepare to put it away. Li Wangyou was about to speak and explain the use of the glasses to Yu Shernan, but Wang Ziyu spoke up again. "Duke Yu, this nephew still hasn't seen the gift from Count Hu clearly. Could you have your maidservant bring it over so that we can take a good look at it?" Yu Shernan couldn't refuse his request and could only nod helplessly. He motioned for the maidservant to take out Li Wangyou's gift and hold it in her hands to show it to everyone. The maidservant had just walked over to Wang Ziyu's side when she saw Wang Ziyu's body suddenly sway and bump into the maidservant. The maidservant was very petite, so how could she withstand such a bump? Her body slanted, and she cried out in surprise before falling to the floor. Her fall wasn't a big deal, but the crystal glasses in her hands also slipped and fell to the floor. Pa! A light sound was heard, and the 2 crystal lenses were smashed into pieces. Chapter 460. This sudden turn of events shocked Yu Shernan and the others. Li Wangyou's gift had been smashed to pieces just like that? Wang Ziyu shrugged and cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan. "Duke Yu, I'm truly sorry. I lost my footing just now and bumped into this servant girl of yours." He then pretended to look at the crystal shards on the floor and feigned regret. Count Huxian's gift was smashed to pieces. What a pity. This is all my fault. Please forgive me, Duke Yu. I'm willing to compensate. Count Huxian said he spent 10 strings of copper coins, so I'll compensate Duke Yu with 10 times that amount. Heh, I'm not as thrifty as Count Huxian. It was obvious that Wang Ziyu had deliberately bumped into the maidservant of Yu Mansion. His purpose was to humiliate Li Wangyou. His actions angered Yu Shernan so much that his expression turned ugly. Although Li Wangyou's crystal ornament wasn't very precious, it was still a birthday gift from Li Wangyou. Its value didn't matter. How could he not be angry that Wang Ziyu had purposely smashed it to pieces? Not to mention, Wang Ziyu's pretense of asking for 10 times the compensation was an insult to Li Wangyu and to Yu Shernan himself. Wang Ziyu's actions caused Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others to glare angrily at him. However, today was Yu Shernan's birthday, and they couldn't afford to lose their temper with a junior from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Yu Shernan was the master of Yu Manor and also the birthday boy. He couldn't say anything to Wang Ziyu, who'd come to offer his birthday congratulations. Wang Ziyu's claim of 10 times the compensation was a joke in everyone's eyes. Li Wangyu had said just now that he'd spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this jade ornament. 10 times the compensation would only amount to 100 strings of copper coins. Did Yu Shernan lack these 100 strings of copper coins? Yu Shernan sighed and glanced apologetically at Li Wangyu. He was just about to wave his hand at Wang Ziyu, indicating that he did not intend to pursue this matter. Li Wangyu suddenly cupped his hands towards Wang Renyu and said, "Lord Wang, is what your second son said true? Is Duke Wang really willing to pay 10 times the price to compensate Duke Yu?" His words stunned everyone. What did Li Wangyu mean? Was it because his gift was broken by Wang Ziyu, and he felt indignant? But even if the Taiyuan Wang clan really paid 100 strings of copper coins, the one who would be embarrassed would be him, Li Wangyu. Wang Renyu was also slightly taken aback. Then, he pretended to be generous and nodded. "That's right. Since my son did something wrong, he naturally has to compensate. 10 times the compensation is very reasonable. I will have someone send 100 strings of copper coins to the Yu residence as an apology from the Wang clan." "Wait, since it's 10 times the compensation, why is it only 100 copper coins?" Li Wangyu pretended to be puzzled and asked. Wang Renyu smiled and said, "Didn't County Count who say that you spent 10 strings of copper coins to make this crystal object? What did County Count who forget so quickly?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "That's not it. How can the value of this object be calculated by the cost of my production?" "Oh, then what does County Count who think?" Wang Renyu asked calmly. "This is naturally determined by the market price. For example, if Wang Yu's army wrote a copybook, the cost might be a few copper coins. Could it be that Duke Wang can use a few copper coins to buy a copy of Wang Yu's army's copybook?" Li Wangyu's words were not nonsense. When Wang Shiji wrote a copybook, other than paper and ink, he didn't have any other capital. However, its value was not determined by the cost alone. Before Wang Renyu could say anything, Wang Ziyu interrupted and said, "How can this be compared? Wang Yu's army's copybook is an antique. Speaking of which, could it be that County Count who thinks he's better than Wang Yu's army? Although that crystal ornament of yours has an unknown name, it's still a piece of junk. How can County Count who not be satisfied with 100 strings of copper coins? That's a joke." Li Wangyu looked at him like he was an idiot. "Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to see whether or not the buy I gave Duke Yu is a piece of junk." After he finished speaking, he waved at Niu Wu, who was waiting outside the hall. The presbyopic glasses had a certain degree. The congratulatory gift he gave to Yu Manor's housekeeper could only be considered a sample. Li Wangyu had originally planned to wait until the banquet was over before taking the real gift for Yu Shernan to try on. He would then choose a suitable pair of presbyopic glasses for Yu Shernan's eyes and give it to him. At this time, Niu Wu was wearing 5 or 6 pairs of presbyopic glasses of different degrees. The reason why Li Wangyu named these presbyopic glasses Bayan wasn't because he came up with it himself. It was because presbyopic glasses had been called this way ever since presbyopic glasses were invented in China. The Southern Song dynasty's records of heavenly caves recorded, Bayan old people can't distinguish between fine books. They use this to cover their eyes and see clearly. The Ming dynasty's Luqing Rija also recorded, "Every time I read an article, my eyesight becomes dizzy and I can't distinguish the details. I use this to cover my eyes so that my spirit doesn't scatter and my strokes are clear. I use a piece of silk to tie it behind my head. I don't recognize it and raise it to ask you." You said. This Bayan also. Therefore, Bayan was the ancient name for presbyopic glasses. Li Wangyu looked at the guests in the hall again. "Dare I ask, is there anyone who has poor eyesight and can't see clearly at close range?" The idiom "old eyes are dizzy" was used to describe the symptoms of presbyopia. There were quite a few elderly officials in the hall, and Chang'an wasn't the only one with presbyopia. Although the crowd didn't know why County Count who would ask such a question, many of the elderly officials, including Kong Ingda and Dai Zhou, expressed that they had such a disease. Li Wangyu nodded and turned around to take out a pair of presbyopic glasses from the wooden box in Yo Wu's hands. Another pair of Bayan? When the crowd saw that Li Wangyu had taken out another pair, the crystal ornament that he had given to Chang'an as a congratulatory gift, they became even more curious. Could it be that this thing had other uses? Li Wangyu took the presbyopic glasses and walked directly in front of Kong Ingda. He bowed and said, Duke Kong, I have a pair of Bayan here. It can cure Duke Kong's eye disease. Would Duke Kong be willing to give it a try? This crystal can cure eye disease? Not only was Kong Ingda stunned, but the other guests were also dumbfounded when they heard Li Wangyu's words. How do I use this thing? Kong Ingda was troubled by eye disease. When he heard Li Wangyu say this, he couldn't help but become excited and hurriedly asked. Li Wangyu put the glasses on the bridge of his nose and showed Kong Ingda how to put them on. Then he handed the presbyopic glasses to him and said, Duke Kong, you'll know once you try it. Kong Ingda took the presbyopic glasses and clumsily put them on in front of his own glasses. He looked around in confusion. In the next moment, the old man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of immortal technique is this? This old man can actually see clearly. Tao ancestor above. This old man's eyes can actually see clearly again. Quick, give this old man a book. Kong Ingda was so excited that his beard trembled and his body trembled. If one wasn't a myopic person or someone with presbyopia, it would be very difficult to understand the feeling of being able to see clearly. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like watching a movie. What was originally a blurry image that wasn't in focus suddenly turned into a high-definition Blu-ray version. How could one not be excited? Kong Ingda's excited expression after putting on the glasses gave everyone a fright. Was this old man crazy? Chapter 461. Kong Ingda was shouting and yelling like a madman, scaring the servants and maids of Yu Mansion. None of them dared to neglect him, as they immediately obeyed his order and ran to fetch a book. The book was the Analects of Confucius. Kong Ingda was not picky. He took the book and flipped it open. He shook his head and read aloud. Confucius said, If a gentleman is not serious, he will not be powerful. If he learns, he will not be strong. Haha, this old man can see it clearly. It's really a divine tool. What is this thing, Brother Zio? It's so magical, it's really incredible. Li Wangyu was speechless. Kong Ingda must be crazy with joy, right? Why is even Brother Zio here? There's a difference in seniority, old man. This is Bayan. Duke Kong, have you forgotten? Oh right, Bayan. Haha, this name is exquisite. It's really Bayan. Kong Ingda put on the reading glasses and was unwilling to take them off. His behavior made the other old officials, who were also suffering from presbyopia, even more curious. Duke Kong, can you let this old man try it? Brother Chongyuan, can you let this old man wear this Bayan? Kong Ingda shook his head like a rattle drum. No, this Bayan was given to me by Brother Zio. How can I let you wait for it? Li Wangyu's face darkened even more. Damn you, stinking bastard. When did I say I was going to give it to you? I clearly said I was going to try it on. Don't you understand the meaning of trying it on? Kong Ingda's attitude made the old officials even more curious. They surrounded Kong Ingda and forced him to take off his glasses. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu did not dare to take out the other glasses. Otherwise, they would definitely be gone forever. Brother Chongyuan, this is a congratulatory gift from Zio. How can you wear it? Quickly take it off. When Chang'an heard Kong Ingda say that the Bayan could let his eyes see clearly, how could he not understand? He immediately shouted. This was a divine tool. Chang'an was also suffering from my problems. How could he not be anxious when he heard Kong Ingda's words? Kong Ingda waved his hands. No, Brother Bashi, your gift has already been smashed by the Wang family's kid. This painting is not a congratulatory gift from Zio, my younger brother. Chang'an was taken aback by Wang Ziyu's words. He immediately turned to glare at Wang Ziyu. The commotion caused by Li Wangyu and Kong Yingda was naturally noticed by Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu. The two of them were a little stunned, not understanding why Kong Yingda and the others were so excited. Wang Renyu had a bad feeling in his heart. Being glared at by Yu Shernan made Wang Renyu even more flustered. Things seemed to have gone beyond his expectations. On the other side, the group of old officials that surrounded Kong Yingda finally took the reading glasses away from his face. Kong Yingda was so angry that he stomped his feet. Unworthy of being a son. You guys are really despicable. Bandits. Bandits. Lu Quan, Daizhou, Yu Shernan, and the others paid no attention to his curses. Each of them impatiently put on the reading glasses and made a big fuss again. None of the scholars who put on the glasses could bear to take them off again. The others were forced to argue and quarrel again before someone else tried on the glasses again. When this scene fell into the eyes of the other guests who came to offer birthday wishes, they almost thought that they were hallucinating. Whether it was Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, or Daizhou, these people were all great scholars of the present age or big shots of the imperial court. Why would the normally cultured, refined, and gentlemanly scholars make such a fuss over such an unremarkable crystal accessory? Could it be that Bayan was really so miraculous? After the ruckus, Li Wangyu cleared his throat and asked in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, how much is the Bayan I gave to Duke Yu? How many copper coins are you willing to pay for it?" Kong Yingda replied without hesitation, "This old man is willing to pay 500 strings of cash. My brother Zio, please sell this Bayan to me." "Move aside. This old man is willing to pay 1,000 strings of cash." "Humph, this old man will pay 1,000 taels of gold." "County Count who, please part with this Bayan to old me." 1,000 taels of gold it is. "Zio, you must keep this Bayan for this old man." "Don't be rude. Today is this old man's birthday banquet." "Zio, this old man will also pay 1,000 taels of gold. Give this old man another Bayan." Yu Shernan was not to be outdone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This group of old officials actually knew how to make an auction on the spot without a teacher, however. He also got the answer he wanted. He turned his head to look at the stunned Wang Renyu. "Duke Wang, you also saw it. This old man is willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold to buy the junk that your noble young master spoke of. I wonder if Duke Wang's words of being willing to pay 10 times the compensation still stands?" "You." Wang Renyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu clearly said that he spent 10 strings of cash to make this item. Why were these old officials willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it? Did they have so much money that they didn't know where to spend it? Wang Renyu didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu had colluded with Kong Yingda and the others. If he said that, it would only make him a laughingstock. No one would believe him. Even Pai Lupi might not be able to make Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, and Daizhou lie at the same time. Wang Ziyu was also anxious. His face was flushed red as he shouted at Li Wangyu, "County Count who, this thing of yours is clearly made from 10 strings of cash. Why do you want our Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold? I think you're crazy, aren't you?" Li Wangyu smiled contemptuously. "Then why don't I give young Master Wang 10 strings of cash and you go make me a Bayan?" Wang Ziyu was speechless. How would he know how to make Bayan? He also didn't understand why Kong Yingda and the others would fight over it so fiercely, even willing to pay 1,000 taels of gold for it. Wang Renyu was also in a bit of a predicament. He had just spoken big, but now it was difficult to clean up the mess. If they really wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold to Yu Shernan, they naturally wouldn't be willing. The 50,000 taels of gold that they had lost to Li Wangyu was already a huge loss. If it weren't for that fool Li Wangyu being willing to accept private money, that 50,000 taels of gold really would have emptied the Taiyuan Wang clan's treasury. Don't look at how the Taiyuan Wang clan was very generous today, and gave Yu Shernan the Langxian tree. It was called a treasure and was worth 10,000 taels of gold. But in reality, this kind of treasure was priceless. It was very difficult to sell it and exchange it for gold. If they wanted their Taiyuan Wang clan to pay 10,000 taels of gold, then it would be too much. But just now Wang Renyu and Wang Ziyu had spoken so confidently, but now it was hard to take back what was spilled. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wang Renyu's old face flushed red. He didn't know how to respond to Li Wangyu's question. It was Yu Shernan who laughed and helped him out of the predicament. "Zio, don't joke with Lord Wang. What compensation or not, it's all a joke and can't be taken seriously. Since that Langxian tree is a congratulatory gift from Zio, naturally it's up to me to deal with it. This compensation can't be taken seriously, Lord Wang, don't mention it again. Today is my birthday banquet, and I can't thank all of you enough for coming to congratulate me. Come everyone, let's drink. Since Yu Shernan the host had said so, Li Wangyu naturally didn't have any objections. Originally, he just couldn't stand the Taiyuan Wang clan's arrogance and Wang Ziyu's domineering attitude. Now that he had taught them a lesson, he naturally wouldn't continue to pester them. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. As for the Taiyuan Wang clan, although Yu Shernan helped Wang Renyu out of the predicament, Wang Renyu was sitting on the edge of the seat. However, Wang Renyu felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles at this moment. He kept feeling that the guests around him were talking about him. The hatred he had for Li Wangyu in his heart grew even stronger. When he thought about how he had been slapped in the face by Li Wangyu, he felt his face burn and his heart become even more stifled. Father, that Li guy. Wang Ziyu was indignant. He lowered his voice and wanted to say something. In the main hall of Yu Manor, the guests were toasting each other when they heard a loud slap. Everyone turned their heads to look. It was Wang Renyu who had slapped his second son, Wang Ziyu, on the face, causing him to fall to the floor. Chapter 462. Wang Renyu's sudden outburst shocked the guests. The family heads who were familiar with him all tried to comfort him. Why is Lord Wang so angry? Your family's second son is still young. If there's anything wrong, just teach him well. Isn't it just an accident that he broke that bai? Why is Lord Wang so angry at second son? Since Lord Yu doesn't care about this matter, Lord Wang shouldn't blame second son. The words of these family heads didn't ease Wang Renyu's expression. Instead, it turned even more ashen. Obviously, he could clearly feel that these patriarchs were comforting him on the surface, but in fact, they were laughing at the Wang family of Taiyuan. When Wang Renyu thought of the Langxian tree he gave to Yu Shernan as a gift today, he suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Although the Langxian tree he gave couldn't be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold, it was undoubtedly a treasure. For the Taiyuan Wang clan to generously give it to Yu Shernan as a gift, they naturally wanted to be in the limelight and regain the face they lost because of the bet a few days ago. But they didn't expect that bastard surnamed Li to turn the Langxian tree given by the Taiyuan Wang clan into a joke with just a portrait and a bai that cost 10 strings of coins. Now, all the guests in the hall were talking about the congratulatory gift from County Count Hu, but no one mentioned the Taiyuan Wang clan's Langxian tree that was worth 10,000 taels of gold. Wang Renyu could even foresee that tomorrow in Chang'an City, the Taiyuan Wang clan would be rumored to be a fool. Wang Renyu only felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was too late for regrets. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan. Lord Yu, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll take my leave first. My son was rash and disturbed Lord Yu's mood. Please forgive him. Why would Lord Wang say that? It's this old man's fault. Wang Renyu didn't say much. He nodded and walked out of the hall. He didn't have the face to continue staying in Yu Mansion today. Wang Ziyu was stunned by his father's slap and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Seeing his father leave in a huff, he could only glare at Li Wangyu with hatred. He covered his face and lowered his head, not daring to say a word as he chased after his father. After the Wang family father and son left, the atmosphere in the hall became livelier. In particular, Kong Ingda and a few other old ministers had been surrounding Li Wangyu and pestering him about the bayan. Li Wangyu had no choice but to take out his other reading glasses and give them to Yu Shernan, so that they could discuss how to distribute them. At Yu Manor's birthday banquet, all the guests were enjoying themselves. Everyone was drinking and chatting merrily at the banquet. It was very lively. Fortunately, today Chang Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others could still be considered to have restrained themselves. They did not drink too much and put on a show of fighting. Yu Manor's main hall finally did not suffer these old ignorant people's evil schemes. The birthday banquet lasted from noon until the evening drum sounded in Chang'an. Then, the guests left one after another. Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and drank a lot of wine. He originally wanted to catch Li Wangyu and bring him into the palace to ask about the private money, but he was not in the mood to do so. Zio, come to the legislative hall after the court tomorrow. I have something to ask you. Pai Lupi was carefully helped onto the horse by Mi Tuo, but he did not intend to let Li Wangyu go. He shouted at Li Wangyu, who was about to slip away. Li Wangyu stopped helplessly and bowed to Pai Lupi. Yes, I understand. He was not a diligent person, especially after coming to the Tang dynasty. Now he had a house, money, and a beautiful woman to accompany him. Li Wangyu felt that he had no goals in life now. He was very lazy and only wanted to eat and wait for death every day. At that time, he was impulsive and accepted so much money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Now he regretted it. How troublesome. He thought of his previous idea. Making money was making money, but it would give him a lot of things to do. He was not short of money now. Why would he make trouble for himself? Li Wangyu wondered if his brain had been kicked by a donkey at that time. That was why he thought of accepting private money. But now it was too late to say anything. He had to continue his bad idea even if he wanted to cry. The next day, Li Wangyu went to Chang'an again helplessly to meet Pai Lupi. Before Li Wangyu finished the ceremony, Pai Lupi could not wait to ask, Zio, tell me clearly today. Why did you accept so much private money from the Wang clan of Taiyuan? He had been holding this matter in his heart for a few days. He had discussed it with Mi Tuo and Empress Zhangsun, but no one knew what Li Wangyu meant by doing this. This made Pai Lupi feel like a cat was scratching his heart. He had been holding it in for a few days, but Li Wangyu did not come to the palace to explain. Yesterday was Yu Shernan's birthday. He had finally caught Li Wangyu. How could he let him go? Hey uncle, don't worry. Let me tell you slowly. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and said under Pai Lupi's angry gaze, Uncle, how much is the Kaiwan Tongbao cast every year in the Tang dynasty? About 300,000 strings of cash. So our dynasty is short of copper coins. Uncle, you acquiesce to these aristocratic families casting private money for circulation, right? Li Wangyu continued to ask. Yes, that's right. Speaking of this, Pai Lupi was a little helpless. He was well aware that the Tang dynasty was short of copper coins. However, no matter how hard the Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of General Works tried, they could not increase the number of copper coins cast. Casting copper coins was actually very expensive. Casting 300,000 strings of cash every year was actually a huge expense for the imperial court. This was also a headache for Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why the imperial court of the Tang dynasty acquiesced to the circulation of private money. The lack of money was not only limited to the Tang dynasty. It was the same for all the dynasties. In addition to the lack of copper, the main reason was the limitation of casting technology. Since the aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan could cast private money, it meant that the lack of copper was not the only reason. In the Song dynasty, the number of copper coins cast had increased by 10 times compared to the Tang dynasty. This was the increase in the production of copper coins brought by casting technology. The process of casting copper coins in Huaxia was very complicated. First, the coin had to be made. Then, the coin had to be put into a mold. After the mold was formed, the coin had to be taken out and poured with copper water. After the copper water had solidified and cooled, the sandbox was opened and the cast copper coins were taken out. The copper coins that were poured out were not scattered copper coins, but a whole string of copper coin trees. These copper coins had to be broken off one by one and then polished by hand. After going through more than 10 procedures, the final product was the Kaiwan Tongbao that could be circulated. Therefore, casting copper coins was very complicated and required a large number of skilled craftsmen. Even so, it was difficult to increase the production of copper coins. The annual production of copper coins was 300 strings of cash. The average daily production of copper coins was only 800 strings of cash. However, the number of craftsmen needed was in the tens of thousands. Li Wangyu naturally knew all of this. He grinned, revealing 8 white teeth. He smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, if I only need a few dozen craftsmen to turn this private money into official money, and the daily production is no less than 1,000 strings of cash, would you be interested? What? Zio, what did you say? When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up. In a moment of excitement, he even knocked over the tea on the table in front of him. Chapter 463. Pai Lupi was so excited because Li Wangyu's words were too incredible. Dozens of craftsmen could make thousands of copper coins in a day. This efficiency was too amazing. The Ministry of Revenue and the Directorate of Generals had nearly 10,000 craftsmen who cast the copper coins. If more craftsmen were arranged to cast the coins according to this ratio, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be able to solve the problem of money shortage? How much is the expense? Pai Lupi's voice was trembling. It was very important for the Tang dynasty to have enough copper coins. The consumption is very low. It's mainly the consumption of melting the copper and the craftsman's salary. Li Wangyu said with certainty. Really? Tell me clearly, how did you do it? Li Wangyu smiled and asked Pai Lupi first. Uncle, do you still remember the water wheel I built in Dingzhou village? Of course I remember. That water wheel is even more magical. It can raise water to a high place by itself and use it for irrigation. Haha, uncle. Don't you think that water wheel has other uses? Pai Lupi was puzzled. He didn't understand the meaning of his words at all. Li Wangyu took out a drawing that he had drawn in advance and presented it to Pai Lupi. Uncle, please take a look. If the bamboo tube that fetches the water from the water wheel is removed and replaced with a baffle, the water wheel will still rotate under the push of the water flow. Yes, that's right. So you can use the power of the water flow to do many things. Uncle, please take a look here. Li Wangyu pointed to a device drawn on the drawing and introduced. This nephew has designed a hydraulic forging hammer press. It uses the water flow to drive the water wheel to rotate. When the central axis of the water wheel rotates, it can constantly lift and drop the forging hammer. This nephew calls it the hydraulic forging hammer. Pai Lupi was still a little confused. He looked at Li Wangyu with a blank face. Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. Damn, this technological illiterate. He doesn't have any scientific awareness. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Uncle, the copper coins of the Tang dynasty are all cast, which takes a lot of time and effort. The hydraulic forging hammer that little nephew designed can directly punch copper into coins. Strike copper into coins? How is this possible? Pai Lupi was still in disbelief. Li Wangyu was speechless and face-bombed. Explaining technology to an illiterate was simply too painful. Since ancient times, Huaxia had always minted coins. Even in the Qing dynasty it was still the same. The West, on the other hand, began to use stamping to make money during the Greek and Roman periods. Not only was the design of the stamp coins clear and distinct, but because of the technical advantage, it was very difficult for people to imitate it. It also had a very good anti-counterfeiting function. Of course, the most important thing was that the cost of stamping coins was much lower than the cost of casting coins. Moreover, it was faster. The coins were formed in one go, so there was no need to waste time and effort on subsequent processing. Li Wangyu spent a lot of effort to make Pai Lupi understand the meaning of the drawing in front of him. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. If we use this hydraulic forging hammer to make coins, the money shortage of the Tang dynasty can be solved. Pai Lupi was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. It was as if he could already see the scene of the national treasury being piled up with shiny yellow copper coins. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Li Wangyu in confusion. Zio, what does this have to do with you receiving so much private money? Li Wangyu resisted the urge to roll his eyes and could only patiently explain. Uncle, coins require copper. When he said this, Pai Lupi immediately understood. The copper coins of the Tang dynasty not only required copper, but also contained other metal components. The materials used in the early Tang dynasty were bronze, white copper, and some other metals. As for the private money, although the casting process was not as good as the official money, the materials used were very particular and were almost the same as the official money. If there was a new method of coinage, the private money could be smelted again and cast into official money. Li Wangyu exchanged 3 million caddies of private money from the Wang clan in Taiyuan. According to this method, it could be cast into 3 million caddies of official money. That was equivalent to 600,000 strings of cash. Even if there were losses and expenses in the process of coinage, at the very least, coins worth 500,000 strings of cash could be cast. Back then, the copper coins that the Wang clan in Taiyuan lost to Li Wangyu only amounted to 300,000 strings of cash. In this way, the profit was close to double. After understanding the key point, Pai Lupi's breathing quickened. Zio, this is not a joke. Are you really sure? Li Wangyu nodded. As long as Uncle can let the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Works cooperate with me, I can quickly set up this mint. At that time, Uncle will know when you try it. If I am lying, I am willing to compensate Uncle for the 3 million caddies of private money in the palace. Naturally, he dared to say such words because he was very confident. Before Li Wangyu's rebirth, he had a friend who made fake money. In fact, it was not considered fake money. Instead, it was made with a punching machine to forge antique copper coins and sell them as handicrafts. Therefore, he was very familiar with how to cast coins. At least in this era, he was definitely at the level of a master craftsman. Li Wangyu's confident answer made Pai Lupi ponder. He kept pacing back and forth in the hall. After a long while, Pai Lupi stretched out his hand and beckoned Mito into the hall. Mito, I have a task for you. Mito was so scared that he quickly knelt down. If your majesty has any orders, I will do it with my life. Alright, it's not a matter of life and death. I am going to let you transfer all the copper and gold coins in the palace and exchange them all for private money. What? Mito thought that there was something wrong with his ears. Was he hallucinating? Pai Lupi wanted him to exchange gold and copper coins for private money? Was he crazy? What was private money? It was all copper coins made by aristocratic families. The craftsmanship was rough. When used outside, there were only 2 or 3 coins which could be used as an official coin. Even aristocratic families were not willing to use this private money. But now, His Majesty wanted him to exchange the gold and private money in the palace for private money? Remember, don't make this matter public. Let the cavalry department do it. Convert all the gold and copper coins in the palace into private money and transport them into the palace. Do you understand? Pai Lupi ordered again. This time, Mito finally understood and confirmed that he was not hallucinating. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyu, hoping to get an explanation from him. Pai Lupi's request was really against common sense. Li Wangyu was also shocked by Pai Lupi's generosity. This guy was even more black-hearted than him. He remembered that last time when Pai Lupi wanted to go to the aristocratic family's gambling house to bet. He asked Mito and found out that there were more than 80,000 taels of gold in the palace. If he were to exchange all of this for private money and then melt them into copper coins, the profit would be an astronomical figure. However, Li Wangyu would not stop Pai Lupi. After all, most of the private money was made by aristocratic families. Pai Lupi was sucking the marrow out of the aristocratic families. He was naturally happy to see this happen. Li Wangyu did not forget to give Pai Lupi an idea. Uncle, you can let the cavalry department take the gold and copper coins to various counties to exchange. I heard that the more remote a county is, the higher the exchange rate of official money for private money. When Mito heard him say this, he was really about to cry. He racked his brain, but he could not figure out what this uncle and nephew wanted to do.